Yo, what is up guys? Welcome back to the channel. So picture this, way back in the day, humanity was throwing hands with these massively overpowered demon lords. A squad of the sickest heroes, swordsmen, and wizards linked up for this impossible raid. Among them were two absolute legends who had major beef with each other, Vermouth and Hamel. You'd think these two would never chill, but plot twist during a boss battle. Hamel actually sacrificed himself to save his rival. Talk about a redemption arc. After that, Vermouth swore on his life that Hamel's death wouldn't be for nothing and promised to wipe out every last demon lord. But spoiler alert, that quest turned out to be way harder than he thought. Fast forward 300 years, yeah, you heard me right, our main man Hamel responds. He gets reincarnated as Eugene Lionheart, a descendant of the very guy he used to rival. The irony is off the charts. So, our boy is reading a history book about the old days, and he is absolutely losing his mind. The history books are calling him Hamel the Fool, while Vermouth gets branded as Vermouth the Great. Total fake news. And get this, some random author wrote a cringe fan fiction about him having a romance with a female mage. If Eugene finds out who wrote this trash, he's gonna pull up on them and catch a case. On sight. Even though he's salty, he keeps reading, wondering why everyone else got cool nicknames like the Wise or the Brave, while he got stuck with the Fool. It's disrespectful, honestly. He starts wondering if some hater he clapped 3 centuries ago wrote this book. He knows his old squad wouldn't do him dirty like that. But to be fair, nobody expected Hamel to pull a new game plus with all his memories intact. Hamel died 300 years ago trying to slay demon lords, only to wake up as Vermouth's great-great-grand something. Now he's living as Eugene Lionheart, a 13-year-old kid with the cynical soul of a burnt-out Gen Z adult. As Eugene thinks about Vermouth's life, he finds it hilarious. The guy used to act like a total monk who didn't care about girls, but turns out he had a massive harem besides his main wife. Hypocrite much? Eugene wonders if Vermouth turned into a player as he got older, but hey, game recognizes game. The problem is, only the kids from the first wife get the VIP treatment as the direct bloodline. Meanwhile, families like Eugene's are considered branch families, which basically makes them second-class citizens. They get hit with bans like no mana training and no real swords until they pass a vibe check called the Bloodline Ceremony. But Eugene? He didn't care. He's been grinding XP with a wooden sword for 13 years. During training, he rushes in and absolutely obliterates a training dummy with combos that are way too fast for a kid. His dad is watching from the sidelines, looking half terrified and half amazed. He realizes this isn't the first time Eugene has destroyed property like this. His dad also notices that for a 13-year-old, Eugene is jacked. Like, unnaturally ripped. It's honestly kind of scary, even if it is his own son. The kid doesn't act his age at all. His eyes don't have that innocent sparkle. They've got the 1,000-yard stare of a war veteran. Even when his mom passed away, Eugene didn't even shed a tear. Ice cold. Eugene stares at the shattered dummy with a nasty look, mentally roasting the town blacksmith for making such garbage gear. In his eyes, selling weak weapons like that should be a crime. His dad clears his throat awkwardly, says he'll have a word with the blacksmith, and reminds him the big ceremony is tomorrow. Eugene thinks this whole tradition is a joke, holding a Lionheart reunion every 10 years just to flex. It's super cringe. All the kids between 10 and 15, whether they're VIPs or branch family scrubs, have to show up at the main mansion. It's basically a battle royale to see who's worthy of the family name. But the main family is totally playing on pay-to-win mode. They get access to real weapons and mana training early, so they stomp the branch families who are stuck playing free-to-play. Eugene's dad stares at the broken dummy, deep in thought. He knows Eugene has main character energy, too much talent to just be a side character's son. He wishes Eugene had been born in the main house, or maybe just been a normal kid. The gap between Eugene's insane potential and their low status is just painful. Curious about his dad's mood, Eugene asks, "Yo, you good?" His dad waves it off like an NPC, saying it's nothing. Eugene sighs, figuring his dad is just feeling guilty about not being a better father. Suddenly, his dad grabs his shoulder and warns him not to start beef with the main family kids. No matter how cracked Eugene is, he can't beat kids who've been juicing on mana for years. Eugene smirks and promises to chill. Sure thing, Pops. But inside, he knows this is going to be a cakewalk. He spots another dummy and gets ready to work. Eugene walks over, running the stats for the ceremony in his head. There are 3 elites from the main house and 6 from the branches. One of the elites is the legit heir from the first wife. The other 2 are twins from a concubine. Aside from the top 2 branch kids, everyone else is basically fodder for the highlight reel. Eugene swings his sword and one-shots the dummy. Boom. He's actually hyped to see if Vermouth's grandkids have any hands. The next day, he's in the carriage, ready to roll. In his past life, he considered himself a genius. Learning new skills was easier than scrolling TikTok, and he leveled up way faster than his peers. But Vermouth was always there to humble him, saying stuff like, Get good, scrub. You could be stronger if you actually tried. Eugene always argued he was grinding 24/7, but let's be real, not everyone is born with Vermouth's god-tier talent. His real struggle wasn't his own limits, but trying to keep up with a squad of absolute monsters. Vermouth was a legend, but he was also just built different. The guy was the god of war, maxed out in both swordsmanship and magic, a literal cheat code. He became a duke in the Empire, retired, and lived as a celebrated hero until he died. Standard legendary ending. The others did well too. Sienna the Wise became the youngest master of the Magic Tower. Annis became a literal saint, she even has her own Bible. Talk about clout. Molong got his own kingdom. They all lived their best lives. But Eugene can't stop thinking, if they were so great, why is there still a demon lord breathing? Vermouth swore he'd wipe the server, but he left one alive. Eugene knows he died in that last dungeon, so he missed the ending. It looks like Vermouth made some shady deal with that demon lord. Sure, it bought 300 years of peace, but it feels super suspicious. While Eugene is deep in thought, Gordon, the chaperone sitting next to him, says, "You look nervous, kid. That's going to be a debuff when you face the main family." Eugene thanks him for the advice, but Gordon keeps yapping, flexing that they're now on Lionheart territory. Don't unbuckle yet, the main house is still miles away. Eugene finds it funny how arrogant Gordon is acting, like, bro, this isn't even your land. When Gordon brags about the size of the estate, Eugene quips, "Seems kind of inefficient, don't you think?" Gordon assures him it's fine because they have teleport gates everywhere. Classic, rich people stuff. Eugene wants to ask, then why are we stuck in this slow carriage? But he figures it out, he's too broke for fast travel. He just smiles and stays quiet. Finally, they pull up to the mansion. The place is massive, MTV Cribs style, giant gold gates, the works. But Eugene isn't surprised that nobody is there to roll out the red carpet. Typical. Lionheart flags were posted everywhere, flexing that lion crest like it was the hottest brand in town. But check this out, only the direct Bloodline squad is allowed to rock that lion badge on their left chest. Exclusive club only. Curious if any of his distant cousins had pulled up yet, Eugene asked Gon what the deal was. Gon told him, "Nah, you're the first one on the server." So they headed to the guest house. A maid named Hera greeted Eugene, introduced herself, and said she'd be his personal assist for the stay. She told him, "If you need anything, just smash that bell button." Eugene clocked that he got a private servant, which was cool, but honestly, he wasn't doing backflips over it. He asked for her stats, and she replied that she was 16 and had just finished her rookie training. Eugene smirked, thinking whoever assigned him a total newbie was definitely trying to troll him. He could already picture the main family roasting her for every tiny glitch she made. Even though he knew the hater who set this up wasn't worth the brain cells, it definitely felt like someone was trying to start beef with him on purpose. When Eugene asked when the rest of the crew would land, Hera told him they'd be there in 4 days max. He stood up and told her to take him to the gym. Hera looked a little shook but agreed to show him the way. Outside the main base, 2 kids from the elite branch were whispering loud enough for everyone to hear. They were straight up flaming Eugene for coming from some hillbilly town out west, joking he probably trained with a pitchfork instead of a sword. One of the boys cracked a joke that Eugene's ride probably smelled like straight manure, adding that even if they're cousins, Eugene would be liable for any scratches on the main mansion's paint job. The girl was all about the drama, agreeing they should go educate him. The boy grinned like a villain, said they were just going to give him a warning, and ordered the girl, named Seal, to tag along. Another kid from the main family was lurking by the window and spotted the scene. Right then, Seal locked eyes with Eugene. She gave him the death stare, trying to intimidate him from a mile away. Her intense glare actually made the other boy flinch and back up on instinct. She smirked at that little victory as they kept walking. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Eugene was grinding with a wooden spear and some heavy wrist weights. Even though he never skipped training in his past life, ever since he respawned, Eugene had been leveling up his body with insane dedication. Here's the glitch though. No matter how hard he pushed his physical stats, he never got tired or sick. It was like he had God mode enabled, even his injuries healed at speedrun pace. While swinging the spear, he wondered about this OP strength he unlocked in his new save file. He was moving at crazy speeds, leaving Hera with her jaw on the floor. She was absolutely shook that he could move that fast while wearing weighted gear. The dynamic duo from the main house finally showed up and immediately grilled Hera. Seeing the elites, she turned pale, terrified they were about to drag her. Sienna, the main family kid, completely ignored her answer and demanded info on Eugene. Eugene paused his grind and snapped, "Yo, can't you see I'm in the zone here?" calling them total idiots before going back to his workout. Seal heard that and nudged Sienna like, "Do something." She went full Karen and demanded an apology. Plot twist. Eugene actually apologized calmly instead of yelling back. But Seal wasn't having it. She screamed that his apology was fake news and demanded he bow his head. Eugene shut that down real quick, saying there was no way he was bowing to a little kid. Seal clapped back, saying just because his last name is Lionheart doesn't mean he's on their level. Then Cyan brought up the carriage again, ordering Eugene to go scrub his own ride because the seat probably smelled like sweaty peasant. Eugene was over it. He told Hera to go clean the carriage since she was his maid anyway. Hera looked like a deer in headlights, feeling totally stuck in the middle of a noble family feud. Cyan lost his mind, insisting that it was a direct order for Eugene to do the dirty work. He tapped his badge like a cop, screaming that Eugene was disobeying a main family VIP. Eugene just waved him off sarcastically, introducing himself as a Lionheart too. He joked that they should just be besties, which actually made Seal wave back excitedly, introducing herself. But Cyan wasn't trying to be friends with a nobody like Eugene and got triggered by being ignored. He grabbed a wooden sword off the rack, ready to teach Eugene a lesson for the disrespect. He threw down the gauntlet and challenged Eugene. Eugene just smirked like he'd been waiting for this content all day, pretending to be worried about Cyan's safety. Eugene warned him that reckless PvP is dangerous and told him to chill, but Cyan wouldn't let it go, asking if Eugene was scared. That right there? That pressed Eugene's buttons, especially when Cyan kept trash-talking, saying if Eugene was too chicken to fight, he should just bow and apologize. Eugene clarified he didn't want a duel, but he definitely didn't owe this kid a sorry either. Cyan's rage bar filled up, and he yelled that Eugene's parents clearly didn't teach him any honor. That insult hit a nerve. Eugene silently unclipped his weights to prep for the duel. Cyan's eyes bugged out when the heavy bags hit the floor. Eugene stretched out and locked eyes with Cyan, telling him to drop the handkerchief to start the match. He tossed his jacket to the ground, and it landed with a heavy, booming thud. Cyan was stunned, realizing Eugene had been moving that fast while carrying all that extra weight. He thought the gear was just for clout, not actual training. Cyan instantly regretted his life choices, but with Seal watching, he knew if he backed down now, she'd roast him for the rest of eternity. Mustering up whatever determination he had left, Cyan pulled out the handkerchief to save his rep. He shouted Eugene's name and officially started the challenge. Eugene grabbed his spear and said, "Game on." In a literal blink of an eye, Eugene smacked Cyan in the chest before the kid could even react. The impact sent Cyan flying, and Eugene declared victory. Seal rushed over to her brother, looking worried as he started puking from the hit. She turned on Eugene, calling him a coward and saying the fight was rigged. Eugene wasn't hearing it, calmly explaining that the match started the second the handkerchief dropped, so it was Cyan's fault for lagging. Seal reluctantly agreed with his logic but then accused him of using mana cheats, claiming that gave him an unfair advantage. Eugene shut down that accusation, explaining he couldn't use mana because he's a distant relative and needs to go through the bloodline ritual to unlock that skill tree. Seal wasn't convinced, pointing out his weighted training and how his attack speed was basically invisible. Eugene smirked, sarcastically suggesting her pretty eyes were spotting more than she realized. Then he threw a backhanded compliment at Cyan, admitting the kid instinctively stepped back to nerf the damage when Eugene attacked. Pretty impressive for a noob. Eugene said Cyan had potential but was nowhere near true Lionheart level yet. While Eugene was monologuing, Cyan tried to stand up on shaky legs, angrily calling him a coward for speed blitzing him. Eugene laughed, joking that since both siblings called him a coward, they really must be twins. He stepped towards Cyan and told him to take the L like a true descendant. Cyan turned away, totally crushed. Meanwhile, Eugene started thinking maybe he should have gone easier, realizing beating up a main family VIP might cause some serious drama. Just as Eugene was calculating the fallout, a dude with a terrifying aura walked onto the field and called out Cyan's name. He didn't look like a Lionheart and wasn't rocking a badge. Eugene figured he must be some high-level knight hired by the main family. Seeing the guy, Cyan ran over and hugged him, crying about losing to a country bumpkin even though he started the fight. Hearing the story, the man looked concerned. Then he noticed Eugene and apologized for not introducing himself sooner. His name was Hazara, Cyan's personal trainer. Eugene introduced himself as coming from Garangoth. Hazara guessed he must be from the Gerhard branch. Eugene confirmed it. Hazara asked for the playback of what happened. Eugene spilled the tea, revealing Cyan started the drama and even insulted his dad, calling him honorless. According to Eugene, that was reason enough to accept the challenge and humble him. Even though Hazara was stressing out, he still gave Eugene the nod of approval. Then he spun Sean around, like, "Bro, we gotta fix that face before anything else." As they bounced, Seal was waving like a total fangirl, hoping she'd catch Eugene again soon. Later, Eugene was busy smashing some KFC buckets for lunch when Hera dropped the intel he asked for. She started listing the players showing up after him, dropping names like it was a VIP guest list. Eugene realized the Bloodline confirmation ceremony, the big show, was about to pop off. His goal? Crystal clear. He's gonna troll the main family's descendants. Kinda savage, yeah, but he's gotta do what he's gotta do to snag that direct lineage status. Inside the mansion, Hazara dragged Sean to see his mom, Ancilla, Julius's concubine. And let me tell you, she was seeing red because her precious boy took a massive L against some distant relative. Hazara confirmed the bad news, looking super nervous for the kid. Ancilla called Sean over with this deceptively chill voice, but the second he got close, bam, she poked him hard with her cane. She's like, "For real? You got dropped in one hit." Then she pivots to Hazara, asking if the opponent had any mana training. Hazara spills the tea on Eugene's identity and confirms the dude has 0 mana in his system. None. Ancilla turns to Seal, demanding the 4/1/1. Seal recounts the whole drama, mentioning Eugene was fast as lightning. Even though Sean started the beef, he didn't even have a chance to react. Hearing that, Ancilla went full Karen mode and slapped Sean into next week. She wasn't just mad he challenged a distant relative. She was furious he lost to someone she considered bottom-tier trash. She's losing it because Sean's dad is coming back for the ceremony, and once he finds out, she's going to be the laughingstock of the social circle. Sean's standing there, tearing up, just mumbling apologies. Still boiling, she roasted Hazara for his teaching skills and ordered him to retrain the kid so he doesn't embarrass her again. Hazara drags Sean out, and once they're gone, Ancilla snaps her fan open and barks an order at Seal. Seal's like, "Wait, what? Why?" Her mom drops a bombshell. She doesn't just hate Eugene for beating her son, she wants to straight up delete him from existence. But she can't catch a case right now, too many guards and legal eyes watching. So, the play is for Seal to fake nice and get close to him. Seal? She was actually hyped because she already wanted to hang out with him anyway. Ancilla smirked, hiding her toxic agenda. The next day, the 3 distant cousins, Dickon, Hansen, and Giles rolled up to the mansion. Hera broke the news to Eugene, who was busy sweating it out with heavy sandbags. He thought they were early, but then Hera dropped the real bomb. The head of the Lionheart clan was already in the building. Eugene paused to think. Hera awkwardly suggested he go say hi, but maybe change his drip first. Eugene figured changing would take too long, so he decided to show up looking like a sweaty gym rat. Power move. Outside, a crowd was gathering for the Patriarch's grand entrance. Eugene spotted Ancilla, the second wife, and then clocked Theonis, the head honcho's main wife. Next to Theonis stood Judd Lionheart, the eldest son, looking super insecure and shaky. After a dramatic wait, Julius Lionheart finally pulled up, with his youngest brother John riding shotgun. Julius has 2 brothers living at the mansion, but John was the baby bro returning after 3 years. As Julius hopped off his horse, Theonis started nagging him about showing up unannounced. Julius brushed her off, basically saying, "Woman, I own this place." Then he spotted Jode and cheerfully asked about his combat skills. Jode nervously stuttered that he was doing his best. Julius wasn't impressed by that weak answer. He shifted focus to his second wife and kids, acting all happy and noting how much they'd grown up. He even apologized to one of them for missing their birth, which was surprisingly wholesome. Finally, he noticed the line of distant relatives and invited everyone to a banquet to talk shop about the ceremony. At the dinner table, the whole squad was gathered. You had the direct bloodline VIPs sitting on one side with the Patriarch. The collateral descendants sat opposite them. But next to the rich cousins, there was this random dude crashing the party who definitely wasn't a Lionheart. Seal spotted him and asked Julius, "Yo, who's that?" Before Julius could explain, the guy stood up, super hyped, and introduced himself as Lovelian from the Red Tower of Magic. Dropping that name shook the room, especially Jode, who was sitting right next to him. Eugene was so shook he actually choked on his tea and started hacking up a lung. Lovelian looked worried, but Eugene waved him off like, "I'm good, fam." Eugene was freaking out internally because Lovelian is from the Red Tower, meaning he might be a student of Sienna. Dude looked exactly like her. 300 years ago, she became the youngest wise in the history of Aeroth to run the Green Tower. She literally rewrote the magic textbooks and schooled everyone, even the other tower masters. To this day, the wizards in those towers still treat her words like the holy grail of magic. Eugene never expected to run into someone connected to his old squad here. Taking a chance, he stood up and introduced himself to Julius. But Julius already knew the tea. He knew Eugene was the kid who embarrassed his son. Eugene owned it but promised there was no bad blood. Julius tested him, asking, "Would you be talking that smooth if you had lost?" Eugene looked him dead in the eye and said he'd say the same thing. Basically, if you can't defend your honor, you deserve the shame. Julius vibed with that answer. He immediately turned on Sean, who was sitting there trying to be invisible. He roasted Sean, saying that losing is one thing, but disgracing the Lionheart name and disrespecting Eugene's parents, that requires an apology. Sean looked like he was chewing glass but forced out a sorry to Eugene. Then Julius grilled Eugene about his background. Eugene told him they lived out in the sticks. When asked who his master was, Eugene dropped the mic. "I taught myself everything." The rich cousins dropped their jaws, beating Sean without a private tutor. Insane. Meanwhile, Julius was getting hyped for the upcoming ceremony, thinking things were getting spicy. Finally, the maids brought out the feast lobsters, meatballs, the works looking straight out of a food magazine. Julius told everyone to dig in. Dinner went smooth, and once the plates were cleared, Julius announced it was time to spill the details on the bloodline confirmation ceremony. The room went silent. Julius admitted that even though he's the boss, he thinks the ceremony is totally rigged. He straight up said the tradition was built to favor the main family. With all the restrictions on the distant cousins, beating the main line is basically impossible. But for this year's event, Julius didn't just want to showcase his kids, he wanted to see if any other Lionhearts had that dog in them. He continued, saying the whole point is to find out who the real time's descendant of Vermouth actually is. For a patriarch, dude seemed surprisingly fair. He pointed to Levelian, explaining he brought in an outsider to mix things up. Levelian stood up and unrolled a magical map of a maze on the table. The challenge: survive a maze created by Levelian. Everyone enters from a different spawn point. The goal is the same for everyone: take down the boss monster in the center. Along the way, they gotta fight mobs, solve puzzles, and eventually face the big bad. But don't trip, everything inside is an illusion created by Levelian's magic. It feels real, but you won't actually die. Levelian built this thing using high-level summoning and mind magic, classic Tower Master flex. The event ends when someone claps the final boss. First one to do it wins. Every participant gets graded on their performance. One of the chubby cousins raised his hand, looking terrified, asking what happens if they get stuck in the maze forever. Rovarian was like, yo, just chill at the entrance. But honestly, that is a guaranteed way to flunk the class. Eugene wasn't about that lazy life. He was way too hyped about the loot drops the boss monster might have. Then Juliet drops the bomb. The winner gets to raid the main family's vault and keep whatever they want. Eugene's ears perked up. Now that is a prize worth grinding for. He started strutting down the hallway, already mentally shopping and feeling super confident about securing that dub. But hold up, his daydreaming got cut short. He nearly bumped into the rich cousins, Gagai and Desira, who were lurking in the hallway like they were waiting for lunch money. Gagai posted up like a bouncer at a club, trying to look all intimidating, and asked if Eugene actually clapped Sienna in a fight. Eugene just gave a dismissive hand wave like, get on my level, and kept it moving, completely ghosting them. Gagai looked at Desira like, did he really just ignore me? Fast forward to the middle of the night, Eugene was at the training grounds, going absolute ham with a wooden sword. He was swinging with enough force to wake the neighbors. Asterisk, whack, whack, asterisk. Every swing sounded like a gunshot ripping through the quiet night. Suddenly, he sensed the creepy cousin duo standing right behind him. Talk about zero personal space boundaries, totally awkward vibes. Gagai tried the intimidation tactic again, literally ripping his shirt off Hulk Hogan style to show off his gains. He started flexing his biceps, and Eugene was just staring at him like, bro, are you okay? This is a Wendy's. It got weirder. Gagai was like, you want to touch the guns? And Eugene gave a polite, hard pass, my guy. Gagai didn't quit though. He started bragging about his family's special muscle juice supplements. Apparently, it is this magic protein shake that gets you swole without blocking your mana flow. Zero side effects, allegedly. It is basically magical steroids for gym rats without the health risks. Gagai even offered him a sample, but Eugene was not interested in the juice life. Desira chimed in, it helps grow a beard too. As if that was the selling point, Eugene needed to seal the deal. Then she switched gears, roasting him for using a wooden stick. Why no spear? Didn't you wreck Sienna with one? She tossed a spear at him and challenged him to a one-on-one, claiming she's the queen of polearms. Eugene thought, why not? Let's see what the high-tier cousins got. He accepted the duel, and Gagai loudly appointed himself the referee like it was a UFC main event. Looking at Gagai, Eugene got major flashbacks to Moron from his past life. He wondered, is this dude his great-great-grandkid or something? Finally, Gagai yelled, fight. Desira stepped up, ready to prove she is not just a pretty face with a spear. She charged but froze mid-step. Eugene's stance was impeccable, literally zero openings. It was like trying to attack a brick wall. Eugene smirked and hit her with the come at me, sis. That triggered her. She lunged with full power, but he blocked it like he was swatting a fly. She didn't give up, unleashing a combo of rapid jabs, faster and faster. But Eugene, he was blocking everything on autopilot, not even breaking a sweat. As the spar went on, Eugene admitted internally, okay, she has got skills. Solid technique. But let's be real, she was absolutely no threat to a veteran like him. He blocked another hit and roasted her. You gotta land a hit today or just wave that thing around. He hadn't moved an inch, and Desira thought his stillness was a mistake she could exploit. She tried to be clever, faking a combo before sidestepping for a flank attack. She thought she caught him slipping and thrusts with everything she had, totally confident this angle was the one. But, plot twist. Eugene just casually stepped on her spear mid-attack, pinning it to the ground. She was stuck, completely wide open. It was a pro-gamer move. She froze as Eugene pointed his blade right at her nose. Game over. He headed to bed, but Gagai knocked on his door later, proposing an alliance. Eugene was salty about being woken up for this. How are we going to team up if we start in different spots, genius? Gagai explained the plan. Meet up in the middle with his sister. We link up at the center and jump the boss together, Gagai pitched. Eugene, confident as ever, was like, nah, I'm good solo, I don't need a carry. Desira, who was totally eavesdropping, jumped in. Listen, big guy, we agree you're strong. We need that heavy damage output on our squad. Eugene got curious. Why are you guys so thirsty for this win? Desira spilled the tea. No distant relative has ever won this event in history. They saw a real chance to break the losing streak. She asked if he had that same hunger. One look at his face said, you bet. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, Aunt Anisilla was staring out the window like a villain in a soap opera. She was obsessing over Rovarian, hoping he would take her son Yod as a student. But Yod was a total nerd. He would rather read books in the library than fight in the arena. Yod was deep into magic theory, making him the family oddball. Anisilla hoped if Rovarian took Yod, it might open doors for her other son, Kay, to snatch the family heir title. But right now, she was stressing over the upcoming Bloodline confirmation ceremony. It was crunch time. If her kids flopped, they would be branded as illegitimate for life. She couldn't let that happen. She needed a big win in the maze event more than ever. A victory would cover up Kay's previous loss and save face for the family. 3 days later, it was go time. Everyone gathered at the cave entrance while Rovarian ripped open a magic portal. He channeled mana into everyone, giving them a buff. Then he told them to craft their own weapons out of magic light just by visualizing them, like Green Lantern stuff. The squad started molding the light like Play-Doh. Cell crafted this gorgeous golden sword that looked straight out of a video game cinematic. She swung it around, worried it might snap like a twig. Rovarian flashed a smile and said, relax, it is pure magic. That thing is indestructible. Cell got cheeky and asked, can I make a puppy? Rovarian shut it down. Nope, inanimate objects only. Don't get crazy with it. Creating life is god-tier forbidden magic, he lectured. Meanwhile, Gagai manifested a sword the size of a surfboard. It was ridiculously heavy, his favorite type. He was hyped that it matched his imagination perfectly. Desira, obviously, conjured a golden spear. Sienna and Yod stuck to basic swords, but Eugene, he pulled a pro move and crafted a sword times and times a shield, the ultimate meta build. Cell gave him the innocent eyes. You wouldn't hit me if we meet inside, right? Eugene ignored the thirst trap and asked Gillis the same question. Gillis said fighting is allowed, but he wanted to see teamwork since they are all House Leonis fam. Cell grinned at Eugene, and honestly, it sent shivers down his spine. Rovarian handed out these magical necklaces. They were basically stress monitors hooked up to their brains to detect panic attacks. If they panicked, Rovarian would pull the plug. It was a safety net. You could also tap the necklace to rage quit if things got too hairy. Rules explained, Rovarian told them to hop in the portal. Reminder, it is a battle royale drop, everyone lands in different spots. The vibe was mixed, some were pumped, others were shaking. Cell wished Eugene luck, and he hit her with a U2. He stepped in, thinking, I have done a million dungeons in my past life. This is tutorial mode. Inside, Eugene noticed the hallway was super tight with a low ceiling. Anyone with a giant spear or massive sword was going to have a bad time. He grinned, knowing his short sword and shield loadout was the absolute meta for this map. Thinking this maze was a total joke like, designed for toddlers or something, he dove right in with zero hesitation. But while the squad was just vibing and exploring, the mobs started spawning. First guy to get hit was the indirect heir, getting absolutely swarmed by slimes. He panicked and started screaming like a banshee. Rovarian heard the screams, teleported in like a hero unit, and yanked him out. Only 1 hour into the event and 3 players are already banned from the lobby. Gillette saw this performance and was like, pathetic. Go home, guys. They agreed, leaving just the final 6 contenders inside the maze. Gillette and Rovarian were spectating on the monitors and focused on Gaji. This dude was going full aggro on a pack of trolls. He whiffed a swing, got his sword stuck in a wall, raged out, and then ripped it free to cleave through the enemies in one hit. The guy has 0 dexterity stats, but his strength build is maxed out. He's clumsy, but honestly, he one-shots almost every monster he touches. Meanwhile, Desira ran into some slimes. She's running an agility build, so she dodged their attacks perfectly and sliced them up. But fighting jelly monsters with a sword is super annoying, so she decided to just speedrun past them. She's got crazy instincts, ignoring the trash mobs to save her energy for the main objective. Over in another sector, Cyan found a wall looking like Swiss cheese with all these holes. Since his mom basically gave him the cheat codes and a map beforehand, he and his sister knew exactly what was up. He picked up a rock and tossed it. Boom, hundreds of arrows shot out. Trap disarmed. Saiyan walked through like a boss. Being paranoid actually paid off for him. Not bad. Then there's Cell, who ran into a troll in her lane. When the beast lunged, she hit that side step effortlessly. She kept countering every time the troll left an opening. After deleting the monster, she hit a dead end. She's got skills and creativity, but she's still got that childish mindset, kind of naive. Then we have Yod. He ran into a pack of trolls too, but instead of fighting, he paused. He realized these weren't real monsters, they were constructs made of pure mana. When a troll took a swing, he blocked, countered, and boom, enemy down. The monster dissolved into magic particles, and Yod was geeking out over it. Seeing him nerd out over the spellwork, Rivarian was intrigued. Jaleh explained that Yod has been a magic fanboy since he was a kid, even had a private tutor on the payroll. But one day, Yod quit. He was trying to live up to his mom's hype and become the next CEO, House Leonis. The family thinks magic is for support classes, not for the guy sitting on the throne. Jaleh still wanted Yod to learn, though. He asked Rivarian to take the kid as a student if Yod agreed. Rivarian only said yes because they're homies, not because he was impressed. He didn't think Yod had the stats to be his apprentice. Jaleh promised he wasn't trying to force it. He just respected the legendary Shia's magic even more than their buff ancestor Mammoth. Rivarian agreed with that. He'd read Shia's biography and loved how she used magic to hack her way out of any dangerous situation. Hearing that, Gillette was about to drop the name of his own favorite character, someone other than Shia or Mammoth. But before he could spill the tea, he saw Egan facing off against a kaiju-sized troll. The monster roared, and Egan just jumped straight at it, attacking from every angle. The two masters watching the stream were shook. That was impressive. Egan dropped the monster instantly. Gillette couldn't believe a 13-year-old had that kind of combat IQ. Instead of freezing up, Egan just deleted the threat. Rivarian was stunned too. He placed that giant troll there as a runaway event to test their brains, not their brawn. Gillette is convinced Egan is a natural-born prodigy, and Rivarian had to agree. Meanwhile, back in the maze, Gaji was trying to tank that same giant troll in his lane. Even though he was running on low HP and totally gassed, he kept charging the beast. He dodged a smash, slashed the monster's leg, and brought the big guy to its knees. Seeing the opening, Gaji went airborne and plunged his sword straight into the troll's heart. Game over. He let out a massive victory scream. But even with the win, he realized he was wrecked. The fight tore his muscles and he definitely cracked a few ribs. After surviving traps and that boss fight, Gaji started worrying if the other players were struggling with the difficulty setting. A few steps later, he passed out face first from exhaustion. Elsewhere, Saiyan spotted the giant troll and realized, nope, not fighting that. Thinking fast, he threw a rock to distract the AI. It created an opening for him to bail. As he sprinted away, he literally crashed into Cell. They both freaked out, then realized that bumping into each other meant they were close to the center zone. Saiyan told Cell to stick with him so she wouldn't get lost. Honestly, he was still salty about Egan showing him up earlier and wanted to use this chance to look like a cool big brother. As they explored, Cell started asking about the mob spawn list, since she knew everything here was an illusion. Saiyan agreed, but then he got nervous when she asked about ghost-type monsters. He tried to play it off by teasing her, like, "You look scared, sis," even though he was terrified. He turned a corner and bam, a bloody face was staring right at him. Saiyan nearly jumped out of his skin. Turns out, it was just Desira, and Saiyan felt totally embarrassed. Both of them were startled by the sudden encounter. Once his heart rate went down, Saiyan asked Desira about the blood. She claimed a trap got her. Total lie, she actually tried to ambush them and failed. She turned to leave, but Cell called her out. Saiyan realized he'd been played and got triggered. He drew his sword and started chasing her, with Cell excitedly joining the hunt, weapon ready. Desira was sprinting ahead, wondering where her tank, Gaji, was when she needed backup. Meanwhile, Gaji was still taking a nap on the floor somewhere, completely useless. Desira triggered a floor trap while running but managed to parkour out of it just in time. Saiyan wasn't so lucky the floor collapsed right in front of him. He thought about taking the long way around, but Cell was watching. He couldn't look weak now. He decided to burn the mana he was saving for the final boss. With a burst of energy, Saiyan launched himself over the gap and landed like a pro. He shouted for Cell to follow, promising to catch her. To his surprise, she just hopped over the gap effortlessly. Once they regrouped, the game of cat and mouse with Desira continued until they finally reached the center of the maze. And there it was, the massive raid boss standing tall. But Egan was already there, calling them out. He'd been waiting for the whole squad to show up. Desira thought. Oh, he waited so we could team up and raid the boss together? Cute, but wrong. Egan simply wanted to give them a front row seat. He was confident he could speedrun the boss in seconds, and he thought it wouldn't be fair to solo it before the others got to watch. San was throwing major shade with his attitude, but Eugene just hit the mute button on him. Then, Eugene drops the alpha. The boss monster has a specific aggro range. He sets up the lineup. Dejira takes point, followed by San and Sele. Hearing she's the meat shield, Dejira starts panicking. Eugene sees her shaking and goes, "Yo, just forfeit if you're hurt. No shame." But Dejira ain't a quitter. She grips her spear, hypes herself up, and steps toward the boss. Meanwhile, San hits Eugene with a, "Hey, you planning to actually fight or just coach?" Eugene's like, "I'll clean up whatever's left." But San, ego swelling like a balloon, claims he'll wipe the floor with the monster before Eugene even gets a turn. So Eugene throws down a bet. "You kill it, I'll call you my lord forever." San's eyes light up at the clout, but then he looks at the giant bug and swallows hard. This thing is way bigger than the last mob they fought. It looks chill now, which boosts San's confidence, but Dejira is looking at it like it's a Dark Souls boss she's under level for. She creeps forward until boom aggro triggered. Standing in front of that beast, the scale hits her. She's terrified, but she's already logged too many hours to rage quit now. She commits to the charge, but the boss just casually slaps her away with a massive palm strike. She barely dodges the full force and tries a counterpoke. No dice. Her spear bounces off its armor like a toothpick. While she's buffering, the boss's other hand snatches her up and yeets her across the room. She goes flying past the squad. San yells at Eugene, "Why didn't it finish her?" Eugene explains, "Relax, bro, it's just a simulation. Scripted behavior." Now it's San's turn to step up. He walks in, ready to flex that main clan bloodline on Eugene. Eugene chuckles, knowing San is all talk. That laugh triggers San instantly. Rage mode activated. San channels mana into his sword. Dejira gasps, he's using Blade Aura. That's a high-level skill that takes 10 years to grind. It's supposed to cut through anything. She realizes the skill gap between them and the main clan is basically pay to win versus free to play. Even Eugene raises an eyebrow, slightly impressed by the visual effects. San knows his mana bar is draining fast, but he figures one hit is all he needs. He winds up for the kill shot, and then his aura just glitches out and vanishes. Everyone is confused, but Eugene remembers the instructors talk about fairness. He realizes Rivarian totally nerfed the zone and anti-magic field right in the boss room. San starts sweating bullets. His ultimate move is disabled, and even though he has full mana, he can't cast a thing. Eugene hits him with that toxic smile. "Tap out now if you don't want to get wrecked." San hesitates for a second, but his sister Cell, hyping him up, pushes him back into the fray. The boss reaches for him. San swings his sword, managing to nick its hand. But he knows that Scratch won't even drop its HP bar by 1%. Plan B, sweep the leg. He dodges a slam and jumps for the monster's ankle. But just as he strikes, the boss checks him with a knee. Access denied. San freezes up, fatal error. The boss grabs him and tosses him out like yesterday's trash. He lands on his feet, but he's outside the ring, disqualified. Next up, Cell. After watching two people get wrecked and realizing her magic is nerfed, Cell decides to play it smart. She stays put. Brains over brawn, unlike her brother. Before we see the main event, smash that like button if you want to see more boss battles. Agent grabs his weapon and walks in. Cell asks, "You for real?" Agent replies, "Winning is the only option." He enters the ring. The towering monster drops a hammer fist. Agent sidesteps smoothly, using the momentum to launch his counterattack. He literally runs up the monster's arm. The boss tries to swat him, but Agent blocks the claw, making it matter. He climbs to its face, baiting it into punching itself. Pure comedy. While the monster is stunned from hitting its own face, Agent goes to work, slashing rapidly. Dejira watches in awe. The dude isn't spamming buttons. He's hitting crits with surgical precision. He targets the jugular. Critical hit spot identified. Agent leaps into the air and drives his sword straight into the boss's neck. The giant comes crashing down. K.O. Agent strolls over to Cell like it was nothing. "Boss down," he says. Cell immediately starts making excuses for her brother. He only lost because his Blade Aura got disabled. But deep down, she knows the truth. Even with full power, San doesn't have the movement mechanics or the battle IQ that Eugene just displayed. The monster body dissolves into magic sparkles. Simulation over. High above, Lord Julius is watching the whole stream, absolutely stunned. Eugene, a kid with zero formal mana training, just soloed a raid boss designed for a full party. Rivarian is nervous, though this test was about teamwork, not a solo carry. Julius reveals he scouted Egan from a remote village where the kid trained like a Spartan. Just pure grind, 24/7. Born with killer instincts and crazy stats. But Rivarian isn't hyping it up, he's worried. Egan is already outperforming Julius's own kids. And if this kid learns to control mana properly, he's going to be absolutely broken. Too OP for the game balance. Julius isn't sweating it, but Riverian sees a threat. Eugene clearly wants the clan head title. Julius shrugs it off. He believes the title belongs to whoever is the G.O.A.T. bloodline or not. If his own kids can't hold the W, then they don't deserve the crown. He's not about that nepotism life if they can't back it up. Riverian apologizes for overstepping. He snaps his fingers to clear the magic effects, then drops a crazy idea: you should adopt Eugene. Julius is shook. Bringing Eugene into the main family would start a civil war with the relatives. Still, the idea of having that kind of talent on the roster is tempting. But here come the kids. He shelves the adoption idea for now. They line up for the debriefing, and Julius hits them with a serious dad face. First, he looks at Euk'd. The kid didn't even make it to the boss room, got distracted by shiny loot and side quests. Julius is disappointed. ADHD got the best of him. San and Cell made it to the end but choked at the finish line. Julius knows they have potential, but they need to stop relying on their base stats and actually get good. He gives a general good job to the group, but then he singles out Eugene. You, he says, you crushed it. Exceeded expectations. Julius was hyped that Eugene took 0 damage. Gargantua hears this and his jaw drops. Wait, he fought that tank with that skinny build and didn't get a scratch. Gargantua is regretting that Eugene didn't take the family steroids. Imagine how buff he'd be. Riverian checks the time. They cleared the dungeon way faster than the estimated speed run. Truly worthy of the ancestors. Julius dismisses the class, telling Riverian to take them back to the dorms. But as they leave, Julius calls out, Eugene, hold up. Quick word. Cell overhears and turns green with envy. She thinks Dad is taking him to the secret loot room, a place she's been begging to see for 2 years. Unbelievable. Juliet was hyping Eugene up about his spear game as they trekked through the woods, comparing him to Dijiro like he's the next big quarterback prospect. But then Juliet reminded him that the Lionheart franchise is built on swords. He started fanboying over Vermouth, calling him the god of war, a total MVP who could play every position on the field with 0 flaws. Then he brought up Hamel, another legendary player who was basically a utility guy, master of a bunch of different weapons. Eugene started sweating buckets when Juliet mentioned the similarities because, spoiler alert, he is Hamel. He awkwardly asked why the history books always roast Hamel and call him stupid. Juliet said it was because Hamel was a bit of a troll with his pranks. But then he dropped a truth bomb. He actually digs Hamel way more than the golden boy Vermouth. He explained that he vibes with Hamel's humanity more than Vermouth's god-tier perfection. Juliet thinks that even though Hamel felt like a benchwarmer next to Vermouth, he never quit the team. Instead, the dude grinded 24/7 to fix his weak spots. His legacy is built on taking one for the team and sacrificing himself for the squad. Eugene felt that right in the feels and admitted he is Team Hamel too, which made Juliet grin. They kept chatting until they hit a hidden tower, heading down a spiral staircase like they were entering a secret subway station. Eugene was the first guy to get VIP access to the loot room since Juliet, so he was shaking a little bit. Sensing the kid was nervous, Juliet told him to chill, saying he cleared it with the board of directors, the Lionheart elders, and the big bosses from the past. According to Juliet, this place is the family hall of fame, packed with heirlooms collected over centuries, including gear from the great Vermouth himself. Even the legendary Holy Sword is down here. But Juliet was like, don't get your hopes up on the Holy Sword, kid. That thing is the franchise logo. Nobody gets to take it home as a souvenir. Juliet dropped some lore, saying the Holy Sword hasn't vibed with anyone since Vermouth. Eugene was confused, but Juliet said he'd get it once he touched the handle. To open the gate, Juliet bit his thumb and used his blood like a biometric key. When the door finally creaked open, Juliet told Eugene to go in solo while he waited in the lobby. He didn't want to mess up Eugene's draft pick vibe by hovering over him. Eugene walked in, and boom, the first thing he saw was Vermouth's sword buried halfway into the floor, a classic Excalibur setup. He didn't even hesitate. He went straight for the jackpot, trying to yank it out before looking at anything else. This thing is legit divine gear gifted by the gods back in the mythological era of the Urus kingdom. It was gathering dust in a temple for ages until it recognized Vermouth as the main character. This is the blade that poked a hole in the Demon King's heart 300 years ago. Eugene remembered Vermouth using this legendary glowing stick as a literal flashlight in dark caves. He smirked mischievously and gripped the handle, ready to flex and pull it out. But the sword didn't budge an inch. Total bummer. He realized the grind was futile. Even if he pried it loose, he couldn't exactly carry that heavy thing around. With a heavy sigh, he knew he had to pick something else. He started window shopping, and his eyes landed on a nasty-looking blade called the Predator Sword. This bad boy has a crazy perk. It drinks mana from anyone it cuts, buffs the user, and cancels out high-level magic with one hit. But Eugene knew you need to be a wizard-level genius like Vermouth to run that software. It wasn't the right build for him. Not far away, he spotted the dragon's spear, basically a flamethrower if you charge it up long enough. Then he saw a black sword glowing with a weird aura. That was the storm sword, blessed by the Wind King. He looked around and felt dizzy. It was like being a kid in a candy store with too many flavors to choose from. He knew any pick would be a win, but he felt a little salty. He looked around, wondering where the Moonlight Sword and the legendary demon spear were hiding. Then it clicked. 300 years had passed, and those greedy ancestors must have swiped the S-tier loot, leaving only the A-tier stuff behind. He was getting frustrated, trying to make a choice. He thought about starting simple with the Storm Sword, just grip it and rip it to use the Wind God's power, maybe even summon the Wind King if he had enough mana. But then he remembered that summoning magic isn't just pressing a button. Even a pro gamer would fail if they didn't have the right stats, and without that affinity, you can't even summon a weak spirit. Still, Eugene figured if he took the Storm Sword, at least the magic part is automated. He turned away, satisfied, but decided to browse the shelves a bit more since he was already there. Under a dusty shelf, he spotted some bling that caught his eye. It wasn't weapons, just a stash of jewelry and gems. Suddenly, his eyes went wide. He grabbed a pendant and froze in shock. It was the exact same chain he wore in his past life when he slayed that monster. It was a keepsake from his parents, who got taken out by that same monster. He wore this cheap thing every single day until his game over screen appeared. Holding it again felt trippy. He wondered how it got here and guessed Vermouth must have looted it off his corpse. He let out a heavy sigh at the thought. His mind drifted to the Demon King, thinking about the peace treaty Vermouth signed. But the other big bads are still out there, lurking like a potential sequel threat. Eugene and the squad swore to wipe out all 5 Demon Kings, but after he died, they just dumped his necklace in a box and quit the mission. He couldn't figure out why the squad, especially Vermouth, would do that. He couldn't shake the feeling that maybe he was the glue holding the team together, and without him, they didn't have the DPS to win. He didn't blame Vermouth or the others, though. He figured they had their reasons for rage quitting the war. Even with all the god-tier weapons lying around, he knew he couldn't leave his necklace in this musty basement. Eugene stared at it while Juliet watched him with crossed arms, totally confused. Juliet asked, "You for real? You're picking that?" Eugene held it up with a goofy grin and said, "Yeah, I just like the vibe." The old man stood there baffled because there was literally priceless treasure everywhere. Eugene shrugged, explaining he wasn't high-level enough to use the big toys yet anyway. He handed the pendant to Juliet, who squinted at it. It was just a simple capsule with a red rock inside that caught his eye. The craftsmanship was garbage, and Juliet couldn't figure out why this dollar store item was in the treasury. He hung it on the lion statue to scan it. To his surprise, the lion's eyes glowed red. Juliet realized this thing wasn't in the database. He turned to Eugene and confirmed this isn't even Lionheart property. "That shouldn't be here," Juliet muttered. Eugene just played dumb, noting that his necklace somehow snuck its way into the VIP section, always keeping secrets. Juliet kept it 100 with him, saying that pendant was straight-up garbage. You couldn't even pawn it for a dollar store blade. He looked at Eugene like, "You sure you want to lock in this decision, kid?" Zero hesitation, Eugene snatched that pendant up tight. The old man saw the kid wasn't bluffing, let out a deep sigh, and mumbled, "All right, it's yours if you want it that bad." Then he told Roverin to run a diagnostic, just in case the thing was hexed. Eugene hit him with a surprised look, asking, "So, I still get to keep it after the vibe check?" Juliet gripped the pendant, promising the kid it was a done deal. Eugene stared at Juliet, who looked genuinely shook by the whole situation. The boss explained that since the necklace wasn't technically part of the Leon family's elite loot, he was giving Eugene a bonus round to pick something else. Hearing that, Eugene's eyes popped out of his head. Juliet kept grinning, telling him to grab whatever gear he wanted, just like he promised. With a quick bow, Eugene bolted forward, a greedy little smirk plastered across his face. He couldn't believe this dude, a direct descendant of the legendary Vermouth, actually knew how to compromise. Realizing he didn't need to hold back, Eugene made a beeline straight for the Stormbringer's sword. He gripped the handle and ripped that blade out of its sheath. The adrenaline kicked in as he stared at the razor-sharp edge, realizing this bad boy was officially part of his inventory. Later that night at the mansion, Dijiro was pressing Eugene, totally confused why he didn't snag a spear since he was obviously cracked with one. Eugene stood tall in front of Gaji and Dijiro, simply telling them he made the call he wanted to make. Besides, the kid had natural talent with a blade. Dijiro looked like she smelled something nasty, but Gaji was deep in thought, mentioning the sword looked way too lightweight for Eugene's power level. He started picturing massive axes and war hammers, suggesting that with Eugene's raw strength, he needed a heavy hitter like a sledgehammer or a battle axe to really do some damage. Eugene shut that down quick, making it clear he was the CEO of his own decisions. Hearing that, Gaji started flexing his muscles, proudly suggesting that now the ritual was over, the family could hook Eugene up with some steroids to boost his gains. Eugene wasn't vibing with that, so he passed. Dejira pointed at her brother with total cringe, dismissing him as just a dumb meathead. Then she spun around to Eugene, asking to get a look at his new toy. Eugene looked confused but started pulling out the glowing blade anyway. Dejira asked what kind of weapon it was, and Eugene dropped the lore, revealing it was the legendary Stormbringer, Whinnied. He broke it down, saying Gillat told him the King of Wind spirits favored it, and with enough grinding, he could eventually summon spirits. Dejira grudgingly admitted it had drip, but claimed if it were her, she would have grabbed a spear. Eugene tuned out the yapping and focused back on his blade. He mentioned he saw plenty of spears in the vault, including the dragon spear. She started geeking out, explaining its flames burn like literal dragon breath. Eugene just casually tossed his sword over his shoulder, acting like he had no clue what that even looked like. Dejira was getting heated, asking if Eugene saw the Spear of Destruction. She insisted it was the Great Vermouth's ultimate weapon, then smirked and elbowed Gaji. He claimed he'd heard of the demon spear too since the cruel demon king used it. Hearing that name triggered Eugene, his mind drifting back to the dark spirit hierarchy from 300 years ago, back when the demon palace hosted 5 kings. First was the demon king of apocalypse, then confinement. Third was the king of madness. Fourth was brutality, and finally, the king of carnage. Gaji frowned and started beefing with Dejira, telling her she didn't know jack. According to him, the Great Vermouth's greatest weapon wasn't some spear, it was the Earth Crusher Nat Gigalos, wielded by the demon king of carnage. Dejira clapped back that the king of brutality was stronger than carnage, but Gaji explained that a higher rank didn't automatically mean a better weapon. Eugene stood on the sidelines watching the drama, realizing the Earth Crusher was also missing from the vault. He wondered about the spear and the hammer. Both were demon king tier loot. Terrifying weapons like that wouldn't just be sitting in a treasure room. They were likely sealed away in some secret location. Dejira was salty, insisting the demon spear was stronger. Gaji stood his ground, convinced the Earth Crusher was the superior build. Eugene found the whole debate pretty childish, so he started walking away from the bickering duo, thinking about the weapons. Both were undeniably OP. But when it came to Vermouth's actual greatest weapon, no contest, it was the Moonlight Sword. That sword had seen action deep in the Demon City, packing so much destructive power it had permanently deleted both the Demon King of Brutality and the King of Carnage. Holding the Stormbringer now, Eugene was buzzing with excitement. This was the first time he held a legit sword in this life. Feeling the weight, he started swinging it with crack speed and perfect form. His blade work was mesmerizing, leaving the siblings totally shook as they watched him. Meanwhile, back in the boss's office, Juliet and Roverin were having a meeting. Roverin was scanning the necklace for any magical enchantments. After running the diagnostics, he found zero, zilch, nada. It made the wizard wonder why such a basic item was even in the legendary vault. Roverin was mind-blown that Eugene would waste a pick on something like that, but Juliet confirmed the kid had actually chosen it. Still curious, Roverin asked the boss for permission to run a deeper scan using a spell that reads memories stored in mana. After all, mana is everywhere, even in inanimate objects, and it keeps a log of past interactions like a browser history. Juliet gave the green light, so the wizard channeled his magic. The memories flashed before his eyes, nothing crazy, just that it was about 100 years old and bought from some random street vendor. Roverin tried to scroll back further, but the treasure vault's own defensive magic firewalled the mana memories from going back any longer. Knowing the necklace was a century old, Juliet wondered if any OGs were still alive who could spill the tea on it. Finding no leads, he decided to just hand it over to Eugene, since the kid was so thirsty for it. Roverin noticed Juliet was starting to catch feelings for Eugene. And who could blame him? The kid started grinding XP the second he got the sword. Watching Eugene's progress, Juliet confessed to the wizard that he was planning to adopt Eugene as his own son, just like Roverin had suggested earlier. The next day, Eugene met Juliet's youngest brother, John Leon. John was a bachelor who had spent years backpacking around the world with Juliet. That lifestyle explained why he never settled down. Eugene gave him a respectful greeting, but to his surprise, John was hyped to meet him, already knowing Eugene had smoked the main family heirs during the Bloodline Ceremony. Eugene realized John was there to escort him to Juliet, which John confirmed. He explained he wanted to meet in person because he heard the hype but missed the actual showdown. Tradition said only the clan leader was allowed to spectate. Even though Roverin was there, he was just tech support, not the head honcho. John quickly cleared the air, assuring Eugene he didn't have any beef with his brother over it. He seemed to hate the family rules, but Eugene stayed poker-faced. As they walked, Eugene decided John was actually pretty chill and had a free spirit. Curiosity hit him, and he wondered why Juliet had summoned him. John could only guess. That told Eugene that even John was out of the loop. John shrugged, saying it wasn't his business. They arrived at Juliet's office, and John paused to say peace out. Eugene knocked and got the go-ahead. John opened the door for him and threw a playful wink, which Eugene thought was a bit extra. Inside, Juliet was waiting and told Eugene to take a seat. As they sipped tea, Juliet updated Eugene that the necklace had passed the inspection and was deemed basic. The wizard had used mana memory spells but found nothing sus. Eugene froze when he heard mana memory because Sienna used to spam that spell in his past life. A wave of anxiety hit him as he asked what the spell revealed. Juliet shared the findings, but the details left Eugene shook. According to the magic, the necklace was 100 years old and bought off the street. But that was impossible. Eugene vividly remembered wearing that exact same necklace 300 years ago, and he had owned it for decades back then. You gotta wonder, is our boy Eugene tripping or did the spell actually glitch? Even though he knows Rovarian is straight up honest, it feels like the mana memory magic might have hit a system error. But then again, Eugene knows a master wizard doesn't just whiff a shot like that, so he starts thinking maybe the equipment is faulty. While his brain is doing gymnastics, he stays quiet, and Juliet is just eyeing him from across the room. Suddenly, a light bulb goes on in Eugene's head since the test results came back cleaner than fresh kicks. That means he gets to keep the necklace. Juliet confirms it with a smirk, and Eugene snaps that chain around his neck faster than you can say drip. Just as Eugene is about to drop a thank you, Juliet clears his throat and announces that the jewelry wasn't the only reason he called him over. The vibe gets super tense as Juliet struggles to find the right words to drop his big news. Before the old man can speak, Eugene starts spiraling, thinking Juliet is about to ask him to marry his daughter. In Eugene's mind, the puzzle pieces are clicking together perfectly. It explains why Cell was trying to slide into his circle, and why Juliet was suddenly paying attention. It all feels like a massive setup to lock him down in a marriage contract. Eugene starts feeling super sus, like he's being played on a reality TV show. He starts stammering, mumbling about how he's way too young and would need a permission slip from his dad for something that crazy. Before he can finish his panic rant, Juliet cuts him off, looking awkward as heck, clarifying that it's a huge misunderstanding. Eugene freezes, his face turning redder than a stop sign at the cringe scenario his brain just invented. He really just hallucinated marrying a 13-year-old. Talk about a facepalm moment. He wants to disappear right there. But instead of letting the awkward silence kill the mood, Juliet drops the real bomb. He doesn't want a son-in-law. He wants to legally adopt Eugene as his own son. This revelation hits Eugene like a truck, but he quickly realizes it's a strategic power move to draft him onto the main family's roster. Eugene tells Juliet it feels a bit out of left field, but Juliet laughs it off, saying it's way less crazy than the wedding Eugene was dreaming up. The deal gets even sweeter. Juliet offers to bring Eugene's dad into the fold too. According to him, Zora stays his dad, but officially, Eugene becomes royalty in the main clan starting right now. Juliet reaches out for a handshake, asking Eugene to treat him with the respect due to a big brother. Eugene hesitates, running the simulation in his head about what happens if he hits the reject button. Would saying no be total disrespect to his dad? But Juliet, being a stand-up guy, promises there are no hard feelings. He'd be bummed out, sure, but he'd respect the hustle either way. Juliet explains he just wants Eugene to win at life, even if he turns down the offer. Feeling the pressure of a life-changing choice, Eugene calls a timeout to consult his dad before signing anything. Juliet is cool with it, agreeing to put a pin in the adoption talk until after the big party, and promises to have Eugene's dad VIP escorted to the venue. Grateful for the breathing room, Eugene sips his tea and gets down to business, asking, "So, what are the perks?" Juliet breaks it down, explaining he get top-tier training from elite knights. Eugene starts hyping up at the idea, but then he throws a curveball that catches Juliet off guard, asking if the clan head himself would be his personal coach if he signs the papers. Our boy is hungry for gains and wants to see if the leader of the Ion clan is actually cracked at the game. Juliet agrees but drops a truth bomb. You're better off learning from the true MVP, Johnny. He admits Johnny actually outleveled him in skills and combat ages ago. Then Juliet switches topics, asking if Eugene has ever grinded mana stats before. Eugene looks down, admitting he's a total noob at that. Eugene explains he actually told his dad times, not times, to teach him. Terrified, he turned into a villain with zero control over the power. Juliet nods, respecting the discipline and caution Eugene has been showing. Here's the lore. To unlock mana, you need a core stone found inside high-level monsters. Those things are effective but harder to find than a PS5 on launch day and cost a fortune. Plus, you need a pro guide, which Eugene's family definitely can't afford. Juliet realizes Eugene's squad just doesn't have the budget or resources to max out his potential, but he keeps that thought to himself to avoid triggering any bad vibes. Juliet decides he'll hash it out with Zora's later, letting Eugene know this conversation is strictly to be continued. Dinner's done, and Eugene is ready to bounce. Juliet offers a ride, but Eugene hits him with a polite "nah, I'm good," saying he needs to touch grass and get some fresh air. Walking down the hallway, a weird perfume scent hits him. It seems to be coming from a blind spot, but nobody's there. Eugene's spidey senses are tingling. Someone is definitely camping in that corner. He keeps it pushing anyway. Suddenly, Lady Anasilla pops out, faking a clumsy bump into him. Eugene sees right through the bad acting, but decides to play along with the NPC dialogue. He feigns shock, doing the whole, "oh, didn't see you there" routine. Anasilla, smiling like a shark, fishes for info on his long meeting with Gillet. Eugene, knowing she's thirsty for gossip, swerves the topic and asks, "Can I help you with something?" That throws her off. She finds it wild that Eugene not only clapped the main family heir but also secured the dub in the bloodline confirmation test. She realizes his stock is skyrocketing, so logic dictates it's better to add him as a friend than have him as an enemy on the server. Her true intentions start showing. She's plotting to get her daughter Cell hitched to Eugene. That explains why she sent Cell to befriend him earlier. She circles back, trying to pry into his convo with Gillet one more time. But Eugene shuts it down. "That's confidential, ma'am." This makes Anasilla nervous, so she quickly pivots, lying that she just wanted to apologize for Cell's behavior toward him. Eugene waves it off, saying, "Me and Cell, we're cool." Anasilla starts sweating bullets, praising his maturity while claiming she lectured Cell to make sure they get along. Eugene chuckles, dropping a bomb. "Well, it was inevitable since we're family and share the name." That comment hits her like a truck. Beneath the sweet mask, she absolutely loathes him, and hearing him claim family status makes her skin crawl. As Eugene heads for the exit, Anasilla nervously nods along. Walking away, he starts connecting the dots. She was probably the mastermind behind the hazing on day one. Being a distant cousin in a viper pit, he realizes he needs to move in silence and dodge her schemes. Anasilla watches him leave, looking stressed out of her mind. 2 days later, Eugene's dad, Zoraz, pulls up to the mansion from Guan, escorted by Johnny. Stepping out of the carriage, the man is a bundle of nerves and emotions. It finally hits him. His son actually caught the dub at the Bloodline event and beat the main family kids. Zoraz always knew Eugene was a genius, but he felt guilty for never having the resources to buff his stats properly. He honestly thought this trip would be a reality check for Eugene, showing him the harsh gap between the rich kids and them. But nope, Eugene flipped the script completely, exceeding all expectations. Standing at the gate, Zoraz hears a familiar voice calling him. It's Eugene, chilling right next to the clan head, Gillet. Zoraz sprints over and tackles his son in a bear hug, tears streaming down his face. It's a total emotional breakdown, overflowing with pride. Eugene just grins, reminding him, "Told you I'd bring back good news." Zoraz wipes his eyes, mumbling, sorry for doubting him. Then he spots Gillet watching the show and straightens up fast to say hello, while Gillet apologizes for the last-minute summon. "Are you kidding?" "Thanks for the invite," Zoraz says. He then asks if they can chat off the record, and they head indoors. Once they're in the private office, Gillet drops the adoption bombshell. Zoraz is stunned. Gillet adds the cherry on top. If Zoraz agrees, he gets a ticket to the main clan too. But instead of popping champagne, Zoraz looks terrified. He starts voicing concerns about Eugene's future. He's scared the main family might bully Eugene, especially since Gillet already has 3 kids of his own. He's worried they won't accept Eugene as one of them. Gillet gets the vibe and reassures him that in this house, the direct bloodline is the only currency that matters. So here's the tea. Girard decided Eugene would never be in the running for the head of the house title, even with the adoption papers signed, because his bloodline is considered mid. But Girard did drop a consolation prize. If Eugene chills on the ambition, he gets to live that bougie royal lifestyle and vibe with the main family kids. Zorat was down with the plan but insisted on running it by Eugene first. Meanwhile, our boy Eugene is out there on the training grounds, grinding XP and swinging that legendary storm sword with aimbot precision. Mid-workout, he spots his bio dad standing nearby looking depressed AF. Eugene's spider senses started tingling. He figured the bad vibes were about the adoption news, so he asked, "Yo, what's the damage?" Before Zorat could even answer, he clocked the storm sword in Eugene's hand and got hit with major imposter syndrome. He realized that even if he sold a kidney, he couldn't afford a pay-to-win weapon like that for his son. Avoiding eye contact like he owed money, Zorat told Eugene he should sign the contract with Girard, swearing it was the absolute meta play for his future. He also warned him that the haters were going to come for him hard. But Eugene, he just shrugged it off, full of main character energy, basically telling his dad, "Let him try. Nobody's blocking my lane." Zorat went full simp mode, hugging Eugene tight and reminding him not to forget his OG gamer tag even if he changes clans. Eugene reassured him, "Chill, Dad. You're always going to be player 1 to me." That hit Zorat right in the feels, and he started bawling like a baby. Eugene realized the adoption was actually happening, no cap. He wasn't exactly hyped about it, but he knew the loot drops would be insane. He had zero plans to try and steal the throne. He knew the fam would never trust him anyway, but he was ready to tank whatever emotional damage they threw his way. He knew Girard's 2 wives would try to micromanage him like toxic managers, but Eugene had a strat. Plan A, ghost them. Plan B, if that glitches out, he's got the storm sword to handle business face to face. Gerard threw a massive banger for all the families who passed the bloodline check. And get this, it wasn't a pity party for the main branch taking an L. It was a straight-up victory lap for the side branch squad. The guests were mixing and mingling, networking like crazy. People were sliding into Zorat's in real-life DMs, hyping him up for making it into the big leagues. GGI's dad even offered him some Swole Patrol muscle supplements. Eugene watched from the nosebleed section, thinking, yeah, I'm gonna pass on the socializing. Stepping into the spotlight now would just be clout chasing, and he was too drained for that drama. Meanwhile, in the corner of the lobby, Anisella and Saiyan were huddled up. Saiyan looked like he wanted to delete his account right there. Anisella elbowed him, whispering, bro, fix your face and act confident. She told him, look, chat is gonna compare you to Eugene forever. When they look at you, they're only gonna remember you got 360 no-scope by a side branch kid. They're gonna meme you into oblivion. Saiyan hung his head, feeling the cringe in 4K resolution. His mom stepped closer, whispering that he gotta hold that L, but not let it crash his entire game. Even if they roast him in the comments, he has to remember, he's her son and a direct descendant. That's a verified checkmark nobody can revoke. Saiyan, still nervous, was like, bet. She leaned in, dropping more knowledge. Eugene might not get the crown, but don't go away from keyboard and relax just yet. Instead, he needs to grind harder and become the swollest Lionheart ever to secure that clan leader spot. And the kicker? Go be besties with Eugene. Saiyan was confused. Cause we're bros now? Anisella nodded, totally capping, yeah, treat him like family. But in her head, she knew Eugene would be a cracked ally later. That carry potential is huge. Saiyan was skeptical but agreed to follow the script. He still had no clue how to friend request the guy who literally stomped him in PvP earlier. Meanwhile, Seal snacking on some appetizers reminded Eugene, we're siblings now. Eugene nodded, but then she demanded, start calling me big sis. Eugene hit her with a side eye, you're like a few months older, chill. Seal smirked like a troll. Technically, I'm still the elder, even if it's by seconds. She mumbled under her breath about how ridiculous this matchmaking algorithm was. She wouldn't drop it, spamming him to say big sis. Eugene thought she was tripping. The age gap was practically a rounding error, making her demands super cringe, but she kept nagging him like an unskippable ad. Eugene held the line. He smirked and told her, I'll call you that when I respawn in the next life. Maybe. Over in Gerard's office, Reverian kept it real with Isekai'd. Look, I can't just auto-accept you as a disciple. The Red Tower is all about summoning magic. I gotta check your stats and see if you have the aptitude first. Isekai'd frowned. And if I'm actually cracked at summoning, Reverian admitted, well, that would be Pog. However, Aras won't care about the Lionheart gamertag unless his talent is so bright it blinds the other noobs. Without that god-tier potential, Reverian couldn't take him on as a direct student. Isekai'd felt the nerf incoming and agreed sadly. But Reverian added, look, me and your dad go way back, so I'll make sure you get some buffs. I'll keep the trolls away and put you in the best setup for your magic build. Even though he was bummed about not being the star, Isekai'd started feeling the hype train leaving the station. Even if he wasn't the main disciple, escaping his suffocating family to nerd out on magic was a vibe. He glanced at his dad, who was silent, basically telling him, your life, your choice. Isekai'd's mom stepped up, yo, listen. Your dad pulled massive strings for this loot. You've been a magic nerd since you were in diapers, so take the W gracefully. But then she dropped the heavy stuff. Don't forget you're my son and the future CEO House Lionheart. She warned him. Even at wizard school, represent the set. Gerard heard her yapping and shouted, cut the stream. But she clapped back, claiming she was just giving her son a pep talk. Internally, though, she was spiraling. She imagined Anisella laughing her toxic laugh about Isekai'd getting shipped off to boarding school. She felt defeated. In her eyes, Isekai'd was too soft, a total bot compared to what a true descendant should be. She figured he's better off at Aras. Maybe he can network with some OP wizards, level up his power, and build a squad to carry him later. She told him one last time, remember, your tag is a legit Lionheart. Isekai'd nodded, knowing the convo was over. The next day, Reverian and Isekai'd fast-traveled to Aras. One by one, the other kids went back to their own servers, leaving the mansion dead silent. Eugene and Zorat finally had the guest house to themselves. Today was huge. Eugene was finally going to start farming mana for the first time since his reincarnation. Eugene knew there are two metas for mana farming, breathing techniques and physical grinding. Breathing is downloading mana from the air like Wi-Fi, while physical training is generating it through movement. Both are hard mode, but breathing is definitely S tier. In his past life, Eugene started with physical grinding before switching to breathing on the advice of his squad, Sienna and Vermouth. He remembered the Lionheart style favored breathing. Eugene found Gianni waiting at the spawn point. Gianni gave a chill nod. You ready to grind? As they started, Eugene's mind started buffering a bit. He thought about spirit vein zones where mana is ultra-dense. There was one in the main family's forest, a VIP lounge exclusively for direct descendants. Vermouth literally crafted it from scratch 300 years ago. Eugene couldn't help but fanboy over Vermouth's dev-level skills to create something that broken. As they walked, Gianni asked, "You nervous, kid?" Instead of freaking out, Eugene was actually totally pumped. Gianni gave him the heads up that this upcoming mission wasn't going to be a walk in the park, promising to have his back even though it was going to be a serious grind. But get this, he dropped some info that since the kid is young, sensing mana should be a breeze. Gianni explained that Seal and Sean started grinding at 5 or 6 years old and nailed it in just 3 days, while Io needed about a week. For the branch families, they usually start training mana around Eugene's age, but it's totally normal for them to take a whole month before they feel a single thing. Gianni was confident Eugen wouldn't need that long, though especially with his coaching and access to a spirit vein. When Eugen asked for an Ite, Gianni guessed about 10 days. Eugen just scratched his head and grinned, betting himself he'd crush it in 10 minutes max. As they chatted, they finally rolled up to a wooden cabin deep in the woods. Gianni unlocked the door, and once they were inside, he led Eugen down a set of stairs to this weird, circular basement. He told the kid to sit dead center. Once he settled in, Gianni started breaking down the secret technique. This special mana training was the legendary Vermouth's legacy. But here's the kicker, distant relatives are strictly banned from learning the OG version. Instead, they get taught the Red Flame method, a watered-down version with zero versatility. Gianni revealed to Eugen that times right here was the real deal, only for the main bloodline. As he channeled mana through his body, Gianni was suddenly engulfed in this powerful energy surge. He introduced it as the White Flame. Eugen didn't recognize the name, but that look, he'd definitely seen that flashy glow somewhere before. Vermouth used to rock this style back in the day, his body always bathed in white fire like a majestic lion's mane. Back then, Eugen could never overpower the brilliance of those flames. As Eugen started meditating, Gianni mentioned he wouldn't sense mana immediately and told him to just focus on his breathing for now. Eugen casually dropped that he could already feel the mana, but Gianni brushed it off as pure imagination. He thought the kid was trying too hard. To prove a point, Gianni summoned a mana orb around Eugen. Every single time, Eugen pinpointed its location without skipping a beat, pointing it out instantly. Getting bored, Eugen finally asked, "Yo, how long are we going to keep playing this game?" Gianni was absolutely shook by Eugen's rapid progress, realizing this kid's skills were leveling up at a glitchy speed. Sighing, he got down to eye level with Eugen. He said if the kid could really sense mana, they could skip the tutorial. Gianni told him to stay quiet, look inward, and pay close attention to his body's internal vibes. They kicked off the session. Gianni guided Eugen to take slow, deep breaths, imagining he was inhaling mana from the spirit vein, syncing it with the white flame, and steering it straight to his heart. As Eugen started channeling, Gianni stepped back, stunned that the kid nailed it on the first try. Still, he warned him that this was just the opening act. While Eugen was speed-running the mana process, Gianni watched in disbelief. To him, this growth was insane. Even though Eugen knew this stuff from his past life, this new body was absorbing mana like a sponge. With every single breath, he could feel the mana inside him stacking up. However, realizing he was just a kid, he decided to pump the brakes before he overdid it. Eugen guided the mana to his heart, forming a core that made him break a sweat. Gianni just stood there, completely frozen. He knew most people start with a tiny speck and grind to make it bigger. Totally floored, Gianni called Eugen a straight-up monster, which made the kid ask if that was supposed to be a compliment. Gianni suggested they head back. On the walk, he explained the major difference between red and white flame, the splitting of the core. The red flame method doesn't let you split your core, but the white flame technique naturally causes the core to divide once you hit a certain level. This boosts mana efficiency like crazy because the cores resonate to amplify their total power. These split cores are called stars. Vermouth the Legend created 10 stars, a record nobody's ever touched. Both Jit and Gianni had managed to hit 6 stars. Right now, CL and Isekai'd only have 1 star each. Gianni wasn't sure about Isekai'd, but he bet the twins would hit 2 stars in a couple of years since they started 6 years ago. Curious about his own stats, Eugen asked how long it'd take him to reach that level. Gianni assured him that as long as he didn't slack off, he'd lap them in no time. Eugen was hyped to hear that and vowed to go all out. Deep down, he knew he'd respawn in an OP body with the chance to master Vermouth's legendary training. Even if he wasn't sure about hitting 10 stars, he was totally confident he could tweak and perfect the method however he needed. Eugen admitted he owed Vermouth one, realizing this inherited technique would let him achieve way more than he could alone. When they got back, Gianni offered to handle the explanations with Gillett so Eugen could go crash. Eugen agreed to rest, but he was plotting something else. He knew sleep would fix the fatigue, but he secretly wanted to test drive his new upgrades immediately. Back in his room, he startled Hera with his quick return and ordered her to bring him the wind god's sword as soon as possible. When she brought it, he unsheathed the blade, wondering if his crazy idea would actually work. He pumped mana from his core into the sword, and boom, a massive windstorm erupted, almost blowing Hera away. Inside that tornado, a voice called out Eugene's real name, Hamel. Startled, Eugene instantly recognized the speaker as the Wind King, Tempest. Tempest gave him a warm welcome, acknowledging him as Hamel reborn. When Eugene asked how he knew, Tempest explained that a soul doesn't change, no matter how much time passes or what body it's in. He added that it had been ages since anyone summoned him through the wind god's sword. Tempest admitted he originally thought it was one of Vermouth's descendants, until he recognized the specific vibe of his soul. Eugene snapped, demanding to know why Vermouth never finished off the Demon King. He screamed at Tempest for answers, since the spirit was with them on the raid even after Hamel died. Tempest explained he didn't know Vermouth's full plan, but during the final showdown with the imprisoned Demon King, Vermouth actually sheathed his sword. That dropped Eugene's jaw. Tempest made it clear that everyone fought to the bitter end, but eventually, only the Demon King and Vermouth were left standing. After putting his weapon away, Vermouth made the fateful call to walk away without taking the Demon King's life. Eugene sat there in disbelief, trying to process the betrayal. He remembered hearing rumors that Vermouth made some kind of pact with the Demon King and demanded the details. But Tempest said the promise was a mystery known only to the two who were there. From the moment Vermouth sheathed his blade, he effectively tied his own hands. Eugene screamed in frustration, yelling that everyone else involved except those two was dead and gone. He shouted, asking if Tempest seriously expected him to dig up Vermouth's corpse just to get some answers. Tempest stayed cool, though, explaining he didn't have time to chat. He revealed he had to force a gate open just to talk to Eugene and now had to shut it down. Before vanishing, he promised Eugene they'd link up again when he got stronger. As Tempest's face faded, Eugene started screaming for answers, until he collapsed, hitting the floor as the tornado died out. Hera found him in a total mess, terrified. Eugene was carried to bed while unconscious. When he finally woke up, a massive headache hit him like a truck. And that's when it hit him, he totally face-planted because his mana tank hit empty, which is pretty much guaranteed when you try to run an engine on fumes. Thinking back on that wild encounter, he replayed Tempest's words about recognizing souls. For the longest time, Eugene had this major imposter syndrome, thinking he wasn't the real deal but just some construct built from dusty memories. But now, he was locked in. A rush of pure adrenaline hit him as the truth sank in. He really was the OG Hamel from 300 years ago. While Eugene was vibe-checking his own existence, Hera walked in and nearly dropped her jaw, seeing him awake. She told him he'd been out cold for like half a day, and mentioned that Gillard and Johnny were chilling outside, ready to see him. Gillard and Johnny didn't waste a second coming in. Gillard got straight to the point, mentioning how Hera told them about the insane hurricane. Eugene whipped up the second he grabbed the wind god's sword. With zero chill, he asked if Eugene had actually summoned a wind spirit. Eugene paused, doing some quick mental math, considering the whole estate probably saw the light show, denying it would be super sus. So, he went with a half-truth and just casually dropped the bomb. Yeah, the king of wind spirits actually showed up. That answer absolutely floored Johnny, leaving him looking like a statue for a second. Eugene played it cool, saying he was just curious who paged him, noting it had been ages since anyone actually reached out. Johnny broke it down, explaining that since the legendary Vermouth kicked the bucket, literally nobody has been able to dial up the Wind King. Eugene nodded, adding that Tempest definitely roasted him for being weak, but hinted at a meetup later. Johnny let out a disbelief laugh, clearly thinking this kid was built different. He'd already heard the tea from Hera about Eugene's instant mana sensing and how fast he picked up the White Flame formula. Those feats were already impressive, but catching the eye of the Wind Spirit King, that was on a whole other level of legendary. Eugene just smirked at the praise, while Gillard laid out the plan. Chill for a few days, and then Johnny was going to put him through the ringer. They were originally supposed to wait until after the blood ceremony, but Gillard decided Eugene's gains were priority number one. Eugene acted all humble, thanking them but insisting he didn't want to be deadweight for Johnny. Johnny shut that down fast, saying it wasn't a hassle at all. He was actually pumped to train Eugene personally. He mentioned he'd be coaching Sean and CL too, with Gillard jumping in whenever he could. Gillard grinned, hoping Eugene's insane progress would light a fire under Sean and Seal. Meanwhile, over at the training grounds, the twins were already going at it. Seal mentioned that Eugene had already hit 1 star in the White Flame, and Sean wasn't even surprised. Seal, however, was salty about how long it took them to reach that same level. Sean got defensive, snapping back that hitting that milestone in a month was considered speedrunning even for their ancestors. Still, neither of them could wrap their heads around Eugene doing it in a single day. Fueled by that frustration, They went back to sparring with way more aggression. Back in his room, Eugene waited for everyone to bounce before grabbing the wind god's sword. A small ripple of energy released a low-tier spirit, literally the best he could summon with his current mana fumes. He asked the little wisp if it heard anything from the big boss, but got zero response. Eugene figured these low-level spirits had the IQ of a rock and gave up on chatting. Switching tactics, Eugene threatened the Storm King and ordered the wisp to deliver the message. The fairy clearly didn't vibe with his attitude and zoomed through his hair to mess it up before vanishing. Eugene stared at the ceiling, thinking about how he was the only one who actually died in the Demon King's castle. His whole squad survived Vermouth, but only Vermouth and the Demon King knew the real terms of their secret treaty. He made a pact with himself to go back to Vermouth one day. But not just there, he planned to hit up the hometowns of his old crew, too. He needed to uncover the truth, but he knew he had to get jacked first. With his current baby body, surviving those trips would be straight up impossible. Still, Eugene kept his hopes up, confident he'd get the power he needed. Fast forward 4 years, and Eugene was now a 17-year-old beast, more shredded than anyone expected. He trained mana every single day without rest, and his body took it like a champ. He crushed the 3-star level of the White Flame method, but honestly, he still wasn't satisfied. Eugene knew that to maximize this new muscular build, he had to surpass his past self. During a sparring session with a grown-up Seal, he casually mentioned he wanted to head to Aeroth. Seal looked totally confused by the sudden news, pushing him to explain. He revealed that during his morning grind, he hit a major breakthrough. To prove it, Eugene flared his mana, unleashing the full force of his 3-star cores. The massive energy wave nearly knocked Seal over, and watching from the sidelines, Sean couldn't believe his eyes. Even though Eugene started learning mana 7 years after Sean, he completely dusted him, hitting 3 stars while Sean was stuck at 2. Eugene shrugged it off, calling it the perks of being a prodigy. That just made Sean salty, and he whined about Eugene using him as a punching bag every morning. Eugene fired back, pointing out that Sean was the one begging to spar, adding he could quit whenever he wanted. Exhausted from the beatdowns, Sean was ready to tap out, but he had to ask why Eugene wanted to learn magic, just like their older brother Eward did. You see, Eward had also tried the magic route, heading to Aroth to apprentice under the head wizard Lovelian. Unfortunately, the guy flopped hard because he had zero talent. Even with Gillard pulling strings to get him a spot, Eward spent 4 years mooching off the magic tower with absolutely no gains to show for it. Hearing that, Eugene jokingly told Sean to stop trash-talking their brother. But then Sean got real, admitting the actual reason he didn't want Eugene to study magic. Seal would be miserable if he left. Eugene didn't buy that for a second, since Seal barely spoke to him and mostly trained solo. Ignoring Sean's drama, Eugene walked off to find Gillard while Sean kept yelling after him. Eugene's mission was to drop the news on Gillard about hitting 3 stars and his plan to dip for Aeroth. When he spilled the beans, Gillard went from shocked to totally awestruck. Hitting 3 stars at Eugene's age was unheard of in Lionheart history. Gillard hype-talked him, betting that with his grind set, Eugene could probably smash through to the 4th level pretty soon. Eugene knew he was plateauing at the main estate, so he asked for permission to head to Aeroth to study new subjects. The request stressed Gillard out, but being the supportive grandpa figure, he couldn't block Eugene's hunger for knowledge. He reluctantly gave the green light, but with a major warning: stay far away from the dark wizards hanging out in the Black Tower. Even though they weren't public enemy number 1 anymore, Vermouth's descendants had an unwritten rule to never touch dark magic. Eugene knew the risks better than anyone, having fought actual demons back in the day. He assured Gillard that he absolutely loathed dark magic and promised he wouldn't turn to the dark side. Leaving the office, Eugene walked past Seal's room when she shouted at him from behind the door. He smirked and told her to come out, but she refused, claiming she was a sweaty mess from training and didn't want to be seen. Seal then admitted she was bummed about him moving to Aeroth, mentioning she'd already heard the scoop from Sean about his 3-star achievement. Eugene explained he needed to go there to really learn, but Seal tried to bargain, suggesting they just fly a wizard in from the capital. Getting emotional, she promised that she and her brother would grind hard to get stronger while he was away. Eugene was clowning around, saying, "Yo, imagine how lit it would be if we actually sparred for real." But speaking of throwing hands, he hit up his dad for some extra cash before dipping. CL was totally in her feelings about him leaving, asking exactly how long he planned to crash in Aeroth. Eugene told her, just a couple of years, tops. She wasn't having it, though she tried everything to make him stay, even trying to guilt-trip him using his dad. But Eugene shut that down, explaining that the old man was actually vibing and loving life right now. Pops is just out there hunting 24/7. Eugene laughed. CL tried to drag Gilead and Sienna into the drama, claiming the whole squad would be depressed, but Eugene? Stone cold. No matter how hard she tried, he was unshakable. What CL didn't know was that, low-key, Eugene didn't really want to leave her either. After packing his drip, Eugene went to say peace out to his bio dad. And of course, his dad gave him that classic lecture. Remember, son, stay away from the toxic crowd in Aroth. Eugene fired back with a grin. Yeah, and you better not skip your workouts, old man. That cracked his dad up. Standing tall, his father sent him off with one of those warm, proud dad smiles. The whole crew pulled up to the warp gate for the final send-off. Juliet asked if he needed bodyguards, but Eugene tapped his chest like, chill, I can solo this. Gilead knew the kid was a prodigy, 3 stars, already totally unlike his flop of a son, Eward. As Eugene stepped toward the portal, his dad suddenly started bawling like a baby. Eugene kept his cool guy persona, smirking back. Come on, Pops, send your boy off with a smile, not the waterworks. His dad quickly wiped the tears and forced a grin. That was all Eugene needed. With a satisfied smile, he turned his back, stepped through the gate, and teleported straight to the kingdom of Aroth. Aroth popped up looking straight up, breathtaking, 5 magic towers scraping the sky in a perfect pentagon with a massive palace in the center. As Eugene looked around, he realized this place had a major glow-up since his past life. The city even had these floating stations connected by portals, basically a magical subway system in the sky. These stations ran on high-tier spells, proving Aroth's magic game was absolutely unmatched. While Eugene chilled in the carriage, the tour guide wouldn't stop yapping about the scenic views and rich culture of Aroth. Dude was trying way too hard to flex the kingdom's magical heritage. Apparently, that pentagon structure has 15 separate platforms, all built by the legendary Sienna. According to the guide, Sienna even designed the flying carriage they were riding in. Even though it was vintage, the ride was smooth thanks to constant maintenance. The guide kept rambling about the Pentagon, so Eugene cut him off. Yo, enough history class. Take me to Sienna's mansion. Now. That made the guide's eyes light up because Sienna's crib is, like, a top 3 tourist trap in Aroth. Everyone wants to see it. The guide explained that Sienna became the youngest tower master ever, 300 years ago, right after she got back from the Demon City. They even put up a statue of her in the Green Tower to honor her legendary status. Then he dropped some lore. Sienna used to live in that mansion until she just ghosted everyone. She left a sticky note saying she retired and vanished. Mages have been trying to track her down for ages with zero luck. The guide had a theory that she went to the Demon City, Vermouth. Fun fact, she disappeared exactly 100 years after she left Hamel's body in that same city. He believes she went back to get revenge for Hamel. Rumor on the street is that Hamel was head over heels for Sienna and even confessed his love right before he kicked the bucket. Hearing that fake news made Eugene furious, and the guide looked super nervous seeing his reaction. Eugene chilled out quickly, though, making the guide awkward laugh, probably thinking Eugene just hates cheesy romance stories. There are other theories about her disappearance, too. Everyone knows Sienna hated black magic with a passion and blocked the Black Tower's construction until the day she went missing. Some people think the shady folks behind the Black Tower assassinated her. Eugene almost laughed. He knows Sienna's power level. The idea of her getting taken out by some randoms, 0% chance. But he did wonder if the Demon King got involved. Even today, the Black Tower is funded by Vermouth, and Sienna was a massive roadblock for their dark magic agenda. That would definitely give the Demon King a motive to make a move. Anyway, Eugene finally pulled up to Sienna's mansion, and hundreds of fanboys and believers were already gathered there. They were literally praying for good grades on their tests and interviews. The guide explained these were students trying to manifest some luck for the Magic Tower entrance exams. There was an entrance fee for the grounds, and the price to enter the building was double. Eugene was like, why is it so expensive? The guide said people pay it because rumor has it praying to Sienna guarantees you pass. They walked up to the main gate, and the guide flashed Eugene's ID card. As soon as the guards saw Eugene Lionheart, their eyes bugged out. They gave him VIP access instantly. The guide waited outside while Eugene headed in alone, dying to see what Sienna had been up to all those years. Walking down the halls, the place was massive, which makes sense since she lived there for a century. It brought back a memory of Sienna asking him about his retirement plans back in the day. Hamel hadn't really thought about it, but Sienna had strong opinions. She believed they deserved some peace and quiet after spending their entire youth fighting in that hellhole. Hamel never took it seriously, assuming Molan just wanted to play king. Hamel used to roast him, but Sienna always defended the guy, saying everyone has the right to dream. When Hamel asked her about her future plans, she froze. Deep down, she just wanted a simple life, get married, have some kids, the whole cottagecore vibe. Standing in front of her portrait now, Eugene realized Sienna never got to live that dream, even after 100 years in this mansion. His heart felt heavy as he reached out to touch her painting. Suddenly, a guard yelled, "Hey, don't touch that," strictly enforcing the rules. Eugene was annoyed, but he pulled his hand back. Honestly, he only came here to check out the massive basement library anyway. He headed downstairs to the rows of magic books, and suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Maybe Sienna left a clue about her disappearance here. He tried to grab a book to check, but that same annoying guard blocked him again, reciting the same boring rules. Eugene was getting triggered. He couldn't even open a single book. He just scanned the titles, his mind drifting to that mysterious necklace. It was a piece of the Lionheart treasure that was never recorded in the logs. Even its mana signature had been altered. It was weird that it had been sitting there forever, yet he only just noticed it. Did the necklace recognize his soul as Hamel? Just like the wind spirit Tempest did, Eugene was now 100% sure someone had hacked his reincarnation process. If it was Sienna, he was sure she would have left a breadcrumb trail. But after searching the place until he was exhausted, he found absolutely nothing. He was confused and stuck. Then he had an idea. He tried to call out to Sienna's soul, hoping it would trigger some kind of reaction. But crickets, nothing happened. Frustrated, Eugene decided to bounce. On his way out, he tossed the guide a gold coin as a tip, and the dude looked like he'd just won the lottery. The guide suggested a nearby restaurant, but Eugene was on a mission. He insisted on going straight to the Red Magic Tower. As they hopped in the carriage, Eugene asked about Ward. The guy got all nervous. Apparently, everyone in town knows Ward's face. Since Eugene was staying at the Red Tower, he wanted all the tea on the guy. The guide hesitated, not wanting to spill the beans. Eugene reassured him, "Look, I haven't met him yet. I just need a heads up so I'm not caught off guard later." Eugene promised to keep it a secret and not to rage if he heard bad news. Feeling safer, the guide finally whispered the truth. Ward goes out every single night, partying hard and living like a total mess. Eugene was totally shook because Yod is only 19, way too young to be mixed up in this mess. The guy dropped the bomb that Yod had been hanging out with a succubus lately. That news really ticked Eugene off. He was fuming just thinking about a demon babe chilling in the Tower of Wrath, wondering how something that crazy could even go down. The guy broke it down for him, blamed the Black Magic Tower. That place is basically a magnet for dark wizards and demons, creating the perfect vibe for creeps like that to roam free. Now Eugene was dying of embarrassment. His own brother hooking up with a monster? Gross. Then the guide mentioned a sketchy street nearby, a red light district so dangerous even the 5-0 steer clear of it. Turns out, Yod is a regular at this shady spot, but the place is locked up tight tonight and only opens its doors when the full moon hits. Eugene planned to stay in his lane and keep his distance from Yod, but knowing his bro was messing around with another soul-sucking demon just made his blood boil. The guide was sweating bullets, reminding him to keep this info on the down low. Eugene agreed, but he was still salty about his brother. Despite the drama, he decided to crash that party on the next full moon. While they chatted, their ride finally pulled up to the Red Magic Tower. Waiting at the entrance was Hera, one of the tower's mages, looking sharp. She said the boss was waiting, but then boom. A massive explosion rocked the tower mid-sentence. Hera explained it was a summoning class gone wrong. High risk, high reward, and a total mess. The blast set 2 spirit monsters loose. Luckily, Rovarian, the head honcho of the Red Tower, swooped in and snagged them before they could bounce. Rovarian doesn't play games with his students. He expelled the kids responsible for the screw-up on the spot. Then he spotted Eugene and hustled down to say what's up. Rovarian commented on how much Eugene had grown. Eugene shrugged, saying, "Same old me." Rovarian blamed it on youth magic, but Eugene sensed a different vibe coming from the old man now. He wasn't on Shia's level, obviously, but Eugene had to admit Rovarian was a legit 5-star keeper. The guy had skills. Gillette had already briefed Rovarian on why Eugene was there, and the master was hyped to see him work. Suddenly, the main doors creaked open, and Eugene's jaw dropped. Yod looked absolutely wrecked. He looked like a demon had sucked the life right out of him. Rovarian told Yod to say hi, but the guy could barely mumble a sentence. Eugene just looked at him, totally disappointed. Rovarian ordered Yod to get back to the books. Once the zombie brothers shuffled away, the master apologized for the awkward scene and asked Eugene what the game plan was. Eugene said he wanted to self-study magic, believing the solo grind is the best grind. Rovarian was cool with it but suggested Hera tag along as an assistant, and Eugene didn't hate the idea. As Rovarian welcomed him, Eugene's first request was, "Take me to the library." For the next month, that place became his second home. He read magic tomes from dawn till dusk and drilled mana control until he passed out. Thanks to his gifted physique, he bounced back fast, running on barely any sleep. With that advantage, he crushed every beginner book in just 1 month and felt ready to cast real spells. He followed Sai's unique method, a tiered system used by basically every wizard in Aris. One of the key levels involves visualizing a circle shaped like a star. When a mage's mana busts out of that circle's boundary, a new ring forms. That is magic 101 for everyone, whether you are into dark arts or spirit stuff. To sharpen his skills, Eugene started training with Hera. She hyped up the circle method, claiming it has been the meta for the last 300 years. But Eugene wanted to remix it with his own Lionheart mana technique. Hera warned him not to mess with the Formula 1 wrong move and he wouldn't be casting squat. Or worse, he could seriously hurt himself in the process. Don't try this at home, folks. Eugene ignored the red flags, he was confident. Hera was skeptical, but she pulled out her staff, ready to jump in if things went south. Eugene gave the nod and started channeling. He realized his white flame technique and the circle method were actually kind of similar, both used stars to control the flow. But instead of just stars, Eugene wanted to swap them out for circles inside his core to boost the amount of mana he could handle. He knew regulating his mana was key because he couldn't guess how much juice he'd need. Hera watched in awe. For a rookie, Eugene was sustaining the process way longer than expected. It was an impressive feat. Wrapped in a glow of blue energy, Eugene summoned a fireball and morphed it into a pure magic orb. His control was so good, Hera actually felt a twinge of jealousy. He did all that just by thinking about it. Curious to see his firepower, she summoned a Cabrium Golem right in front of him as a target. It wasn't great at blocking physical hits, but it was basically a tank against magic. Perfect practice dummy for Eugene's new magic missile. He locked on and fired. Asterisk, bam. Asterisk, the missile drilled straight through the golem's chest, wrecking it instantly. Rovarian came running to see the aftermath and stood there, totally shook. Even though the golem was just a monster, Eugene's hit was devastating. Hera, still reeling, explained that even with his weird technique, Eugene was hitting as hard as a three-circle mage. Rovarian was horrified in a good way. Eugene had just done the impossible, swapping standard mana control for his own physical method and making it work. Rovarian was now thinking, should I just promote this kid to three-circle status right now? Deep in thought, he asked about Eugene's background. Hera checked the schedule and said Eugene had plans. Rovarian paused, then dropped a heavy question. Do you think he is ready for the Asia Yan Royal Library? Hera gasped. That place is VIP, only high-ranking mages and nobles. But Rovarian felt Eugene had earned the golden ticket. He noted that Eugene didn't just master the basics, he seamlessly integrated his own style. And the way he one-shotted that golem, that speaks volumes. Rovarian decided to write a letter of recommendation right there. Hera was worried the other mages would throw a fit, but Rovarian waved her off. He didn't care about the haters. Where is he anyway? Rovarian asked. Meeting a friend, she replied. While the master processed that, Eugene was already strolling through the model square in Ares. He was checking out a statue of Shia when a familiar face rolled up. It was Gago, sporting a full beard at 18. That kid is definitely juicing on his family's special steroids. They exchanged the U, got huge compliments and a solid dap. But the second they shook hands, Gagoy started pitching his family's muscle potions. Eugene shut that down fast. Gagoy was shocked, bringing up how the stuff helped Eugene's dad get shredded, but Eugene wasn't buying it. Losing patience, Eugene asked, Yo, why did you call me here? Gagoy's voice dropped. He mentioned that demon red light district again, whispering that a giant's egg was hitting the auction block. Our boy Eugene literally cannot believe his ears. This dude really dragged him all the way out here just to talk about buying a giant's family jewels? Big yikes. The poor giant who lost those is taking a massive L right now. Gargith has this genius plan to hand the giant's stones over to an alchemist, hoping to turn them into some next-level steroids for maximum muscle gains. But here is the kicker. He is broke, so he begs Eugene to tag along as his personal ATM for the auction. Eugene thinks the whole vibe is super weird, but then Gargith literally drops to his knees and starts begging like a toddler. The cringe is too real, so Eugene caves just to make it stop. Plus, Gargith mentions there will be other high-tier loot on the block. Honestly, Eugene could not care less about the auction items. The real reason he agreed, he has his own secret agenda to check out the Demon Red Light District later that night. This decision came after he bumped into Isekai'd a few days ago, who looked absolutely wasted, totally hooked on that succubus drain. Eugene knows for a fact his brother is going to show up again when the full moon hits. But before that, the moment Eugene got back to the Red Tower, Rovarian summoned him to the office. The old man wanted to talk about the Isekai'd situation too. They sit down, cut the small talk, and Rovarian slides a letter of recommendation across the desk. Eugene reads it and his jaw hits the floor. He realizes this is the golden ticket to the Royal Library of Akasha, which holds 300 years of magic secrets and thousands of spellbooks. Still, Eugene plays it cool and humble, acting like he is totally not qualified for such a massive honor. But Rovarian is not hearing it. He is 100% convinced that getting Eugene into that library is the key to unlocking his crazy magical potential and expanding his brain. This place is stacked with ancient grimoires written by the greatest sages in history. Eugene gets curious, wondering if there are any original manuscripts left behind by the wise Sienna herself. Rovarian confirms the tea. Akasha holds 3 original volumes of her spellbook, containing all the secret sauce she developed in her final years. According to him, these are the holy grail of magic, and 0 copies exist anywhere else. He reminisces about the first time he cracked those books open. He realized everything he had learned before was basically kindergarten tricks compared to her level. Lovarian admits the letter is not a guaranteed pass, but asks if Eugene is down to try. Inside, Eugene is screaming with excitement, but on the outside, he keeps up the humble act, pretending he is worried his lack of experience might cause drama. Lovarian waves off the concern, totally confident that Eugene can handle the heat and seems chill with everything. Eugene decides to quit while he is ahead so the old man does not take the letter back out of annoyance. He shifts gears and asks about Iode and the messy situation down in the Demon Red Light District. Lovarian looks super embarrassed and confirms that Iode completely ignored his warnings. He explains that back in the day, succubi used to drain people's life force until they literally dropped dead. But ever since Vermouth opened the borders, the demons had to rebrand. Now, succubi still take a sip of your energy, but they do not kill you because the Queen of Nightmares made it illegal. Eugene still thinks Iode is acting like a total loser, but Lovarian plays devil's advocate. He reveals Iode came with high hopes but got wrecked by his own lack of talent. The kid kept failing and spiraled into depression, and even extra tutoring did not help. The massive pressure from his family was just crushing him. Lovarian figured letting Iode take a few vacation days would keep him sane. Without those breaks, he thinks the kid would have snapped a long time ago. Eugene gets the struggle. He knows the Lionheart family politics are toxic. Gilead's two wives are constantly plotting and competing to get their own kids on the throne. Meanwhile, the twins are absolute prodigies, leaving Iode in the dust trying to live up to impossible standards. Eugene realizes that even though people mock Iode at the Red Tower, it is still probably paradise compared to the Lionheart main house. Still, Eugene draws the line at hooking up with a succubus. No matter how you spin it, she is a demon, and humans and demons are not meant to mix like that. This conviction pushes Eugene to find out exactly what Iode has been up to with that succubus. And honestly, you probably do not want to know the details. Fast forward to the full moon, and the demon district is absolutely jumping. Eugene and Gargis slap on some camouflage magic to blend into the crowd like ninjas. Their contact is already in position, keeping eyes on Iode. While they are lurking nearby, Eugene starts worrying it might be hard to spot their target in this chaos, suspecting Iode might be using camouflage magic too, but the handler assures him that Iode never hides. Dude wears the exact same cloak every single time. This just annoys Eugene more because it feels like Iode is practically begging to be caught. Gargith has zero clue about the stalking mission. He is just here to snag those giant family jewels. The district is packed with private auction houses running all night long. Every auction gives bidders their own private VIP suite so nobody knows who is dropping the cash. A masked attendant guides them to their booth and explains the bidding buttons. Eugene, sitting next to Gargith, is actually kind of curious to see what kind of sketchy loot is up for grabs. The show starts, and a masked host steps onto the stage, hyping up rare magical materials and high-quality imports straight from Vermouth. They roll out some magic horns and roots, but Eugene is just zoning out until the giant's jewels show up. Then, the host brings out a mystery box containing a weird shard of metal from the Casset Hills. The host admits they have been trying to offload this thing for ages with zero luck, but tonight, it looks like destiny is calling. Eugene leans in. The masked host explains it is just a durable piece of scrap that glows under moonlight, basically a fancy paperweight and nothing more. As soon as the box opens, Eugene slams the bid button without hesitating, confusing the heck out of Gargith. Eugene drops 1 million gold. He realizes instantly that is a fragment of the legendary Moonlight Sword. He wins by default because nobody else wanted it. Gargith is still trying to process why Eugene just spent a fortune on scrap metal, but Eugene knows the score. The Casset Hills are exactly where the Great Vermouth originally found the Moonlight Sword. Eugene theorizes that Vermouth must have shattered the sword himself to keep it out of the wrong hands. He cannot feel any power coming from the shard. But hey, it has been 300 years, so the batteries are probably dead. While checking out his new purchase, the handler signals that Isekai'd has entered the chat. Eugene gets ready to bounce, tossing his black card to Gargith just in case he needs more funds for the giant's sack. Outside, he learns Isekai'd is at a spot called Arphia. Following the street signs, Eugene arrives at the club, where huge demon bouncers immediately catch his eye. To get in and dream, the cover charge is a staggering 2 million gold. Luckily, Eugene is loaded. Inside, the place is packed with people partying, but Isekai'd is nowhere to be seen. So he asks a waitress where the dreaming happens. She points downstairs and tries to hustle him for a drink to keep him company. Eugene shuts that down and tells her to just show him the way. Seeing him tense up, the waitress tells him to relax. As they walk down the hallway, Eugene is scanning every corner. This is exactly why he came here. When they reach the private rooms, Eugene lies and says he is nervous because it is his first time. The waitress comforts him again, but Eugene insists on paying for the drink and announces he is just going to go home and sleep instead. She shows him to a back exit that leads into a nearby restaurant. Eugene orders a steak and starts eating. Mid-chew, he spots two demon guards escorting Isekai'd out through a hidden secret door. His brother looks like a max-level junkie who has not slept in weeks. Seeing Isekai'd in that state makes Eugene's blood boil. The guy is dragging the Lionheart name through the mud, and Eugene is not having it. As the guards drag Isekai'd away, Eugene abandons his meal, determined to see exactly where they are taking him. He shadows them into a dark alley, where they stop in front of a sketchy secret room. So, Eugene is trying to ghost his way in from the back, right? But out of nowhere, this squad of bouncers blocks his path. They start pressing him, acting all tough, telling him to get lost because this definitely isn't a convenience store. Eugene is confused and acting a little sus, asking them what the deal is. But before he can even finish his sentence, one of these goons grabs him by the throat, trying to flex his dominance. Big mistake. Eugene hits him with a lightning-fast uppercut boom. Dude goes flying backward. The rest of the crew sees their homie get folded and pulls out weapons to jump Eugene. But Eugene is dodging like he's in the Matrix, countering before they can even blink. He lands a clean hit, then stomps on one guy's chest to demand answers about where they're guarding. But wait, the guy is already knocked out cold. Classic. Eugene figures, fine, I'll do it myself. He kicks the door off its hinges, and the room is so full of smoke, Eugene's wondering if his big brother is trying to hotbox the entire building or what. It's total chaos inside. Before he can even chill, 3 enemies spot him. But check this weird lineup. A human, a demon, and a beastman all chilling together like it's the setup for a bad joke. They rush him, weapons out, but Eugene's speed is unmatched. With one slick move, he floors the whole squad instant KO. He stands over them like a boss, demanding to know where Eugene is hiding. But, obviously, these NPCs aren't talking. Eugene realizes he's wasting time and decides to hunt down his big bro solo. He whips out the Storm's sword, charges it with mana, and unleashes a massive tornado. The wind pressure literally blows the doors off the first and second floors, nobody home. That leaves only the penthouse on the 3rd floor. Eugene crashes through the ceiling, riding the wind updraft like an elevator. There's just one room up there, but the door is sealed with some creepy dark magic hex. Zero hesitation, he eats a shard of the Moonlight sword right at the spell. Boom. The door shatters into confetti. He's hyped because the shard still has that lunar power, and it worked exactly like he hoped. Inside, this dark wizard is standing there, eyes popping out of his head. He thought that trap would instant kill anyone, but the magic just bounced off like it was nothing. Eugene remembers his dad, Gillette, always warning them to stay away from the dark arts. And here's his own brother, Eugene, caught red-handed in the messy stuff. The wizard is terrified, trying to back away. But Eugene isn't even interested in chasing him. He coolly tells the guy to step aside, promising not to pursue if he just gets out of the way. Seeing Eugene's signature white flame, the wizard finally realizes who he's dealing with. Suddenly, Eugene's steroid-pumped bodyguards step out from the back room. Eugene clocks them immediately. Their claws morph into full-on demon shapes. Eugene draws the Storm's sword, ready to rumble. As they charge, he pumps mana into the blade and fires a whirlwind slash that absolutely shreds one guy. The other guard is shaking but still tries to rush him. Bad move. Eugene slices his hand clean off his arm with one swing. Eugene isn't done yet. He dashes at the demon, grabs its face, and slams it into the wall. Game over. The Dark Wizard is watching this horror show, fully realizing this beast is Eugene Lionheart. Eugene tells the wizard to move one last time. The guy tries to stammer out an excuse, but Eugene just walks him down. The wizard throws a panic attack spell, but Eugene parries it like it's child's play. As Eugene charges, the wizard starts sweating bullets, thinking his life subscription is about to expire right now. But Eugene stops the blade just inches from the guy's neck. Don't move. Don't interfere. Then he walks into the room and spots Eugene pass out inside some creepy ritual circle. Eugene notices these heart-shaped things nearby and grills the wizard about them. The guy admits they're unicorn hearts. Eugene is totally shook. Unicorns have crazy strong mana and divine power, making them top-tier sacrifices. Eugene wonders if this is for a demon king, but the wizard drops the info. It's for Baron Unf, an incubus serving under Duchess Noir of Helmut. She's known as the Queen of Nightmares. Eugene can't believe she's still kicking around after 300 years. Helmut is run by demon kings, and while Noir isn't one of them, her Nightmare Queen status gives her Duke-level clout. Eugene puts the puzzle pieces together. Yod made a deal with one of Noir's lackeys. He sacrificed a unicorn heart and got addicted to the dark juice. Eugene is fuming. The wizard drops to his knees, begging, claiming he only did it for the cash, and because Yod ordered him to. Eugene knows that's cap. The wizard's own greed started this. He was hoping to snag some power for himself along the way. Eugene walks over to Yod, sees him looking like a wreck, and slaps him across the face. Smack! That wakes Yod up enough to recognize his little brother. He's shocked and starts rambling excuses about how he ended up here. Eugene gets how Yod hit rock bottom. He says, sarcastically, that maybe visiting a sketchy club is forgivable, but then he grabs Yod's face tight. He snaps, telling Yod he crossed the line the second he touched dark magic. Eugene is furious, a direct descendant of the Lionheart clan making a pact with a demon, and not even a boss demon, but some lame incubus simp. When Yod tries to clap back, Eugene headbutts him. Bam! He screams that the pact means Yod's life belongs to the demon now. He has to do whatever it says. Eugene yells, "What you gonna do if that demon tells you to off mom and dad? Kill your siblings? Loot the Lionheart family vault?" Terrified, Yod stammers that the incubus promised it Pinky, swore it wouldn't ask him to do that stuff. That just makes Eugene madder. He reminds Yod that demons are liars who only care about themselves. Yod isn't facing reality. He's just hiding in a bottle and living in a fantasy land. How could he possibly resist a demon's command? Yod shuts down, but Eugene forces an answer. Crying, Yod snaps that Eugene has no right to judge him. He confesses he's been jealous ever since Eugene was adopted 4 years ago and stole the spotlight. Eugene fires back, saying Yod had the exact same chances. Yod got the white flame and trained under Rovarian. Eugene bluntly states that his own success came from raw talent and grinding, not favoritism. He was born with the skills to get noticed. Yod is still sobbing, whining that talent is something he could never get, no matter how hard he tried. Eugene hits him with a reality check. Eugene worked his butt off. Even Cyan and Seal are back at the estate, grinding every single day to level up. Meanwhile, Yod wasted his time getting high and acting reckless. Eugene tells him straight, at this rate, he'll never be the head of the Lionheart clan. But Yod screams he doesn't want times to be the head. He wants to be a dark wizard and live free in Helmet. Hearing that, Eugene punches Yod so hard he literally goes airborne. Blood is gushing from Yod's face as Eugene screams at him for chasing validation from demons instead of respecting their family's code. What really ticks Eugene off is that Yod values a demon's thumbs up more than his family's trust. Eugene tells him he's worthless aside from his last name. Then, he makes the call to Rovarian. When Rovarian shows up with the guards, the dark wizard gets hauled off. Rovarian stands over Yod, radiating pure disappointment. Yod tries to deny the dark magic stuff, but Rovarian sees right through the lies. He accuses Yod of betraying everyone, his family, his father's trust, the reputation of the Red Tower, and even Rovarian's own teachings. Eward keeps stuttering out excuses. And Lovelian is taking everything he has not to deck him right there. Instead, the Red Tower Master goes ice cold, telling Eward, "I'm snitching on you to Gilead and your mother. You want to explain yourself? Do it to their faces." Eward is shaking like a leaf, drowning in regret, but it's way too late for a pity party. Past midnight, Gilead and his wife, summoned by Lovelian, arrive in Aeroth. Eward's mom looks absolutely mortified, while Gilead is clearly fuming. But wait, there's a surprise guest crashing the party. The dude introduces himself as Balzac, the big boss of the Black Magic Tower. Balzac has been running the show for decades and is one of the 3 legendary dark wizards who signed a direct pact with the Demon King of Incarceration. Eward's mom goes full Karen on him immediately, but Lovelian steps in, like, chill, he actually had nothing to do with this mess. That just makes her madder. She refuses to believe he's innocent. Balzac keeps his cool, dropping facts. Look, the Black Magic Tower isn't the babysitter for every dark wizard out there, and the guy behind this clown show doesn't work for me. Just as Eward's mom is about to pop off again, Gilead cuts her off, demanding to know why Balzac is even here. Balzac admits he's partly to blame, explaining that while dark magic used to be banned, it's legal now. Gilead thinks that's total garbage, seeing it as just a lame excuse to save the Lionheart family's reputation. Balzac smirks, basically confirming it. He announces to the room that he has zero intention of starting beef with the Lionheart clan. To prove he's legit, he suggests throwing the book at everyone involved in the drug trafficking and scandals according to Aeroth's laws. Eward's mom is still side-eyeing him, skeptical about how responsible he really is. Balzac then gets to the main event. The incubus who made that pact with your boy? He's dead meat. He snuffs out all the candles in the room and conjures a spooky ball of dark magic in his hand. He beams a message straight to Eugene from the Demon King himself. Eugene is visibly shook when Balzac relays that the Demon King wants to personally execute the incubus as an apology to the family of his beloved Vermouth. Hearing the Demon King call Vermouth my beloved makes both Eugene and Gilead want to puke with rage. Message delivered, Balzac drops a formal apology for the whole drama. On his way out, he shoots a smug grin at Eugene. Gilead, still boiling, tells Eugene to get lost. Once he's gone, Gilead apologizes to Lovelian for Eward's stupidity and says he's dragging Eward back to the main house. This news terrifies Eward's mom. She instantly goes into defense mode, swearing it was just a one-time slip-up and promising it won't happen again. Gilead isn't having it. He points out that in 300 years of Lionheart history, nobody has ever been dumb enough to try becoming a dark wizard. He flat-out bans Eward from staying in Aeroth. Desperate, the mom starts arguing, reminding Gilead that before Eward was sent to Aeroth, the twins Cyan and Seal totally overshadowed him back home. She insists he has to stay here to have a chance. Panicking, she accuses Gilead of never giving Eward a fair shot, claiming he plays favorites with Cyan, Seal, and even the adopted kid, Eugene. Gilead tries to calm her down, insisting he treats all the kids equally. She's not buying it and starts screaming that Gilead never supported Eward enough. Overwhelmed by her screeching and the sheer embarrassment of the situation, Gilead finally cracks. Realizing he won't let Eward stay in Aroth, she begs, "Fine, let me send him to my parents' house then. I'll make sure he never visits the Lionheart estate again so you won't be humiliated." With a heavy heart and major cringe, Gilead reluctantly agrees. Meanwhile, Eugene is walking down the hall alone when Balzac blocks his path, wanting a chat. Balzac tries to act all friendly, but Eugene gives him the cold shoulder. Sensing the vibe is off, Balzac tries to explain himself. But Eugene cuts him off, making it clear, "It's nothing personal, pal. I just despise all dark wizards." Balzac whines that it's unfair for their reputation to still be trash because of stuff that happened 300 years ago. He insists he hasn't done anything wrong personally. Hoping to squash the beef, Balzac extends a hand for a shake. He suggests that just because Eugene hates dark magic, they don't have to be enemies. Eugene completely ignores the handshake, forcing Balzac to awkwardly lower his hand. Undeterred, Balzac keeps talking, revealing he's heard a ton about Eugene, including his flex at the Bloodline Ceremony and his magic skills. He mentions that Lovelian talks him up constantly and wants to get Eugene into Akasha. Balzac adds, "Since I'm partly responsible for this recent mess, I'm also down to recommend you for Akasha." Eugene is surprised, but Balzac explains he's just interested in talent. He also spills some tea. "Lovelian and I aren't exactly besties since he hates my guts just for being a dark wizard. Total bigot." By backing Lovelian's nomination, Balzac hopes to score points with the Red Tower Master and show some goodwill to the Lionheart family. Eugene takes the deal but emphasizes, "We aren't going to be friends, though." Balzac seems cool with that small win, bows politely, and turns to leave. As he walks away, Eugene calls out, asking why Balzac was even involved with a loser like Eward. Balzac explains that even dark wizards are always on the hunt for special talent. He admits, "Yeah, Eward is basically slime, but I wouldn't have given him the time of day unless he showed some crazy potential." Satisfied with the answer, Eugene watches him leave. Back in his room, Eugene stares at the unicorn hearts Gilead let him keep as loot. Even though they're monster organs, they're famous for being super pure and versatile. You can use them for a lot of things, but draining them for mana is the ultimate hack. Eugene grabs one, and boom, his body starts sucking up massive amounts of energy. The absorption is so fast he figures this could speedrun his training, potentially letting him hit 4 stars way ahead of schedule. Reaching 4 stars before age 20 would be a historic flex since no one in the Lionheart clan has ever done it. Thinking about it, Eugene remembers Gilead and his brother hit 6 stars. That level made them the top dogs of their generation. Determined to smoke them, Eugene decides to master the stars and absorb everything in sight. He's been grinding Hamel's techniques with Vermouth's white flame formula to become the strongest. Suddenly, Gargith busts in, freaking out about his massive debt. "Bro, if I don't pay for these 30 million gold artifacts, they're gonna sell them to someone else." Gargith practically drags Eugene to the Bank of Aeroth. At the bank, the tellers almost faint when they see Eugene's black card and beg him to open a private account. Eugene shuts them down, saying, "Just here to make a deposit, thanks." Leaving the bank, Gargith is like, "Come to my crib." The auction house sends the loot the second the check clears. Eugene thinks it's ridiculous to go that far just to look at some old junk, but after thinking about it, he agrees. Gargith is super hyped. Eugene, on the other hand, couldn't care less about the artifacts. He's actually planning to scope out Gargith's red flame technique and compare it to his own white flame. Lost in thought, Eugene suddenly spots someone in the busy crowd below. Without a word, he dives into the mob, shoving people out of his way. His eyes are locked on a figure he can't believe is real. Lavender hair, a super rare trait only found in people with insane mana levels. He gets closer, heart pounding. He recognizes her instantly. It's Sienna. A wave of anxiety hits him. She looks exactly like the girl from 300 years ago, but he's not Hamel anymore. He freezes, not knowing what to say. Should he walk past? Is she still grumpy? He reaches out to grab her, but his hand passes straight through her like she's a ghost. Yo fam, welcome back to the channel. So check this out, she's nothing more than a glitch in the Matrix, a total hologram. Shia's illusion turns to Eugene, and my guy is struggling to drop the hint that he's actually Hamelu. Then, light bulb moment, he hits her with the universal sign of affection, the bird. Straight up middle finger action. And guess what? She actually digs it. Her lips curl into this savage little smirk, right when she's about to mouth, "Found you, bro," Poof times, she ghosts him. Vanished into thin air like a Snapchat message. Eugene is grinning like he just won the lottery because he realizes that after all these years, he finally tracked her down. She is alive and kicking, and she came looking for Hamel. But he's tripping a little. How did she recognize him when his face looks completely different? That's the mystery. He figures she probably ID'd him like that storm spirit did. Or maybe it was the bling around his neck. But the fact that she sent a hologram to find him means she's stuck somewhere, probably locked up in supernatural juvie. Agent starts wondering if she put herself in timeout or if the Demon King has her on lockdown. With that main character energy, he looks up at the sky and makes a solemn promise to Shia. Next time, I'm finding you for real. Cue the emotional music. He's deep in his feelings when Guy pulls up, asking why he was sprinting earlier like he missed the bus. Eugene brushes him off like dirt on his shoulder and demands a trip to Gagai's crib. Why? He's trying to download that red flame technique. Guy, being an absolute meathead, decides it's flex time. He literally rips his shirt off Hulk Hogan style, cracking Eugene up. My guy is thinking, is the striptease necessary? But Gagai ignores the shade, wraps himself in fire, and starts showing off the goods. Eugene is watching this human barbecue with pure curiosity, wondering if this red flame method involves splitting your mana core, or if it's just for show. Gagai drops some lore. Core splitting is VIP only main family stuff, but he casually mentions his ancestors were 5-star mages, so he's got the cheat codes to split his core too. Finding out Gagai is a 5-star mage is a wake-up call. Eugene realizes the White Flame tech is basically the premium subscription that requires way more cores than the free version reserved for the direct bloodline. Since Red Flame is for the distant cousins, basically the knockoff brand, Eugene decides it's too weak. It's not going to mesh with his White Flame setup. Hard pass. He bounces, leaving Gagai confused because the dude thought Eugene just came to admire his gains. Nope. Eugene heads straight back to the Red Magic Tower to grind. Back in his man cave, he's thinking about Shia's last spellbook stashed in Rion. He's betting his bottom dollar that book has the GPS coordinates to find her. Plus, he's got recommendation letters from 2 masters, so his clout is rising. Staring at a shard of the Moonlight Sword, he's sending mental DMs to Shia. Just hang in there, bae. It's been 3 years. Don't quit on me now. Training with the shard, he notices it's got a weird glitch. It dissolves mana. But since it's just a tiny fragment, he's not sure if it can delete high-level magic or just the weak stuff. It seems to work on the small fries, though. He pulls out his blade and decides to stress test his own mana against the shard. If his magic doesn't crash upon contact, it means his mana control is officially OP compared to the standard White Flame limits. Fast forward a few days, and the neighbors are freaking out because Eugene's room sounds like a 4th of July fireworks show gone wrong. Boom after boom, shaking the whole dorm. Hera decides to do a wellness check and drop a message from Rovarian. She knocks. And times blam asterisk. Another explosion rocks the door. Great timing. She panics, busts the door open, and whoa. She's greeted by Eugene, dripping sweat, muscles popping, standing in what looks like a war zone. Somebody get this guy a towel. The room is trashed, cracks everywhere, floor looking like Swiss cheese. Eugene says he was multitasking mana and magic training. Hera looks around, confused, cause there ain't a magic circle in sight. Then she spots it, that glowing shard in the center of the room. And get this, the floor right under it, pristine. Not a scratch. That's suspicious. Even though the rest of the basement looks like a tornado hit it. To prove a point, Eugene yeets a fireball straight at the shard. The shard goes nope and deflects the fire, curving it safely around. Hera is shook. Eugene's leveled up like crazy, and his mana control is looking extraordinarily buff. When she asks for the deets, Eugene explains he's been grinding on his mana control stats. At first, his spells were glitching out because scattered mana usually crashes, but he kept pushing until he forced the mana to stick together, turning those fails into controlled explosions. Big brain plays. Relieved that he didn't accidentally blow himself up, Hera asks if he's okay. Then she drops the news. Rovarian is summoning him. The boss is calling. Eugene thinks he's heading to the Blue Tower. But plot twist. Hera says, pack your bags. You're going to the Royal Library of Aprion. That's the big leagues, folks. Aprion is inside the Abraham Palace, sitting in the middle of a lake like a villain's lair. Only way in is by boat. Eugene rolls up and sees a massive magic circle surrounding the place. It's huge. Hera drops some trivia. That security system was a gift from Shea herself centuries ago. Eugene can't help but fanboy over his girl's handiwork before stepping inside. Seeing Eugene staring like a tourist, Nina asks if he wants a tour. But Eugene knows the rules, he's not on the guest list. That place is VIP access, only nobles and tower masters. Even they can't cast spells inside. Only the royal mages or the king's sworn homies get to use magic there. This gets Eugene thinking, do the tower masters have to bend the knee to the royals? Nina spills the tea, sort of. but not really. It's a partnership. The government and the magic towers scratch each other's backs. As they pull up, Nina warns him, the blue and green tower masters, plus the magic guild, voted no on him coming. He's got to win them over, or he's toast. She waits outside, letting him walk into the lion's den solo. Inside, Eugene keeps it respectful. The whole squad is there, all the tower masters, Chem the royal mage captain, and the crown prince of Agrion himself. Hen seems chill about it, he's heard the rumors. This guy is next in line for the throne and hit 5 magic circles on his own, a total prodigy. But the blue tower master is throwing salt. He admits Eugene is handy with a sword, but doubts the kid has any magical juice. He thinks Eugene is too much of a rookie for Aprion. He suspects Rivarian is just pulling a political stunt to cozy up to the Leonis family and the Black Magic Tower. Eugene reads the room and asks, "So, how do I prove I belong here?" Rivarian says, "Show them what you got, kid." Blue Tower Master smirks, thinking Eugene has zero research to show. Joke's on him. Eugene starts his demo. First, Eugene pops his magic circles, wrapping himself in that signature white flame. The masters drop their jaws, he's not splitting cores, he's fusing everything into one mega circle. Unheard of. Doing this as a newbie. Insane. Then, he starts multitasking Tornado in the left hand, Fireball in the right hand. Then he adds a mana sword to the mix. The royal captain is shook, Eugene is switching elements like he's changing TV channels, and he's doing it all silent mode. No chance needed. Green Tower Master challenges him, "Can you fight and cast at the same time?" Eugene smiles, draws his storm sword, and holds the magic circle and the mana blade simultaneously. Flex level 1000. Even the hater Blue Master is mesmerized. They're impressed but tell Eugene to wait outside while they deliberate. Cliffhanger vibes. Yo. The second Eugene stepped out, the Blue Tower boss was practically squinting, betting big money that Rivarian had been coaching the kid, but Rivarian shut that down fast, swearing Eugene just grinded through some basic magic for dummies books over in the Red Tower. The blue boss wasn't buying what he was selling, but the prince was all in, convinced Eugene's skills were just that Lionheart blood doing its thing. He turned to the squad to get their hot takes on the situation. The White Tower Master chimed in, guessing Eugene's barely rocking one circle, but admitted he hits way harder than his level suggests. She was totally vibing with his mana control, honestly. She seemed pretty shook by his talent. Then the guild master started tripping about Eugene's age, basically saying Rivarian needs to babysit him a bit longer before letting him loose in the Akashic. The royal captain nodded along, spotting the insane potential totally worth investing in. But he kept it real. Since Eugene's tight with the Lionhearts, they gotta roll out the red carpet to secure that bag. The Green Tower Master threw some major shade, hinting that since Eugene's adopted, pouring money into him might be a total wash. Balzac stepped up to the mic, spilling tea that the main heir got caught lacking in some scandal. So, like it or not, they can't just ghost Eugene, he's holding it down for the main family now. The captain agreed, saying they should invite Eugene to Aeroth once he's hitched and leaves the nest. Balzac was hyping Eugene up to the moon, straight up calling the kid a monster. Green Master wasn't feeling the glaze, asking if Balzac was crushing on the kid or something. Balzac got all flustered and was like, "Whoa, pause, definitely not." Then the Green Boss drops a bomb, accusing Balzac of being influenced by his pact with the Demon King. That is a low blow, right? Balzac just laughed it off like a villain, saying if he was working with the Demon King, he'd be throwing hands, not talking. The room went silent, so Balzac apologized for flexing too hard. The White Tower Master, playing referee, steered the chat back to reality and called for a vote. The prince gave the thumbs up, and it was showtime. While the first vote dropped inside, Eugene was outside staring at some ancient tablet. This library isn't just for reading, it's practically a shrine to every legendary mage who ever mattered in Aeroth. The walls are decked out with detailed history, looking more like a museum than a boring study hall. Eugene read the fine print, 15 floors total, with wise Sienna's collection starting on the 12th. Just as he was geeking out over the tablet, the White Tower Master hollered at him. She's the goat of summoners, first ever to contract 2 spirit kings at once. Eugene looked at her, wondering if the meeting was a wrap, and she nodded yes. She dropped the stats, 5 yes votes, 2 abstained. Hearing he got the green light, Eugene immediately asked if he could raid the upper floors now since the majority ruled in his favor. Even though he didn't ask directly, she admitted she played Switzerland and stayed neutral to avoid the drama, but low-key, she was rooting for him. She pointed out the other masters leaving, looking salty as hell, warning they'd probably clap back later. But surprise, surprise, even the Blue Tower Master voted yes. She mentioned the haters were the Green Master and the guild boss. Eugene looked totally unbothered by their beef, which honestly shocked her. She couldn't believe he wasn't tripping over them disrespecting the Lionheart name. He started walking off, but she blocked him, bringing up the Winity, the Storm Sword. That sword is blessed by the Wind King himself. She spilled that she used to thirst after a contract with the Wind King, but even after getting other spirit kings to put in a good word, he ghosted her every time. Turns out, the Wind King is a lone wolf who doesn't do contracts. She even slid into the Lionheart family's DMs asking for the sword, but they left her unread. Eugene realized she was buttering him up to borrow the sword, so he hit her with a hard no. She didn't quit though, begging for just 24 hours with it. This got Eugene thinking. Even Giles spent 4 years trying to summon the wind spirit and took a massive L. For a split second, Eugene wondered if it was a mana issue. I mean, this lady is rocking contracts with 2 spirit kings, so she's definitely got the juice. He figured she'd probably tell him to wait, banking on him owing her a favor later. While brainstorming, he realized he still didn't know how to actually get inside the library. Suddenly, she tossed him a VIP access card. She explained that the spirits in Arath are led by legendary mages, including the Wizard King who started this whole place. And, of course, the wise Sienna. Hearing that name made Eugene go deep into thought mode. She watched him, thinking his reaction was kinda mid. She expected him to fanboy harder over Sienna. She had to remind him he was looking for Sienna's floor earlier. She started listing his whole itinerary, how he checked out Sienna's mansion and met a buddy at the Fountain Square. Eugene creeped out, asking how she was tracking him like a GPS. She smirked, telling him he's basically a local celebrity, whether he knows it or not. Eugene just shrugged it off with a sarcastic comeback. She pivoted back to begging for the sword. Eugene hit her with an instant no. Defeated, she walked him to the elevator and explained the buttons. She teased that he must be obsessed with Sienna to rush to the 12th floor. Eugene denied it, asking if she was going to hang around. She laughed, saying she had life, but briefly considered tagging along. She warned him, though the truth waiting upstairs might hit him harder than a truck, leaving a permanent scar. She cracked a joke that he should have brought a diaper. Eugene, totally over her trolling, mashed the elevator button way harder than necessary. The elevator groaned and shot up to the 12th floor. When the doors slid open, Eugene was staring at something wild, a girl who looked exactly like a mini version of Sienna. He stood there, jaw on the floor. He stammered, asking if it was really her. The girl shook her head, explaining she's just a familiar tasked with managing the hall. That clicked for Eugene. The White Tower Master did mention the Akashic was home to Sienna's familiar. This had to be her. Curious, he asked how she knew his name since they never met. She broke it down. His name's in the system, and since familiars are plugged into the Akashic network, she knows everything. When he asked for her name, she said Sienna used to call her Myrrh. And yo, just a heads up for you guys, watching her name is Myrrh, so don't get it twisted with anything else. Eugene raised an eyebrow, guessing the name came from... Eugene found the whole thing bizarre. Creating a familiar that looks exactly like you and naming it after yourself, he couldn't figure out what Sienna's game was. He admitted he wasn't up on the local customs but had to ask, do all familiars look this human? Myrrh clarified that most familiars don't look like people. She's a limited edition, custom-made by wise Sienna to match her own personality. This revelation sparked a light bulb moment for Eugene. He remembered Lavelian dropping some knowledge about how creating artificial life was a huge taboo. So he hits her with a question, yo, does that ban apply to you? Myrrh just shrugged, explaining that, technically speaking, she ain't even alive. No soul, no heartbeat, she says. Her body is 100% pure Shia magic. She explains her true form is actually that giant sphere she's tethered to. Eugene points at the orb, totally fascinated, like, what is the deal with that thing? Myrrh bends down to scoop up her hat, looking a little shook before composing herself. She drops the lore, that sphere is the essence of magic itself. It's basically the MVP trophy of Shia's entire sorcery career. Eugene starts brain dumping about magic textbooks, recalling how they're usually ranked in 3 tiers, high-end, standard, and basic trash. He figures she finished this right before hanging up her cape, but wonders, can you even call this a book? Myrrh cuts him off, schooling him. Books don't gotta look like dusty paper stacks, bro. That's just a common misconception. Her comment kinda rubbed Eugene the wrong way. He found her tone confusing and a little disrespectful. She didn't seem to care though, basically implying, it's okay that you're ignorant, I get it. Even the big shot tower masters get a headache trying to decode Shia's magic. Eugene gives her a serious look, really studying her vibe. Her pride was off the charts, mixed with this weirdly condescending attitude toward him. It was like she was perfectly cosplaying Shia's younger, sassier self. Curious, Eugene asks, so, are you gonna keep acting this bougie forever? Myrrh shakes her head, nah. She explains that Shia had a major glow-up later in life. Myrrh is based on Shia's wild youth, but as the boss lady got older, she became way more sophisticated and chill. However, Shia also got super serious, rarely laughed, and went full workaholic mode on her research. Eugene couldn't imagine that personality switch but decided not to push it. Instead, He asks the million-dollar question. Is Yia's actual consciousness inside this witchcraft book? Mer confirms it. Yup. My mind is built from the spells embedded in these pages. My only job is to guard this lobby. I've been pulling the security shift for over 200 years because Jia explicitly ordered it. As Eugene steps closer to the book, Lavelian's words echo in his head that his own magic was basically kindergarten level compared to this. No lie, Xia was playing 4D chess while everyone else was playing checkers. He hesitated for a sec before shooting his shot. Do you know where Xia retired to? Mer's answer was an instant, hard nope. According to Mer, Xia ghosted everyone. Her exit was so top secret that not even her apprentice, her mansion staff, or Mer herself had a clue where she went. Even though she knows zero, big shots like the King of Arrows and the Tower Masters have grilled her about Xia's location. They refused to take I don't know for an answer and even tried hacking the book to find hidden memories. Their attempts were a total fail, but they keep creeping back every few decades like something might have changed. Eugene figured digging through her memories wasn't just about finding Xia's hideout. Respect aside, the chance to reverse engineer a masterpiece like Mer would be irresistible to any magic nerd with an ego. Switching gears, Eugene goes, so I heard the only version of witchcraft dropped for the public in Eros is the high-level edition, right? Are the intermediate and basic parts stored here? Mer nods and clarifies. What you're looking at is the OG manuscript. Xia ripped out the easier chapters to donate to the public library, but kept the hardcore stuff here. Amused by Eugene's relentless questions about Xia, Mer grins. Her reaction makes Eugene wonder, wait, why wouldn't I be curious? Mer admits he's got a point, adding, you're not a typical wizard. Plus, being from the Lionheart clan makes you interesting. You're the first descendant of Vermouth I've ever met. Xia never visited the Lionhearts after she got back. Eugene searches his memory. The Lionheart records said Vermouth never linked up with the squad after the Hell Dimension arc. Xia, Anis, and Malone only reunited when Vermouth died. Even though Vermouth was an introvert, completely ghosting his best friends after starting, the Lionheart clan felt super suspicious. Curious, Eugene asks, did Xia ever mention her old teammates? Mer nods. Yeah. But she didn't exactly have nice things to say. She called Mullen a total meathead and Anis a snake. Eugene swallowed hard. Okay, what about Hamel? Mer paused, then unleashed a string of insults about Hamel so nasty Eugene was shocked. Damn. That's vulgar for someone like Xia. Mer giggled. Hey, even classy ladies drop F-bombs sometimes. But she noted that whenever Xia talked about them, she looked incredibly sad. Especially with Hamel. Bringing him up clearly caused her the most pain. Eugene asks, what did she say about Vermouth? Mer explains, surprisingly, nothing. She never praised him, never roasted him. Just silence. Eugene glances at a portrait of Xia. It's identical to the one in her mansion. Mer comments, that smile is fake news. She never grinned like that, not even with me. Mer once asked her why she faked a happy smile in the painting when she was clearly depressed. Xia said she'd rather leave a smiling face for history than a sad one. Mer notes, I've never left this tower, but I know there's a copy of this portrait hanging in her mansion. In that version, the artist added the smile without asking. Xia was actually kinda salty about it. But she admitted the sentiment was right, leaving a happy image was more important than her feelings. Hearing that, Eugene felt bad for her. Without thinking, he tried to pat Mer's head, but she slapped his hand away. Don't cross the line, kid, she snapped. I'm 200 years old. Stop treating me like a child. Then she spun around and kept the tour moving. She showed him various artifacts, including her legendary staff, Akasha. Eugene recognized it instantly, and Mer smirked. I knew you'd clock that one. Akasha is crafted from the root of a world tree found only in the Great Samar Forest. That wood is thousands of years old. It's the strongest magic staff in the game. That tree houses the souls of fairy ancestors and literally supports the world. Mer got serious. It took a whole squad of elite elves just to harvest this root for Xia. The sacrifice was massive. It proves just how much respect Xia commanded. Eugene stood there, thinking about Xia's crazy backstory. He realized that even though she was human, her bond with the elves was deep. She was an orphan, abandoned in the Samar jungle as a baby. An elf heard her crying, found her, and decided to raise her. Growing up in fairy territory wasn't easy, though. The locals were super suspicious of her. Eventually, they recognized her insane talent and accepted her as one of their own, teaching her all the secret fairy magic. Mer explains, Xia is unique. She's the only human ever gifted a world tree staff. But the real flex, the red gem inside is a dragon heart. Infinite mana, extremely rare. As far as anyone knows, only 2 staves in history have a dragon heart, Xia's Akasha, and... Before she could finish, Eugene cut in, Bloody Mary. Yup, the staff currently wielded by one of the dark wizards bound to the Demon King Count Mun of Helm. 300 years ago, Bradmore's owner was this total loser named Belial, who was also a direct underling of the Demon King. Eugene clutched his chest, catching major feels as he remembered he was actually the one who smoked that guy. Eugene flashed back to those insane raids against the Demon King. Incarnate dude was way sweatier than any other boss they'd farmed before. The mobs in his turf were aggressively OP, basically rivaling the Demon Kings themselves, with 3 specific ones being straight-up nightmare fuel: the sword, the shield, and the staff of incarceration. When Hamel finally cracked that shield of incarceration, he took a critical hit that basically ended his run. By the time he clutched the dub against Belial, he had a massive hole ripped through his chest. Thinking about that gore, Eugene asked if he could hold the staff. Mer gave him the green light, even though she warned him he'd have 0 magic bars to cast with it. She dropped some lore, mentioning tons of wizards had tried to claim it, but none of those scrubs got verified. Akasha only recognizes Sienna as its legit owner, period. Eugene grabbed the staff and tried to channel his mana, but Akasha straight up ghosted him. He was hoping Sienna's residual vibes might let him bypass the security, but nope, total bummer. He mumbled that the sneaky witch should have left him this OP staff instead of that dusty necklace. Mer raised an eyebrow, clearly loving the drama as she watched Eugene fangirl over Sienna's loot. Eugene scoffed, flat out denying he was simping for her. He insisted it wasn't about catching feelings, but Mer called cap. She didn't even have to roast him. His eyes were glowing like headlights whenever he talked about Sienna or checked out her gear. Eugene tried to spin it, claiming his interest was purely academic, just for science, bro. His obsession with old stories and artifacts had 0 to do with having a crush on Sienna. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Mer grinned, knowing she was about to trigger him. She hinted that if he was such a history nerd, he'd definitely vibe with what she was about to show him. Leading Eugene to the library, she pulled out a book titled The Great Adventures of Warrior Vermouth and handed it over. She explained it was the first edition that introduced Vermouth's legendary clout to the world. Eugene's face immediately twisted in disgust. The cringe was real, and he wasn't feeling this vibe at all. In his opinion, the way they wrote Hamel, the squad's MVP, was straight-up disrespectful. In this version, Hamel was depicted as nothing more than dead weight carrying the team's bags. However, Mer clarified this was the uncensored version from 300 years ago, not the edited remix available today. She added that even she didn't know the author's tag, which just made Eugene's salt levels rise as he skimmed the pages. The book did Hamel so dirty it was worse than he remembered. It painted him as a pathetic clown who kept trying to 1v1 Vermouth, only to get absolutely wrecked every single time. Eugene groaned in frustration, muttering that this trash was unreadable. He reluctantly admitted to himself that he fumbled the bag a few times, but he insisted he definitely landed a few hits on Vermouth. He wondered if Anise wrote this hit piece, suspecting that Snake had twisted the facts for clout. Mer smirked at his meltdown and kept pushing his buttons. She promised he'd appreciate the next reveal, especially if his bromance with Hamel was as strong as it looked. Eugene, still salty, followed her as she led him through the grand hall. They finally arrived at an unexpected sight: holograms of the legendary squad. Eugene stood there, shook, staring in disbelief. Mer proudly explained these weren't just paintings, but preserved memories of Sienna's companions, extracted and backed up by Sienna herself. Eugene scanned the crew. Center stage was Vermouth, the leader, dripping with boss energy. Next to him was Anise, the faithful. Beside her stood Malin, the brave, who honestly looked more like a swole troll than a human being. Finally, there was Hamel, looking exactly like the chaos agent he was known to be. According to Mer, Hamel never sat for a portrait, so this hologram was the only place to see his actual face. Eugene locked eyes with Hamel's hologram and couldn't help but comment on how handsome the dude looked. Mer, watching Eugene, raised an eyebrow like, "You, okay, bro," wondering if he was losing it. Eugene tried to justify his comment, even though he cringed at his own words. He explained that Hamel had that wild beast riz, a description that left Mer completely speechless. Later, they sat at a table, and Eugene went back to doom-scrolling through the book. He noted that Sienna's legacy was stored on floors 12 through 14, but he was curious about the penthouse, wondering what loot was hidden up there. Mer explained that the 13th floor held detailed case studies and memoirs on Sienna's master plan for creating Akasha. However, she noted Eugene would have a massive skill issue trying to understand it right now. She went on to explain that the 14th floor held grimoires packed with extensive research. These books might still be tough to crack, but they included walkthroughs, making them a better starting point than raw research notes. Eugene tilted his head, asking if those books were better than reading witchcraft. Mer thought for a second before suggesting he just tried himself to see. As they walked, Mer explained the book focused on min-maxing mana within a circle, amplifying magic power by simplifying techniques for maximum DPS. The key, she added, was skipping the incantations entirely. Magic materialized through pure mental separation, like a speedrun strat. Eugene stared at her with a blank expression, his brain buffering as he tried to process the info. Mer broke it down further, detailing how unconscious magic enters the body and gets stored, ready to trigger differently depending on the situation. The true genius of witchcraft, she said, lay in manipulating its perfect circle mechanic. A technique surpassing the traditional circles used by most wizard noobs, it maximizes mana output to create the strongest power possible. Eugene still didn't get what she was yapping about. Seeing this, Mer remarked that if he understood everything just by listening, witchcraft wouldn't be the greatest book ever written. With a heavy sigh, Eugene asked how he could actually read the book and unlock its secrets. Mer stepped closer and gave simple instructions. Close your eyes, open your hands, and upload your mana into the book. She explained this was the login process to access its power. Unsure, Eugene followed her lead, feeling sketchy about the process. He wondered if he should inject mana directly or apply it to his circle like casting a spell. Suddenly, he felt like his mind just got server transferred to another dimension. It was a trippy, dreamlike vibe. Not exactly a dream, more like sleep paralysis but without the usual hallucinations. He felt totally nerfed, unable to move a muscle. A massive tsunami of mana rushed at him, sweeping him away. He was totally exposed in that moment. And as he got dragged along, a gigantic circle started spawning beneath him. The circle began generating smaller circles inside itself, followed by circular patterns. Eugene soon snapped back from the bizarre, surreal trip, feeling dizzy and disoriented like a bad system reboot. He asked Mer if he did anything weird while he was blacked out, still trying to shake off the lag. Mer raised an eyebrow, her voice dry as she noted that instantly fainting was definitely a fail. However, she reassured him his reaction was better than most. Many wizards lose control so bad they basically wet themselves on their first run with witchcraft. Eugene, on the other hand, just foamed at the mouth and passed out for 2 hours, which, as Mer pointed out, was a much milder reaction. She name-dropped a few others like Melkith from the White Magic Tower and Herodos from the Blue Magic Tower. Both of them had absolutely trash first experiences with the book. Eugene remembered Melkith telling him about accidents during training sessions like that. Realizing she wasn't trolling, she was speaking from legit experience. Mer looked at him expectantly, waiting for his review of the experience. Eugene frowned, admitting the gameplay was hardcore and confusing. He felt like he understood the meta a little, but it wasn't something he could fully master just from theory. Still, he found the circle manipulation super addictive. Within that giant circle, where countless smaller ones were spawning every second, he managed to secure a score of 9. Mia nodded, breaking it down like this. When Shia first dropped that magic circle method, she hit 9 circles just like everyone else, but she didn't just chill there. Shia kept grinding, pushing the meta until she unlocked the eternal black hole, a level cap that only she could ever break. After the witch's book leaked, tons of mages tried to copy her build, but nobody could get past Circle 9. The real boss fight was controlling all that mana without leaking a drop while balancing a massive energy ring. The circle splits and spins, it's like a hypnotic dance showing off absolute god-tier control. Even though crafting the eternal black hole is a nightmare, using it is actually shockingly easy. Like a fireball pulled from the black hole hits way harder than a standard level 9 fireball. Hellfire, 0 mana waste, super basic mechanics. Eugene finally clicked on just how goated Shia was after inventing this tech. Hard to fact check now, but she definitely could have clapped some demon kings with that. He realized when she got back from Helmuth, she wasn't just vibing, she was way stronger than he remembered. Same for the whole squad. But then he wondered, why didn't his crew try to throw hands with the demon king, and what was Vermouth thinking? Eugene dipped out of the hall and spotted Lovelian and Melkith waiting for him. Lovelian asked how it felt seeing Akash's grimoires in real life for the first time, and Eugene admitted he was still kinda on the fence about it. With his current stats, it'd take years to decode even one book. Melkith shrugged, like, duh, that's normal. The texts are deep Aeroth magic. Even a genius like Eugene would struggle without a proper sensei. She tried to slide in a deal, let her borrow the storm sword for a sec, and she'd help him speedrun 10 magic books. Eugene shook his head, straight up saying, nah, I'm good. He was more interested in loot, specifically artifacts, not dusty old books. Melkith grinned, smelling a negotiation cooking. She offered him a staff since he didn't have one, saying it was top tier for mana control. Eugene looked totally unimpressed. Lovelian cut in, saying he had tons of staves he could just lend Eugene anytime. Melkith raised an eyebrow, asking why he was crashing her deal. Lovelian clapped back, pointing out she already had contracts with 2 spirit kings, so she shouldn't be so thirsty for more. Melkith pressed him, asking if he really thought she'd start drama if she snagged the Wind Spirit King. Lovelian didn't hesitate. Yeah, that's exactly what I think. Melkith sighed, saying they've been homies for decades and he should know she hates Oroth's internal politics. She finds all that drama super annoying. But Lovelian noted she says that now, but who knows how she'll act when she's holding unlimited power. Melkith admitted he had a point but promised she wasn't going to switch up just because she leveled up. Even if she signs the Wind Spirit King, she won't let it turn her toxic. Lovelian shrugged, saying since she swore on her mana, he'd trust her word. Eugene still wasn't buying it. He admitted he thought about it but didn't want a staff from her. Melkith snapped back fast, clarifying she never said she'd give him one, she only offered to loan it. Eugene set the terms. He'd only lend the storm sword for a few days if the price was right, and if the price was just borrowing one of her items, no deal, bro. Melkith got salty at his haggling. She offered to lend him an artifact for 1 full year for every single day she held the storm sword. Eugene raised a brow, doing the math. Getting 52 weeks of value for a 1-week loan was insane. He pointed out she must be absolutely desperate to contract that Wind Spirit King. Melkith didn't deny it. For her and any summoner, bagging the Wind Spirit King was the ultimate dream. I mean, even the Great Vermouth had that contract. Lovelian looked intrigued. He added that Melkith was sitting on a super rare, OP artifact. That definitely grabbed Eugene's attention. With a little hype, Lovelian dropped the name, the Cloak of Darkness. Melkith started screaming at him to shut up, but Lovelian spilled the tea anyway, revealing she hadn't touched the cloak in 10 years, so she should let someone actually use it instead of keeping it as a decoration. Melkith stood there frozen while Eugene pressured her to close the deal on the Cloak of Darkness. According to Lovelian, the cloak had basic perks like keeping you warm and comfy, but then he dropped the bomb. It's infused with top-tier spatial magic. The thing can literally absorb and redirect magical attacks. Melkith looked ready to explode as Lovelian kept hyping up the gear. He revealed it could easily tank 5 circle attacks just by wearing it. It also has subspace inventory magic, letting the user stash tons of weapons and pull them out instantly. Melkith was fuming in the background as Lovelian listed off all its specs. With a wicked grin, Eugene agreed to the trade for the Cloak of Darkness, but said he had to clear it with the Lionheart family first. Melkith shouted that she hadn't agreed to anything yet. Eugene ignored her shock and invited Lovelian to grab some lunch. Lovelian happily agreed, even suggesting a fire restaurant nearby. Eugene was hyped about the food and chatted away with him. As they walked, they noticed Melkith shaking with rage behind them. Finally, though, she caved and agreed to lend Eugene the Cloak of Darkness. But even seeing her go crazy, Eugene told her to pump the brakes because he still needed permission. That was the last straw. Melkith let out a scream of pure frustration. She sounded like a dying crow. Later, after talking to Gilead, the Patriarch didn't mind lending it to Melkith. However, he insisted on having a witness from the Lionheart family present during the handoff. Later, Melkith showed up wearing the Cloak of Darkness, looking pretty drip. Eugene looked her up and down and roasted her, saying it would look way better on him, which just tilted her more. She asked where the witness was. Eugene revealed that Gilead's brother, Guyon, and the guards were en route. This was the first time the Lionheart clan had ever loaned a treasure from the main vault, so they wanted to handle the transaction by the book. Melkith remembered the Lionheart guards people called them hounds, but Eugene corrected her. They're actually the Black Lion Knights. They follow orders blindly like hounds, though. Guyon, Gilead's brother, had already joined their ranks. It's not hard to get in. Anyone who swears absolute loyalty can join the squad. There's also the White Lion Knights, who only answer to the main family. While the Black Lions serve the Lionheart name, they're backed by a council of distant relatives and nobles. That council actually holds more political clout than the Lionheart Patriarch himself. Eugene hadn't seen the Black Lions once in his 4 years living there. A smirk crept onto his face as he wondered how strong they actually were, backed by the council and the Lionheart name. While Eugene was deep in thought, the family carriage pulled up, flanked by Black Lion personnel. Melkith didn't vibe with their entrance at all. Eugene guessed she might hate Vermouth, but she clarified she just hated the main family because of how they bullied the distant relatives. Hearing that, Lovelian told her to keep her opinions on the down low as she didn't want to fumble the bag on getting that storm sword. That annoyed Melkith since, hello, she was lending her precious cloak for this. When the carriage landed, Seal stepped out, surprising Eugene. He asked why she was there, and she said she came to buy a gift for her mom and check on him. She looked kinda down. John walked beside her, putting a hand on her shoulder for support. He greeted Eugene, but there was also an unidentified old man tagging along with them. Yo fam. So this dude steps up and straight up kills the small talk, telling everyone to keep their eyes on the prize. Agent's never seen him before, but he clocks the guy's stance immediately total pro with a spear, no doubt. They also brought a wizard along to handle all the drama with the storm sword and iode. Then, boom. This lady steps out of the carriage, and let me tell you, her aura was screaming boss level. Agent doesn't recognize her face, but her vibes, immaculate. He can tell just by how she carries herself that she's a hand-to-hand combat beast. Her outfit is pure drip, definitely showing she's the highest rank in the squad. When she steps out, she spots someone she hasn't seen in 20 years, and even Rivarian looks shook. She introduces herself as Camon Leonis, Eugene's aunt. Eugen is low-key freaking out because she looks way too young to be related to Gillard. But then he remembers Rivarian and Melkett also refuse to age, so I guess good genes run deep. Turns out, Camon is playing by the same rules. Rivarian invites the crew inside to sit down, and Camon drops the mic. She's the former clan head's sister and captain of the Black Lions' 3rd Division. Big league stuff. The jacked older guy is Nathan Leonis, a distant relative and the vice-captain of the squad. Absolute unit. Palago, the squad's mage, is there to broker the deal with Melkett like a magical lawyer. He reads the terms out loud to the room and asks if anyone has beef with it. Silence in the room, so he whips out 2 magical contracts he prepared. The fine print? If Melkett loses the Storm's sword, it's game over literally. She pays with her life. Camon is like, look, this is a priceless Lionheart treasure. You want to borrow it? You gotta put your life on the line, honey. Melkett tries to clap back, saying her life is worth way more than a sword, but Camon shuts that down real quick. Palago steps in to play good cop, offering a loophole just in case the sword gets wrecked down the line. Melkett is salty about the Lionheart family holding all the cards. Camon gives her the cold shoulder and tells her to walk away if she can't handle the heat. Melkett calls their bluff. She knows the Black Lions aren't just here for a trade. Camon admits it. They've got a scheduled sit-down with Balzac in 60 minutes. After the chat, they're heading to the Arrows prison to grill a dark mage. Rivarian is acting all nervous, talking about local laws and jurisdiction like a buzzkill. Camon checks her oversized pocket watch and basically says, screw the rules. The council wants blood because the dark mage disrespected the Lionheart name, so he's gonna pay. Eugen and Melkett are eyeing her fancy watch, but Camon ignores them. She tells them to handle the interrogation since they apparently bought the permission slip. Eugen realizes they probably bribed the Senate to get that clearance. Classic corruption. Anyway, they pressure Melkett to sign the papers as soon as possible because the clock is ticking. Melkett does some quick math. She needs 3 hours to summon the wind spirit, so she rents the cloak for 2 months max. Deal signed. Everyone gets what they want. Don't forget to smash that like button for successful negotiations. Eugen throws on the cloak, and Camon is digging the lion mane aesthetic. She suggests adding some white fur tips to match the white flame style fashion advice from a warrior. Okay, she thinks black suits a Black Lion member better. Eugen is confused until she leans in and whispers, hey, let me try that on. Eugen hands it over without hesitating. Camon throws it on and starts posing like an influencer, hyping herself up. She gives it back and suggests adding a lion crest on the chest for extra swag. Melkett gets triggered because she times lent it to him, and he's already passing it around. Camon ignores the drama because it's time to bounce and handle business. Seal sticks with Eugen while the adults handle Iod's mess. They take a stroll through town, gossiping about some weird rabbit magazine Seal found under a pillow. Eugen asks Seal for advice on how to dodge that kind of content. Seal gets confused, thinking he hates animal ears. He's like, nah, I prefer human ears, and points to a shop to buy her a gift. As they walk to the store, Eugen is like, why am I even here? Seal turns around, calls him a dummy, and admits she just wanted a shopping buddy but couldn't say it out loud. Eugen figures she's smart enough to shop alone, but Seal is convinced he secretly wanted to tag along. Eugen denies it, claiming he only came so she wouldn't roast him for the next few years. This reminds Seal that she missed his birthday 2 months ago. Eugen admits he spent the whole day grinding in the Red Magic Tower. She asks if he got any loot. Eugen says Rivarian and Hera tried to give him stuff, but he turned them down. Mentioning Hera makes Seal a little green with envy. Eugen asks why she's really in town. Seal spills the tea. She once came in to adopt her because her mom is trying to arrange a marriage. Major drama alert. She's sick of being trapped in the Lionheart manor and acting like a proper lady. She wants out of that life. Eugen asks if she's joining the Black Lions. She says nope, just wants the adoption and training. Eugen is actually impressed she's trying to make her own way instead of riding her family's coattails. Seal asks about his stats. Eugen flexes that he's a 3-star mage, leaving her shook because she thought he was still at level 2. Eugen asks about Isekai'd. Seal explains he got sent to her mom's place, and they're hiring a private tutor to fix him up. It's kind of hilarious given the drama, but Isekai'd is harmless now. Seal gets the munchies and asks Eugen for a solid food spot recommendation. Eugen warns her the food isn't 5-star Lionheart quality, but she's just there for the vibes. Meanwhile, back at the prison, the dark mage gets beaten to death by Nathan during the interrogation. Yikes. Dude refused to snitch, even while dying. Camon thinks it's insane that a low-level scrub tried to make a dark deal with a Lionheart. Balzac, standing there looking awkward, thinks the guy was just desperate and hadn't achieved anything in his magic career. Their belief is that if you die a nobody, your soul goes straight to a demon. So, the mage used Io to level up and escape being a total loser. Kamen lights a cigar like a boss and mentions the Queen of Nightmares isn't involved. She turns to Balzac and asks, "What's your take, big guy?" Balzac feels the heat. He knows they suspect him. He's been nothing but cooperative and respectful, trying to clear his name. Kamen basically says, "You fit the villain profile way better than that dead guy." Balzac is like, "Bro, what would I even gain from this mess?" He argues that if he were the mastermind, he wouldn't leave clues all over the place. But he admits he's got haters who might frame him. Everyone knows the Demon King loves him, and he's grateful. But that puts a massive target on his back in Heist. Balzac thinks someone framed him to ruin his life. Kamen claps back, "Receipts, or it didn't happen." Balzac retorts, "You got no proof, it times was times me, either." He reminds them this isn't just about him, the Lionheart family is dragged into this mess too. Carmen gave him the green light to yap, but she kept it real. Freedom of speech ain't freedom from consequences. She asked him straight up if he was ready to pay the tab for running his mouth. Balzac was simping hard for the Demon King, dropping mad respect for the Lionhearts like a true fanboy. Just like the king himself. That's why he apologized and promised to play ball. But then he pulled the "I'm only human" card, claiming those fake accusations were hitting him right in the feels. As the boss of the Black Magic Tower and a servant of the big bad Demon King, the disrespect was totally uncalled for. He wasn't going to sit there and take that shade forever, though. Not for his own ego, but he couldn't let them drag the Demon King's reputation through the mud. Johnny's hand flew to his blade, ready to throw hands right then and there. Carmen, reading the room, knew starting a brawl in enemy territory was a rookie move and tried to cool things down. Balzac slid in a DM, suggesting that if Carmen wanted, he could handle this mess on the down low, invisible style. Carmen clapped back, reminding him that plan only works if his head stays attached to his neck. Still, she had a hunch someone from the Lionheart squad might be trying to tank the family's rep from the inside, but she admitted that was just a conspiracy theory with zero receipts to back it up. Even after they went medieval on him with torture and magic, nothing stuck. That's why she was laser-focused on him. Balzac kept apologizing like a broken record, swearing on his mama it wasn't him. He insisted he had zero motive to plot against them. Carmen said, "I hear you," but then brought up that shady business with the incubus trying to cut a deal with the elves. Sus. That wasn't something she could just swipe left on. She's seen some messed up stuff in her life, and this guy was right up there with the worst of them. Balzac peeped her vibe and warned her, "You want it, you got it." Asterisk, snap. Asterisk. A shadow hand popped out of nowhere, dangling the incubus's severed head like a Halloween decoration. Balzac explained the Demon King snatched the soul so they could keep the leftover noggin. He dropped it, and Carmen punted that thing so hard blood splattered all over his drip. They started to dip, but Carmen dropped one last truth bomb. If she heard he was messing with Eugene Lionheart, there would be major beef. Balzac shot back that she wasn't the boss of him. Outside, Carmen turned to Johnny and asked, "Real talk, what do you think went down?" She was betting on Amelia, the Nightmare Queen, pulling the strings. Someone who hates the Black Tower gig and everything it stands for. The Demon King basically lets his warlocks run wild like it's the Purge, not caring if his minions kill each other. Johnny chimed in, saying if Amelia is behind this, you can bet your bottom dollar Nahama is in on the scheme too. Carmen agreed. Nahama was acting super sus and predicted a war would pop off in a few years. Turris, with its long-standing drama with Nahama, would likely get hit first. Once they invade, Keel better be ready to rumble. The Lionhearts would get drafted for that mess too. Johnny wondered if Amelia was playing 4D chess with this future war in mind, but Carmen thought maybe it was just a random isolated incident. Carmen then turned to Johnny and asked, "Yo, what do you think would have happened if I hadn't let Balzac's trolling slide back there?" Johnny kept it 100, admitting that if they tried to fight him, everyone except Carmen would be pushing up daisies. Carmen giggled at his modesty, but Johnny insisted he wasn't built for wizard battles. She clapped back that her own lack of confidence was the reason they didn't throw down. Meanwhile, Eward was still on lockdown with a dark wizard watching his every move. According to Carmen, since Eward is main family royalty, he won't get deleted, but his future is looking shaky. One more screw-up, and he won't be so lucky next time. Carmen noted Eward's claim to the throne was cancelled and his leadership dreams were dead in the water. His mom was hunting for a magic tutor, but Carmen worried some ops might try to slide into his DMs with bad intentions. Johnny reminisced about Eward's past, remembering how much the kid used to geek out over magic. It fascinated him, but nobody knew what made him turn to the dark side. Next day, as they were packing up, Johnny and Seal said peace out to Eugene. Carmen then hit Johnny with a recruit offer. "You trying to join the Black Lions or what? We got a captain spot open in Division 2. I can hook you up right now." Eugene shut that down immediately for him, and Carmen was like, dang, what a waste. So they hit the road. But Eugene, being nosy, asked Lovell why the White Tower Master didn't show up to see them off. I mean, she is a master, right? Lovell laughed, explaining that if she had secured that contract, she'd be flexing on Instagram right now. But apparently, she's taking a massive L back at her place. Cut to the White Tower. She's trying to summon the Spirit King while dressed in some goofy outfit, cursing Tempest for ghosting her DMs. She even tried to heat up her body for maximum sensitivity, but Tempest left her on read. She tried to summon him one more time times, boom times, lightning strikes. Levine, the Thunder King, pulls up with a message from the Wind King. Tempest is sick of your drama, Levine said. He told you to shut up. He ain't signing no contract with you, fam. Undeterred, she went full Karen, screaming about being the goat and swinging her sword around. Levine, totally cringed it out, zapped her just enough to make her chill. Then he spilled the tea. She couldn't give Tempest what he wanted. The Storm Spirit wanted her to go north, deep into the unmapped demon realm, a bucket list item he's had for centuries. Next day, she rolled up on Eugene looking like she had a rough night in Vegas. Eugene was like, whoa, you good? How'd the contract go? Don't even ask, she screamed, cursing Tempest for ruining her life. Myrrh, trying to read her book, finally snapped and told her to use her inside voice. Meanwhile, Melkith was losing her mind. Eugene, watching the meltdown, asked if Tempest really dumped her like that. She cried about him lying to her face. Eugene, with a smirk, reminded her that today marked 10 years on the loan. Being a nice guy, he shortened it to 9 years and demanded the storm sword back. She handed it over, sobbing, telling him to take care of her baby. Eugene went back to reading and found a sick passage about the leader of the giants, Camus. The text hyped him up as this massive, ancient dude, basically the strongest giant boss in history. The story talked about a battle where thousands of humans fought hundreds of giants, but the soldiers were too shook to fight. But fear didn't matter because Vermouth the Great was there. He tried to give an intro speech, but nobody was listening. The soldiers wanted to help, but their attacks couldn't even scratch Camus, the giant warlord. But Vermouth had his ride or die, Hamel. Together, the dynamic duo faced down the deadly giants. With maximum effort, Vermouth clapped Camus, who had Demon King level power. Even with their leader dead, the giants kept coming. But then Times stepped in and flexed her true power. After reading, Eugene wondered if she wrote this fanfic herself, because the glaze in this book was off the charts. Myrrh heard that and scoffed, calling it total cringe. She was mad someone would gas themselves up like that in a book. Eugene stood up, figuring he'd go grind some more witchcraft. Mia was catching the vibe, but she still admitted Eugene was tripping with that ego. Like, the dude is way too cocky for his current level. But honestly, Eugene just loves the grind. The harder the quest, the better, even if it takes forever to clear. Then he locks in on the witchcraft, realizing that recreating the eternal core right now, yeah, that's a hard pass. Impossible mission at this stage. It's been 10 days since the Black Lion squad dipped, and Eugene been posted up at Rion, just staring down the witchcraft. He's trying to figure out how to manifest that eternal core. But to pull that off, he's gonna need at least the 9th circle. Big league stuff. An advanced circle is basically a cheat code for infinite power. You can spin it, wreck it, remix it, or boost your mana stats. But Eugene, he ain't about that circle life. He's rocking the White Flame method as his alt build. Still, he's wondering if he can inception this thing stacking another circle inside the one made by the stars. Flashback to his past life. He remembers this basic mana breathing technique regular grunts used. He remixes that with his own XP, plus Shia threw him some assists along the way. That's how Hamel cooked up his own mana flow, feeding the core and constantly detonating mana to blast it through the body. Hamel's method was so cracked it let him slice off Cam's limbs. Eugene thinks back on the squad. Baum was hyping up the technique, but Shia, she straight up called it trash. Zero chill. But you can't deny Hamel leveled up big time. Eugene's in the zone now, staring into the eternal core without passing out. He can feel the power radiating off it. It's go time. That realization gave Eugene the confidence boost he needed to recreate the eternal core using the White Flame style. Fast forward 2 years. Eugene is 19 now. Summer hits, and he's still in his room, scribbling away like a madman. Mia's sitting across from him, asking, yo, you hungry? It's dinner time. Eugene's like, I'll eat in a bit. If I bounce now, I'm gonna lose my flow. Mia asks why he's speed running the writing. Eugene explains it's actually better to take it slow so he doesn't botch it. Writing at a chill pace just feels right. He isn't rushing, he's double-checking everything, constantly editing. But honestly, he's not making many mistakes. He's just hyper-focused on the details. Mia points out that mages usually spend decades on their magic theses. Eugene claps back. Well, it didn't take me decades to learn magic, so I'm pretty sure this thesis won't take that long either. Mia stands up and is like, see, that's the problem. Writing a thesis this early is pure arrogance. She tells him to grind the books for a few more years before trying to publish. Eugene notices she's getting flustered. Mia warns him not to cross the line. She's told him a million times to show respect. She's got at least 200 years on him. She wants some respect on her name. Eugene teases her. Okay, embarrassed old lady. That makes her seriously consider ending him right there. Unfazed, Eugene asks, you just don't want me to leave, do you? She hesitates before answering. Eugene points out he's been coming here for 2 years, and he's basically the only one who visits regularly. Mia admits, yeah, that's pretty obvious. Even for the noobs, it's clear. Other mages saw the witchcraft and got their minds blown. They tried desperately to decode it, failed hard, and rage quit to go back to their own basic magic. Meanwhile, Eugene showed up every single day for 2 years straight, sweating, trying to understand the witchcraft. She asks, so, you really bouncing from Arroth once you finish that paper? Eugene wonders, what else is there for me to do here? Mia's like, bro, there are tons of options. I don't know when the Red Tower Master is retiring, but he'd definitely draft you as his successor. Eugene shrugs. Nah, don't want to be a Tower Master. Job sounds boring as hell. Mia throws another idea. Join the Royal Court's mage army. Captain Champ seems thirsty to recruit you. Eugene shakes his head. Champ is way too friendly. It's creepy. Mia adds, the Crown Prince digs you too. If you work for him, he's gonna flex that for decades. Eugene says, I appreciate the clout, but I'm not trying to chase any of that. Mia is confused. Why go back to the Lionheart clan if you can't be the boss? Eugene smiles. Do I really need a big reason to go home? Mia explains. Look, what you've done is legendary. In just the 6 months since you started writing, you simplified complex magic theory and buffed your own stats. That's insane. Eugene explains that the thesis is just a vanity project. It's strictly for him because he's the only one who can actually use this tech. I'm writing it because I like keeping my thoughts organized, not to share with the academic guild. No other mage can run the ring flame build anyway. He thinks back to when Rovarian told him you can't hack magic without understanding the physics. But Eugene isn't following the typical circle meta. His alternative is the white flame style starting with a circle. But that doesn't mean the main family users can copy-paste his moves. He tried to follow his own thesis but got soft-locked immediately. Eugene never created a traditional core or learned the white flame the standard way, so he's improvising with his own circle. His mana started flowing backward glitch in the system, but he pushed through, hit 4-star rank in white flame, and successfully installed the eternal core into the circle. He built a ring using 4 stars and kept detonating mana inside, just like Hamel did back in the day. The spinning fire acts like a firewall, keeping the mana contained. That's the ring flame method he invented. Originally, Eugene was going to wait until he hit 5 stars to try this, but after seeing the witchcraft, he changed his strategy. He spent a ton of time on the 6th floor, the Space Hall, and the 8th floor, the Hall of Scorching Heat. The Hall of Scorching Heat stores magic from the world's most cracked fire mages. Plus, Eugene knew he needed to learn spatial magic to unlock the full potential of his shadow cloak. Rovarian took Eugene in as a direct disciple, helping him patch his thesis and mod some basic circle spells to work with his ring flame engine. Eugene spent half his day grinding on the paper and the other half learning from Rovarian. If you had to sum up those 2 years in one word, brutal. Eugene wonders if Mia is salty because he said he's leaving, even though it's obvious she wants him to stay. Mia assures him she isn't mad. She doesn't have the admin privileges to stop him. If he wants to bounce, he can bounce. She's never felt the urge to leave this place anyway. Even if she did, she's stuck. So she tells him to get lost and leave her alone in this boring, quiet, lonely server. She insists she isn't sad about saying goodbye, even after hanging out for so long. She's not human, after all. She knows humans just do whatever they want. Eugene packs up his thesis and wonders if she's actually telling the truth. Mia confirms it. She's lived way longer than him and is used to people logging off, but she tells him he should have at least given her a heads up instead of ghosting like Shia did. Shia just replied with noted. That really ticked her off. She poured her heart out, and his calm reaction made her feel like he was treating her like an NPC. Eugene asks, wait, how am I trash? Mia explains, that's just my opinion. Don't overthink it, because at the end of the day, it's just straight facts. Mia finally spilled the tea, admitting she low-key hated him and just saw him as a disrespectful brat with zero chill toward his elders. She paused for a sec, then added that if he stayed and wrote her just for her, it would be super awkward. Fun fact, her whole personality is basically a copy-paste of a young Shia, which, honestly, explains why she acts so childish sometimes. She admitted she says cringe stuff and can be stubborn, and she's fully aware of it. You could tell she was dying of embarrassment, total facepalm moment. Mia kept going, saying she felt like a total clown for even bringing this up. She knows the OG Shia would never move like this, so she felt like she was disrespecting the legend by acting so messy. Eugene flashed a grin, trying to gaslight her a bit by saying the real Shia would act exactly like her, or at least, that's his headcanon. Mia wasn't buying it though, shutting him down immediately like, no shot, absolutely not. She pressed him, asking how he could be so sure, like, did he see a picture book from back in the day? Eugene stood on business, claiming the Shia times he times knows would definitely have this exact vibe. Still skeptical, Mia asked for his source again. Eugene dodged the question and pivoted to his grind, saying his thesis was almost wrapped up. If he didn't get too greedy with it, he'd be done before summer hit. Mia was confused, like, okay, but why tell me this? Eugene hit her with a cliffhanger, saying he'd slide by one last time before ghosting to drop some major news. Super sus. Mia asked if he was just trolling her. He played it cool, saying, you'll find out, and dipped. On his way out, he bumped into Cham, and Eugene's face immediately went from happy to ugh, not this guy. Cham asked what was bugging him, but Eugene already knew the script. This dude definitely wanted to talk about that royal mage captain job again. He's obsessed, guys. Right on cue, Cham brought up the gig, mentioning that the spot they talked about in the royal mage army was still wide open. He added that if Eugene changed his mind, he had the hookup to make it happen. Eugene kept his cool and gave a polite hard pass, so Cham switched lanes to ask about Eugene's thesis progress instead. Then Cham tried to flex, offering to help with the paper. He claimed his summoning and combat skills made him more useful than Riverian. Eugene thought that was weird since Cham didn't even know what the thesis topic was. Even though he tried to hide it, Cham was clearly salty that Eugene was only sharing his work with Riverian. Major jealousy vibes. Hiding the salt, he suggested. Let me take a peek first. I can help. Eugene thanked him but shut it down again. Letting this guy read it first would be total disrespect to his actual mentor. Eugene was polite but firm, zero room for debate. Cham just wouldn't take the hint and asked to keep their little chat on the down low. Eugene decided he was done with this convo and bounced. Walking away, he felt a mix of anxiety and relief because Cham clearly had no clue about his Eternal Void achievement. If word got out about that, Eugene knew the clout chasers wouldn't leave him alone. Dude wouldn't even get a minute of peace to nap in his own bed. Luckily, his fire ring method works like a stealth cloak. It looks like basic fire magic until he actually casts it physically. Even a pro like Cham couldn't sniff out the truth. Eugene was hyped that he successfully bamboozled a high-tier mage. He headed straight to Riverian to demo the spell, leaving his mentor shook equal parts impressed and terrified. For most wizards, 4 circles is the level cap, but Eugene's stats were looking like he was already pushing 5 circle power levels. Literally a broken build. Despite the gains, Eugene's Eternal Void wasn't fully maxed out yet. The controls were still a bit buggy. Riverian watched him spam the skill and theorized he hit a temporary level cap. He figured that Eugene's bootleg version of the Eternal Void forced him to swap one of his magic circles with his actual core. He broke it down for Eugene. The power of his cores is directly linked to his spell output. Basically, if he buffs his White Flame method, it'll stack with the Fire Ring method and create a resonance effect. Eugene heard him, but he was laser-focused on grinding for perfection. He knew every upgrade brought him closer to unlocking his ultimate form. Riverian, though, warned him about some potential glitches in his Red Flame method that he hadn't patched yet. According to the prof, the Fire Ring build lets Eugene cast advanced spells and even 5-ring magic like its tutorial mode. But he strongly advised against trying 6-ring spells, saying the RNG was too dangerous. Eugene agreed, knowing he had to nerf himself for now. Topic switch, Riverian asked. What's the move after graduation? Eugene dropped a bomb. He's heading north to the Lu Kingdom just to hunt down some famous ice crabs. Riverian was floored. He thought it was wild to travel that far for food you can get in Aras. That's where King Marin used to rule, by the way. But Eugene stood his ground. He wanted the authentic and real-life experience. He also planned to hit up Nahama to try their scorpion dish. It's a desert spot with deep lore, literally the last place San Anis was spotted after ditching Urus 200 years ago. Riverian tried to steer him toward a local seafood spot instead, but their hang was interrupted when they bumped into Crown Prince Honan. The prince didn't waste time. He offered Eugene the royal captain title, but only if he stayed in the server. Eugene acknowledged the offer but thought it was cap. Honan wasn't discouraged, though. He promised he'd take the throne within 10 years and would make good on the deal then. Riverian thought Honan was moving a little too wild considering the current king was very much still alive. Honan clarified the king already promised him the crown and he's got the popular vote. To sweeten the pot, he glazed Eugene up, saying his mana stats were already on par with a 5-ring mage. The prince tried to fish for info on the Eternal Void. Egan clapped back with a sharp comment that accidentally confirmed exactly what Honan suspected. Oops. Realizing Egan didn't care about clout or rank, Honan switched tactics and offered knowledge. He dropped the alpha. There are 2 more volumes of witchcraft written by Shia sitting in the royal treasury. That news had Egan and Riverian shook. Honan clarified they were actually copies Shia gifted to the palace back in the day. Now Egan was listening. Getting his hands on those witchcraft volumes would be a massive cheat code for his research. Honan promised he'd unlock access once he became king. He pressed Egan for an answer, leaving our boy in deep thought, weighing his options. The offer was tempting. Egan knew witchcraft was S-tier material, and he hoped those volumes might hold clues about why Shia ghosted everyone. Hoping to find Easter eggs the royal family missed, Egan made a deal. If you take the throne in 10 years, I'll come back to Eris. Honan respected the hustle and agreed to send a letter when the succession was official. Egan dipped. Meanwhile, in the library, Mia was stressing out, reading books, trying to figure out how to upgrade Egan's core. She knew Egan's Eternal Void build was better than the meta elsewhere, but still needed work. When Egan walked in, she slammed the book shut, looking super guilty. She hyped up his mastery of the Eternal Void, calling it insane, but then got real quiet. She was clearly bummed about him leaving the server now that his thesis was done. Egan's trip was set to launch in 2 days. He needed to recharge and hit up the farewell party at the Red Tower. Mia wished him luck, but her face said, "I'm straight up not having a good time." Eugene smirked, reading her like a book. He knew she didn't want him to bounce. He threw it back to a convo they had months ago. Mia started panicking, but Eugene was already dipping, yelling back that he had to fact-check something before spilling the tea. Walking away, Eugene hit her with, "Yo, did you tell the other students my business like you told me?" Mia instantly got beef with that, thinking he was calling her a snitch. She clapped back hard, swearing that even if those nerds hacked witchcraft and studied it 24/7, they wouldn't learn a thing. According to her, that data is buried deep in the memory banks. She trailed him, insisting, "I ain't a snitch. Unless someone literally nukes the system, my lips are sealed." Eugene glanced at his old squad's hologram and asked, "If I drop a major bombshell right now, does it stay in the vault?" Before she could even flex about her security protocols, Eugene dropped it. "I reincarnated." Mia was shook, totally glitching out. Eugene clarified, "New body, same memories. I'm on my new game plus." Mia thought he was trolling, but when he dropped the "I was Hamel in my past life" card, her eyes went wide. Suddenly, his OP skills made total sense. It clicked how he speedran the Eternal Core in 2 years and smashed every record. If he was Hamel, he was basically using cheat codes. 'Cause stupid Hamel was built different. Mia realized he was unique, noting his background was kinda similar to Vermouth's vibes. Hamel only picked up a sword to survive after monsters wrecked his hood. He was fueled by pure rage, grinding XP by slaughtering monsters non-stop. He started from zero, but with insane grind and dedication, Hamel became a beast, standing side by side with legends. Mia thought, for a guy named Stupid, his character development was top tier. Looking at Eugene now, the math was mathing. But Eugene shut it down. "Nah, I could never touch Vermouth's magic stats. No matter how hard I tried, that's why I mained weapons. I 1v1 Vermouth constantly and took the L every single time." Mia thought Hamel was top tier by normal standards, but the guy didn't care. All he wanted was to be the GOAT over Vermouth, but he got a game over before he could. Now Mia got why he was hyping up Hamel's hologram earlier. Eugene gave her a look. "Don't look at me with that sassy tone." But Mia was like, "Why tell me this now? What do you want?" Eugene kept it real. "We've been cool for 2 years, and you're basically a Sienna deep fake." Mia panicked. "I'm based on her personality, okay?" He patted her head. Usually, she'd rage, but since he was Sienna's OG teammate, she let it slide. Then Eugene asked, "You think Sienna's dead?" Mia gasped, "No way." Eugene nodded, agreed. She wouldn't just vanish without a trace. Anis and Molon are probably out there living off the grid, and I'm gonna find the whole squad. Hearing him talk about finding her master gave Mia hope. Seeing her face light up, Eugene teased, "You miss her, don't you? Even though she ghosted you in this library?" Mia got salty, but Eugene doubled down. "I earned the right to say that. I dealt with Sienna's drama for 300 years, fam." Still skeptical, Mia challenged him. "Swear on witchcraft you're really Hamel." "Bet," Eugene said. "But stop calling me a dummy." They went to the witchcraft core, and Eugene swore his oath. Boom, blinding light hits Mia. And suddenly she's levitating like she's in an anime intro. She confessed. "Wizards tried to hack the system, but found nothing. Your secret is locked in the root code, nobody's getting in there." Then she dropped the T. Sienna was planning to retire before she vanished. Mia was with her in Arath when Sienna had a total mental breakdown. Sienna found out a spirit died and someone raided Hamel's grave, she explained. Sienna was furious. Eugene was just confused. Wait, I have a grave? After that, she dipped, Mia said. I hid that memory to protect her, but since you're Hamel, you deserve the scoop. Eugene was baffled. I thought the demon curse turned me into dust. How is there a grave? If you respawn, your body must be intact somewhere, Mia theorized. Maybe Sienna saved it. Eugene started thinking that might be the case. That night, Eugene walked back to his room, his mind racing about his mysterious grave. Is it back in my hometown? Suddenly, Balzac called out from behind. Eugene sighed. Stalker much? He knew Balzac was tailing him. You look triggered, Balzac noted. So, you're leaving Era for Ruhr and Nahama? I'm worried Ruhr is way too close to the Bello regime. The ban on demons is gone, but it's dangerous. Your Lionheart name is useless there, and demons run those streets. Eugene thought, is the demon king of incarceration prepping for war? But Balzac shut it down. Nah, he respects the treaty with Vermouth. Eugene flashed back to seeing the demon king. That dark aura was overwhelming, unlike anything he'd ever felt. Back then, he couldn't even process it. It was just a blinding light across a massive battlefield. His whole squad froze, their minds nearly shattering from the pressure. Only Anis's prayers kept them from going insane. Balzac warned, the kings might be chill, but other demons? They don't do peace, they crave chaos. Eugene got the message, so even with the peace treaty, I've got a target on my back. And it's not just the rogues, Balzac added. The Demon King's fan club might come for you just because you're a Lionheart. With Demon King spots open, Duchess Isabella is thirsty for power. She'll do anything. Eugene smirked. What? Demons vote now. Balzac laughed. Demons definitely don't vote. But it made Eugene wonder. Can I take the Queen of Nightmares right now? Probably not. Okay, Ruhr is a bad idea right now. Eugene thanked Balzac. I'll hit the desert in Nahama first. Nahama isn't safe either, Balzac warned. Amelia is there. She's a dark mage with a VIP pass from the Demon King. She's got way too much freedom, which means trouble for you. Balzac handed him a black envelope. If you run into her, give her this. So, Balzac claims this letter's gonna be Eugene's shield against that crazy witch. Curiosity gets the better of him, so Eugene asks, Yo, can I crack this open? Balzac gives the green light, but when Eugene rips that seal, his jaw hits the floor. It's empty. Literally nothing inside. But Balzac's like, chill, kid. It ain't about the words. It's the flex that times wrote it. Then times Balzac flicks his fingers and the thing reseals itself like magic. He knows he can't babysit Eugene out in the desert, but he can definitely pull some strings to keep Amelia off his back. He pushes the letter on Eugene, but the vibe feels off. Eugene's thinking, okay, nothing's free. What's the catch? Balzac claims he just wants to be homies, but Eugene isn't buying it. He starts getting paranoid, thinking this dude has some sketchy hidden agenda because nobody is this nice for zero reason. Balzac starts sweating bullets, desperately trying to explain, no cap, I just want us to be cool. It's strictly a networking thing. He points out that everyone kisses up to Eugene because the kid's a prodigy, so why is he the one catching shade? Eugene eases up, thanks him, and even thinks, maybe I should invite this guy to my going away bash. But then he's like, nah. If Balzac shows up, Eugene might just end up hating him more. Balzac promises to skip the party, and Eugene dips out. Next day, the party is lit. Royals, mages, everybody's there. But the Blue Tower Master is salty because Eugene invited him but ghosted the other tower heads. The old man knows the other bosses are thirsty to recruit Eugene. Eugene sees the mood and goes, what's wrong? You not impressed? The Blue Master admits Eugene is top tier but insists he isn't trying to poach talent from the Red Tower. Then he looks around and notices Balzac is a no-show. Eugene says he left Balzac out of respect for Rovarian. Then he flips the script and asks the Blue Master for the tea on Balzac's past at the Blue Tower. The Master spills the beans. Balzac was always a mystery, hard to read. Back in the day, he was a total beast, practically guaranteed to be the next Blue Tower boss. But then he flipped his switch and bounced to Helmet. The current Master admits, I only got this job because he quit. 10 years later, Balzac rolls back into town as a dark mage running the Black Tower. According to the Master, Balzac was OP, but had different goals. He never cared about climbing the corporate ladder or running a tower. He was chasing something bigger, like taking down the Demon King. But at the end of the day, he's still just a dude. Conversation shifts, and the Master asks about Eugene's trip to Nahama. He warns Eugene that Nahama is straight-up nasty territory and tells him to keep that Lionheart name on the down low. Exactly what Rovarian told him earlier. The assassins out there don't play, they'll clap a Lionheart on sight. The Master stresses keeping a low profile, and Eugene nods along. Party's over. Time to bounce. Eugene throws on his cloak. Yeah. It might look a bit extra in the desert, but he's ready for whatever. This ain't no ordinary fabric. It's got AC built in with temperature control magic. Even in that baking heat, he's chilling. Plus, he's got a magic map Rovarian slipped him. The map is like a fantasy GPS, tracking his every move. Right now, he's skirting the western edge of Nahama. Head north, and he hits Taurus. Original plan? Find his old grave and visit the crib near Torres. But plans change. Why? Because his hometown got swallowed whole by sandstorms. Taurus got completely ghosted by the locals when the desert took over, turning it into just another patch of dirt owned by Nahama. But this wasn't nature doing its thing. Eugene knows it's those shady sand mages trying to expand their turf. 300 years ago, Nahama tried to invade the Empire, but Vermouth shut that down real quick. Even in his past life, Eugene had major beef with Nahama. 3 centuries later, nothing's changed. He still hates him. Fueled by that old-school grudge, he heads into the dunes with 2 missions: find his grave and look for his old squad. Days pass, and some locals start eyeing him from a distance. They're kind of impressed seeing a guy soloing the desert. Usually, people roll through here with massive caravans and bodyguards. One guy guesses, maybe he's doing some hardcore coming-of-age challenge. You know, survive the desert to prove you're a man. The leader isn't buying it. Why would a Lionheart waste time here? Then another goon reminds him, boss, orders are to keep him out of the Kajani desert. The leader remembers the mission but wonders why their boss cares so much. While they're watching, one guy notes, damn, that kid moves fast for a tourist. Suddenly, the guy freaks out. Yo, he was heading north, but now he's coming straight for us. The leader grabs his binoculars and freezes. Eugene is looking right at them from miles away. A cold sweat hits him as he sees Eugene light up with a white flame technique, charging like a bull. The squad is shook. How did he even spot them? Eugene is barreling in like a runaway freight train. Running isn't an option anymore. Stand your ground, the leader screams, telling everyone to draw steel. He decides to play it off like a robbery, just mug the kid and send him packing. They're nervous but ready to throw hands. Eugene clocks them immediately. These aren't pro assassins. Their stealth game is trash. But then, surprise, the leader enchants his blade with a sword soul spell. It's strong magic, but instead of being scared, Eugene just cracks a wicked grin. It's been a minute since he held a sword. He spent the last 2 years burying his nose in magic books. Finally, it's playtime. He whips out the storm sword and effortlessly parries the leader's strike. In seconds, he's surrounded by 5 guys. Eugene flexes his mana without even saying a word, which totally freaks the leader out. Boom. A blast of energy sends all 5 lackeys eating sand. Now it's just the boss man left standing. Eugene stares him down. Who are you? The guy lies. Just a bandit, bro. Eugene laughs. Since when do random bandits in Nahama know high-level sword soul techniques? It gets him thinking, if the grunts are this strong, maybe Nahama actually has the muscle to conquer the fractured nations. The leader tries to keep up the act, but Eugene cuts him off. Drop the act. The leader starts shaking. This kid talks like a hardened mercenary, not a rich noble. There's a cold, bloodthirsty look in Eugene's eyes that screams danger. Before the leader can blink, Eugene vanishes and teleports right behind him. The leader barely manages to block the strike, but the impact is massive. A shockwave ripples through his entire body, rattling his bones. The guy is terrified because his sword soul didn't even scratch Eugene's mana. That means Eugene is using the exact same technique but better. While the leader tries to process that, Eugene lands and kicks a cloud of sand straight into his face. Pocket sand. Terrified of catching another magic nuke to the face, the leader scrambled to throw up a mana shield, terrified for his life. But check this out, Eugene's magic missiles, which were basic 1-star spells, smashed through that shield like it was made of wet paper. Before the dude could even reboot his system, Eugene launched another heavy hitter. The squad leader saw the attack incoming and watched his whole life flash before his eyes in 4K. But right at the moment of impact, Eugene hit the brakes inches from his neck and stepped back, flashing a toxic, arrogant smirk. The leader couldn't process the disrespect. Was this kid acting on pure adrenaline or just crazy brave? It was a total slap in the face to his swordsman pride, fueled by either guts or blind rage. He rushed Eugene with zero chill, pouring every ounce of strength into the charge. But Eugene, he was dodging like he was in the Matrix, weaving through every wild swing and blocking shots with zero effort. This PvP match was different from anything Eugene had dealt with since his respawn. This opponent actually had some sword spirit, making the fight feel meaningful for the first time. Even though he wanted a bit more aggression in the attacks, this was enough to keep him entertained. Eugene clapped back with 2 lightning-fast slashes, tagging the leader right on the hands. The guy stumbled, completely shook by Eugene's speed, but the shallow cuts prove he wasn't finished yet. Then it clicked. Eugene wasn't even using full power. That realization made him big mad. With an ego bruise way worse than his body, the captain swung wide, but Eugene just calmly stepped back and holstered his weapon. Confused and humiliated, the guy demanded to know why he was quitting before the game was over. Eugene hits him with a chill smile and explains, there's no rush, he could drop him with bare hands right now. That statement? Absolute emotional damage. The leader lost it. He charged in reckless, fueled by rage instead of tactics. But Eugene sidestepped the sloppy attack and delivered a devastating haymaker right to the man's chest. The punch cratered the ground as Eugene grabbed his head and dribbled it into the sand with overwhelming force. Looking down at the wreckage, Eugene demanded his real identity. The guy stuttered out his name, Ramen Sun Hop. But Eugene wasn't feeling that answer and gave him a hard shove. He pressed Ramen's face deeper into the dirt and demanded the real tea. Who sent him? Ramen, beat up and hesitant, tried to stay quiet until Eugene introduced his head to the ground again, making the guy panic and spill everything. The minion finally cracked, explaining that Amadani is the emir of Kajitan, that city near the west gate Eugene just breezed past. The plot twist revealed that Ramen and his boys were secret agents for the city lord. When Eugene asked why Amadani was beefing with him, the grunt admitted they didn't know much, just that they had to gatekeep Eugene from Kajitan at all costs. Satisfied for the moment, Eugene let the leader go and started connecting the dots. Kajitan wasn't just some random sandbox. 3 centuries ago, it was Helm's home turf, but now it's a harsh wasteland ruined by corrosive sandstorms eating away the land. The nasty conditions made Eugene wonder if the Sand Mage's secret base was hiding there. For an outsider like Eugene, especially someone repping the prestigious Lionheart clan, strolling through this hostile hood was definitely going to turn heads. That explained Amadani's sketchy behavior. But that wasn't the only red flag Eugene had to worry about. Balzac had warned him about a way bigger boss fight, Amelia Merwin, the one who signed a contract with the Demon King of Incarceration. Luckily, her rumored dungeon in the Nahama Desert was miles away from Eugene's location and where Anis was last spotted. At least for now, he could focus on the haters in front of him without worrying about running into her. Eugene took a second to strategize before making a call. He told the squad to bounce, keeping only their leader behind. His determination to enter Kajitan was rock solid regardless of the obstacles, and he made it clear he needed a local guide to handle any drama. Basically, if problems popped up, the leader was going to be his fixer. Eugene figured the guy finally understood why his presence was mandatory. Having direct orders from the emir meant he could squash issues just by flashing his ID. The leader hesitated, looking super unsure about this forced collaboration. Sensing the doubt, Eugene turned up the heat, implying that if the leader wasn't down with the plan, that was cool too. I can always go back to the Lionheart mansion and tell the patriarch that the emir disguised his men as bandits to try and jack a precious family artifact. He asked the leader if he really wanted that smoke. Pure terror filled the guy's eyes as he stuttered a denial. Eugene didn't flinch, sweeping his cloak aside to reveal the ultimate flex. He held up the Storm Sword, the legendary blade used by the great Vermouth, the founder of the Lionheart clan, during his life and the Demon War. With a priceless artifact like that in hand, Eugene knew everyone would believe the story that the emir staged this chaos to steal the sword. The leader was absolutely shook. If Eugene leaked those rumors, it wasn't just Ramen's head on the block, his whole squad would be toast, and worse, his master could be executed on the spot for treason. Cornered and desperate, the leader surrendered to Eugene's demands, agreeing to play along. Realizing he had total control, Eugene flashed a wicked, psychotic grin. Problem solved. They started the trek across the massive desert. The leader trudged alongside him, eaten alive by guilt and fear. He was stressing over disobeying direct orders from his master, who had strictly banned the kid from entering the Kajitan zone. Now acting as his supposed bodyguard, he couldn't shake the shame of his betrayal. But what really haunted him was the fate waiting for his subordinates. Those guys went back empty-handed with a big mission failed. Eugene snapped the guy out of his daze and asked straight up what his role was in this mess. Ramen explained, somewhat carefully, that he was the captain of the Red Desert Unit and the main royal guard under Amadani, the emir of Kajitan. Eugene smirked. He figured the guy had skills given his rank as captain. It seemed natural. Switching gears, Eugene asked if there were any desert wizards hiding out in the Kajitan sands. Ramen's genuine surprise told Eugene immediately that he was either clueless or an Oscar-worthy actor. Eugene didn't buy the skit and warned him not to play dumb unless he wanted another beatdown. Ramen quickly panicked, swearing he legitimately didn't know anything about any wizards like that. Besides, he argued, why would royal loyal desert wizards be stationed so far from the capital in a remote desert like this? Eugene stepped closer and pressed the question, wondering if Ramen was truly that dense or just faking it. Ramen asked, confused, what Eugene was getting at. Eugene explained that the entire Kajitan Desert used to be the green and fertile territory of Turas until a devastating sandstorm turned the server into a barren wasteland. Sultan Nahama witnessed this dramatic shift and basically claimed the desert was a gift from the heavens for them. Since then, he stationed his warriors in the desert to occupy the land and use it as a training ground. He noted that the desertification is still ongoing today, erasing what used to be there. Eugene laughed bitterly, saying they would never dream of pulling a stunt like this when the empire was strong. That, he insisted, is exactly why they are targeting Turas now. Raman shook his head, rejecting the idea as impossible because even if there was some truth to Eugene's words, he insisted his master would never be involved in something that evil. Eugene was not having it, straight up telling Raman to chill with the fanboy vibes. He let out a sigh, dropping the temperature in the room by reminding Raman that he's also from Kajani. According to Eugene, Raman surviving that sandstorm wasn't some divine intervention, it was just dumb luck and a solid assist from his boss. Eugene totally gets the picture now. Raman is simping for his master because the dude saved his life. That's why Raman has those rose-colored glasses on, refusing to believe his boss could be involved in anything shady or dark. Raman started glitching, totally unsure of how to clap back. Sensing the awkward pause, Eugene decided not to grill him any further, but left him with a serious heads-up. He told Raman to keep one thing in mind. He didn't come here to start beef with another nation, so he's gonna let things slide. But he warned Raman not to think for a second that Eugene is clueless about why his master is gatekeeping the Kajani desert. As Eugene turned to bounce, he dropped one last truth bomb. Once a member of the Lionheart clan steps onto this turf, the whole ugly truth about those sand mages and the desert drying up is gonna get exposed in 4K resolution. Raman nodded, acknowledging the tea Eugene just spilled, and swore that if these sand mages are actually real like Eugene claims, he'll personally step up as Eugene's bodyguard. Raman was feeling confident, betting that even if the mages answer to the king, they'd still show respect because of his master's clout. Eugene, the Lionheart heir, just smirked with pure skepticism and kept walking without saying a word. As Raman sprinted to catch up, his curiosity got the better of him. He asked why Eugene was trekking all the way to the Kai Desert, pointing out that it is literally just an endless sandbox out there. Eugene's reply was short and sweet: he's here to raid a grave. Raman freaked out and suggested that if they're looking for ancestors, they should hit up the massive cemetery in Kajian instead, but Eugene shook his head, signaling that the grave he is hunting for isn't in some regular cemetery, it is in a totally different spot. Not long after, the two of them pulled up to a random beach right in the middle of the desert. Raman was shook by the view, wondering how an oceanfront property exists out here. Eugene waved it off, calling it a magical deepfake and illusion, not the real deal. Raman, still confused, asked why anyone would bother setting up a fake beach in a place like this. Eugene's patience was running on empty as he explained that water is gold for desert travelers, and anyone seeing a beach is definitely gonna hit the brakes to rest. That explanation finally made it click for Raman. This beach wasn't a vacation spot, it was bait. His suspicion leveled up, and he realized it was a trap, a classic ambush setup. Eugene didn't even flinch, stepping forward like he owned the place, ready to square up against whatever danger was waiting. As he moved, a knife silently popped up from the ground. Even though Raman screamed a warning, Eugene was already 10 steps ahead. With a nimble jump, he summoned the power of a wind spirit like a total pro. Whoosh! A massive gust blew the sand away, exposing the camper and knocking him out cold. Suddenly, a whole squad of assassins started spawning in, weapons drawn and ready to throw hands. Raman, hoping to de-escalate the drama, stepped up and flexed his credentials. He stressed that Eugene was a VIP guest of his master and that touching him would be like challenging the power of Kaj itself. But the assassins didn't care about his speech. They just tightened their grip on their weapons and closed in. Raman was stunned by their audacity and tried to name-drop again, reminding them that Eugene is a son of the legendary Lionheart clan, but the assassins were stone cold. Eugene put a heavy hand on Raman's shoulder, telling him to save his breath because begging these NPCs wasn't going to work. He pointed out that talking just made things easier for the attackers. Raman looked at Eugene like he was speaking alien, but Eugene's calm reply revealed the dark truth. These assassins know they can't let him leave this server alive. After this, attacking a Lionheart is a massive gamble, and killing him instantly would be way too messy. So, the assassins were probably planning to poison or drug him to keep him quiet. But to make that happen, they had to beat him in a fight first. A bit shaky, Raman started drawing his sword, scanning the army of enemies surrounding them. The odds were trash, but he decided to stand his ground and back Eugene up. Eugene, looking totally unbothered, signaled for the assassins to come at him all at once. And just like that, the assassins rushed him with everything they had. As they charged, a core memory unlocked in Eugene's mind, a chaotic moment that weirdly reminded him of his past life. He remembered that time Annis roasted Hamel for the ridiculous amount of weapons he always carried but never used. Hamel, never one to care about the haters, explained that those weapons would eventually come in clutch. G, on the other hand, was trolling the whole conversation, telling Annis to leave Hamel alone. Annis glared at Hamel because she thought it was bogus that Marin had to carry Hamel's gear even though it belonged to Hamel. But Hamel claimed he beat Marin in rock, paper, scissors, so it was part of the bet. Still, Annis thought it was super unfair that Hamel would even make a bet like that. Hamel tried to deflect, pointing out that it wasn't just his weapons taking up trunk space, but Annis's precious holy water too. It took up half the cart. He also reminded her about that oversized axe she was lugging around, which made Annis squint at him. She clapped back, noting that if the holy water was just for her, she'd carry it herself. But actually, Hamel and Shia were the ones chugging the most of it. Hamel, getting salty, turned to Shia to blame her for drinking more than her share and asked why she didn't just use storage magic to hold the supplies. She couldn't hold it in and exploded, pointing out that Hamel was the one who insisted on carrying everything manually because summoning magic would take too long. Hamel looked at Vermouth and gave him the puppy eyes, asking him to pull the cart, but Vermouth, chill as always, just replied that none of his weapons were on the cart. Hamel groaned, totally jealous of Vermouth's inventory space and how easy he had it. G seized the chance to tease, smirking and offering to teach him the trick, but only if he begged on his knees. Despite the bickering, these moments became core memories for Eugene. Standing the present, he couldn't help but think the roasting would have been less savage if he had his magic cloak back in the day. With a dramatic flair, Eugene whipped his cloak open and summoned 2 spears from the depths of its magic pockets, channeling the past. The battle kicked off, and the assassins moved with deadly accuracy. Eugene leaped high into the air, his body cutting through the wind as he aimed at his first victim with a single throw. The spear hit the bullseye, piercing an assassin's skull and deleting him instantly. Another assassin tried to rush him, but Eugene had already read his moves. He dodged perfectly, using the assassin's whiffed attack to launch a lethal counter. Before he could even catch his breath, another attacker spawned from behind. Eugene spun around effortlessly, slashing through the air to decapitate the enemy. 2 more assassins charged in, but Eugene was ready. He threw a couple of knives with pro-level aim, taking down 3 guys in one smooth combo. Even as the battle raged on with no sign of stopping, 2 more enemies tried to ambush him. But Eugene didn't flinch. Drawing 2 swords, he attacked with deadly grace, slicing through them like butter. In one fluid motion, Eugene swapped to an axe and slammed it down with lethal force onto one of the attackers. At the same time, he used his sword to parry another assassin aiming for his head. In a split second, he yeeted the axe, burying it deep into another guy's skull. Before shifting his focus to the next threat, the enemy refused to back down, but Eugene was faster. He jumped high, positioning himself to land right behind a camping assassin. With a magic flick, he trapped the assassin, striking fast and taking his head off in a blink. The enemies seemed to multiply, but Eugene stayed calm and focused, summoning every weapon in the book to deal with them. As the final assassin dropped, Raman stood on the sidelines, watching in total awe. He was shook by the sheer scale of Eugene's ability, realizing how powerless he was by comparison. The power, the precision, and the mastery of every weapon Eugene used were insane. It was obvious to Raman that Eugene hadn't even tapped into his full potential yet. Magic? That's just a stat buff, fam. Eugene's real flex is his weapon mastery, that's his whole brand. As the last assassin gets deleted from the server, Raman starts tripping, telling him the total lobby wipe was totally unnecessary. But Eugene's like, nah, bro. These dudes are diehard stands for their cause. You could chop them up, and they wouldn't even post a reaction video. Then he hits Raman with a simple offer. You want to bounce? The exit is right there. Eugene couldn't care less about Raman's clout or whatever boss he serves. Meanwhile, Raman's lagging, in real life, stuttering like a scratched disc, insisting he can't just log out now. Then Eugene drops a truth bomb. You want to see your ending or what? Raman freezes like his controller disconnected, deep in the think tank weighing his options. Even though Eugene sees Raman as total NPC energy with 0 value, Raman begs to tag along, swearing on his life he won't be dead weight. Eugene leaves him on read for a second before shrugging. Your call, but don't expect to carry. Suddenly, the ground starts vibing, literally shaking like a bass boost gone wrong. Instincts on point, Eugene yeets himself into the air, scanning the map. The assassin bodies start glitching out of existence, classic sign of some dark summoning hacks loading in. A massive sinkhole opens up, cracking the earth while a nasty mana wave ripples through the air. Eugene's spidey senses are screaming that something way worse than a boss fight is spawning. Hovering over the growing void, Eugene preps for the inevitable. Raman goes full panic mode, yelling at him to speedrun out of there. Raman's moving frantic, realizing the ban hammer is coming down hard. The sand beneath them starts twisting into a massive tornado, stacking higher and higher every second. Raman is shook. Sandstorms are normal in this server, but this one. It feels modded, like someone spawned it in manually. Raman's mind starts spiraling, flashing back to storms that wrecked innocent players' bases, the same kind that griefed his own village back in the day. Realizing it's game over, Ramen charges the storm, spamming attacks with everything he's got, trying to break the hitbox, but it's totally useless. The sandstorm takes 0 damage, eating his attacks like a snack. His slashes just disappear into the texture like they never even happened. Stamina depleted, Ramen starts sinking into the vortex. The despair hits different when he realizes there's literally no counterplay to this. Meanwhile, Eugene is still airborne. Using wind tech is a no-go to just lag him back into the storm, so holding his position above the chaos is the only strat. But retreating? Not in his vocabulary. A massive mana spike radiating from the storm signals that the final boss is about to enter the chat. He locks in, knowing he needs to be ready. Watching Ramen struggle to clutch up, Eugene makes a split-second executive decision. He uses his magic to yeet Ramen to the safe zone, wondering why he even hesitated to be the hero. Instant karma, though a giant sandworm bursts from the ground and swallows Eugene whole before he can even react. Ramen stands there, absolutely gutted, realizing Eugene just took the L to save him. He grips his sword, emotional damage, critical. He swears he's going to pay back this massive debt. No matter the cost, he's going to slay that worm and respawn Eugene. Meanwhile, inside the belly of the beast, Eugene lands, a bit dazed from being lunch. He starts analyzing the lore of sandworms, one of the few mobs capable of permanently deleting everything they eat. They digest energy without leaving a trace and have no exit port, so usually, once you're eaten, it's permadeath. But for Eugene, this is just a side quest. He buffs his resolve and activates his white flame and ring fire skills, channeling that energy to drill right through the worm's tanky armor. With a loud boom, Eugene bursts out of the worm's back, spawning into a dark, empty cave. Checking his HP, he realizes the summoning magic was just bait. It didn't craft the worm, it just lured it. The worm was just chilling in its crib. This is likely its nest. Eugene has a flashback to a convo with Xia, who mentioned mages love building dungeons in the middle of nowhere for their sketchy experiments. Sandworms are basically the devs of the underground, notorious for digging deep and generating stable mazes as they go. Xia dropped the stats. It takes a sandworm about 10 days to generate a dungeon, and if left alone, it turns into a massive underground labyrinth. Once the worm is fragged, a mage can patch the code to prevent collapse. Eugene wonders if Xia ever pulled this strat, but remembers she raged at the idea of camping in a cave waiting for a worm to spawn. Connecting the dots, Eugene pulls up his map HUD. He spots a route running through the dungeon that might be a shortcut to Hameo's spawn point. Feeling confident, he pushes forward, ready for the next level. Meanwhile, Ramen wakes up, tied up by the sand mages, blinded by the light, demanding a location check. One of the mages starts trolling him for trying to 1v1 the sandworm. They roast him, asking if he seriously thought a low-level scrub like him could solo a boss like that. But whatever, GG, the mage says. They brought him here for a Q&A session. Ramen, now fully alert, asks what the T is. The sand mage explains they need intel on Eugene Leonis specifically. Why the spoiled heir of the Leonis clan is roaming the Kajani desert map. Even more sus is why a warrior of the Kajitan Emir is acting as his tour guide. Ramen starts sweating buckets while the mage wonders if the Emir, the supposed great Tyrian Mieni, is plotting to backstab Nahama. The math isn't mathing because Ramen is doing the exact opposite of his programming, making them question the Emir's real game plan. Ramen, still squinting, flips the script. What are you guys doing here? He calls out the beach mirage and the sandstorm as obvious magical CGI. He asks if they were the mods behind the chaos. One mage sighs, noting Ramen clearly doesn't get the power dynamic, and uses magic to twist his arm like a pretzel. Another mage steps in. We're the admins here. Your job is to stay muted for your master's honor. Another one comments that no matter what he says, Ramen is getting banned from life today. So, do you want a chill logout or a painful rage quit? He asks again why Eugene Leonis is in the server. It's obvious Eugene is on a mission, and the only conclusion is that the Kajitan Emir is planning to betray all of Nahama. Hearing the word betrayal, Ramen starts to lose his cool. Realizing the stakes, he hits a terrifying conclusion. His leader, Anzani, might have been in on this troll job all along. He screams at the mages, calling them toxic little griefers using cheap exploits to ruin another nation. He demands to know why they aren't protecting the VIPs like they're supposed to. Are those sandstorms just to speedrun the desertification process? One mage laughs, bro, your logic is flawed. To spawn a storm big enough for actual desertification, we need a lobby of at least 100 pro mages. Frustrated, Ramen asks, then what's your endgame? The mage cranks his arm again, replying coldly, we don't read the patch notes to scrubs like you. Instead of chilling, they kept grilling Ramen about why Eugene Leon was lurking around Kajani. Ramen totally choked and couldn't answer, but they were like, whatever, fam. Eugene is toast anyway. That sandworm we baited definitely turned him into a snack. One wizard cracks up with this creepy villain laugh, saying it's better Eugene went out that way since his life was worth less than a dollar menu burger. Then they start spilling the tea about how they found the worm that supposedly ate Eugene, except spoiler alert, it had a massive hole blown out the back. They realize if Eugene actually glitched out of there, they couldn't let him roam free. They mention assassins are creeping around the area, so he'd get clapped pretty quick regardless. That thought hit Ramen with a sudden burst of hope, kind of like seeing a new notification pop up. Maybe, just maybe, Eugene was gonna clutch this win and save him. Meanwhile, the mages kept arguing over what to do with Ramen once he was officially in custody. One dude suggested that starting beef with the Lion family was a bad move, total career suicide. So, their big brain plan was to wipe his memory clean like a reformatted hard drive and yeet him out of Kajani. Or even better, they could flex as his bodyguards and demand a fat reward for their heroic service. It was super convenient that Eugene wasn't there to hear them plotting like cartoon villains. Don't forget to smash that like button if you hate fake friends. But literally, the second they stopped talking, asterisk boom times, Eugene spawns right next to them. His eyes were locked on them with zero chill. The mages went from relaxed to red alert instantly. Their heads were spinning, wondering what happened to those assassins that were camping in the hallways. One mage casts a detection spell, peering into the dark, and sees a total horror show the assassins were flatlined in a pool of their own blood. The mage who saw the carnage was shook, wondering how those assassins moved through the maze so smoothly before getting wrecked. Those guys knew the map so well they could run it blindfolded, and with their stealth stats maxed out, even pro gamers would struggle to track them. But Eugene, he was watching from the sidelines, totally unimpressed, thinking these assassins were basic NPCs. Hiding is just a mechanic, and these noobs clearly didn't know how to manage their mana properly. The assassins Eugene fought in his past life elite spies from Nahama were built different. Their stealth was god tier, and their grind set was unmatched. Those guys would chase a target until the server shut down, focused like they deleted their own humanity. But the dudes here, weak sauce, absolute trash tier. Eugene started wondering if Nahama even cared about this location. If they did, surely they'd send someone with actual skill. Is the king of Nahama just away from keyboard or something? Is the king just sitting around eating Cheetos? Eugene's train of thought got derailed by a scream from Ramen, who somehow managed to stumble his way into the cave. Eugene frowned, realizing he messed up by letting Ramen slide, but the idiot was still kicking, shaking his head. Eugene decided it was time to grill these mages for answers, but as he stepped up, one of them tried to trap him in a blinding sand spell. Keeping his cool, Eugene whipped out a sword shard and chucked it at the sand like a fastball. He braced for an explosion, but instead, the sand wall just shattered into 1,000 pixels. The mages stood there lagging in real life, eyes wide as Eugene stood in the fading dust holding the shard. One mage mumbled, wondering if Eugene used Dispel, but that made zero sense. Dispel is supposed to disrupt the mana flow, not completely delete the spell like that. What he did was a total system override, something that shouldn't even be possible in this game engine. The mages wondered if it was some secret cheat code from the mysterious Lion clan. Then it hit them like a ton of bricks. Taking this guy alive was officially off the table. Their only option now was to delete him before he could unleash that destructive power again. But Eugene wasn't hesitating, he was ready to throw hands. They swung first. If they didn't like the idea of getting owned, they should have thought about that before starting the fight. The mages quickly tried to squat up again. They focused hard, charging up a massive sand shockwave to overwhelm Eugene. The attack rushed him, but Eugene just hit them with a smirk. Right as the sand got close, he flicked his wrist and launched the shard faster than a notification on a viral tweet. The blade found its target, slamming into a mage's head. Guy dropped instantly, wasted. Taking the opportunity, Eugene launched himself into the air like he had gravity boots on. Below him, the mages tried to spam more magic, but Eugene read their moves like an open book. Their strategy was so basic. They were trying to create illusions on the ground while the real attack came from above, total amateur hour. With a quick move, he pulled a whip from his cloak looking sharper than a Gucci belt and sliced through every projectile, aiming for his life. One by one, their weapons shattered, neutralized with perfect precision. When the last one fell, he swung out and grabbed a mage's head, ripping it off in a brutal display that would get demonetized instantly. Calmly, he landed in front of the last survivor, staring him down without blinking. These wizards were way too weak to be part of the king's main force. Eugene figured they must be running some side hustle behind the boss's back. The mage was shaking in his boots, mumbling quiet nonsense. Eugene had zero patience for this. Without hesitating, he threw a knife right into the dude's leg, no energy wasted on questions for a scrub like him. The mage groaned in pain, admitting the orders didn't come from the king. Eugene raised an eyebrow, suspicion creeping in about who was really pulling the strings from the shadows. He guessed Prince Khan was the mastermind behind this drama and pressured the guy to spill the beans. The mage hesitated, clearly trying to dodge the question. Losing patience, Eugene threw another knife, this time piercing the mage's other leg. With a shaky voice, the mage finally confessed that Amelia Merwin was the boss running the show, and this place was her holy dungeon. Eugene's face hardened in disbelief. He knew Amelia Merwin's dungeon was way out in the Asher Desert. Still shivering, the mage clarified that Amelia had been fast-traveling back and forth for like 6 years, calling all the shots. Eugen thought about this plot twist while the mage's panic meter maxed out. Seeing the guy's terror, Eugen figured he was more scared of Amelia Merwin than dying right now. Eugen didn't offer any comfort, just a grim choice. He offered him a quick, painless logout, reminding him that Amelia definitely wouldn't let him go out that peacefully. Panic flooded the mage's eyes as he finally dropped the truth bomb. The dungeon's purpose was to speed up desertification, with multiple dungeons scattered all over the Kajani map. This dungeon was built a decade ago but got a major expansion patch 6 years back. Their initial worries about underground stability changed when they found something way worse down there. A massive gate buried deep underground. Trying to open it was useless, so they had no choice but to call in Amelia Merwin for tech support. Satisfied with the info, Eugen quickly canceled the mage's subscription to life, keeping his promise. With the mage dead, Ramon's chains finally unlocked. The warriors here didn't surprise Eugen anymore. They were weak, just disposable minions serving Amelia Merwin to wipe out any tourists who got too close. Ramon, finally free, shouted at Eugen, begging him to leave the zone as soon as possible. He knew if this was really one of Amelia Merwin's Blackthorn dungeons, they were in constant danger, like walking through a minefield blindfolded. Eugen weighed the situation, admitting they were deep in enemy territory, but the odds of Merwin popping up instantly were slim. After all, her main base is in the arid desert. Ramon insisted that despite that, she could respawn here any second. They didn't know her fast travel mechanics, but Eugen pointed out that just leaving wouldn't guarantee safety. If they escaped, Amelia Merwin would definitely hunt them down, determined to punish anyone who crashed her server. Eugen considered the possibility of a boss fight with Amelia Merwin. Even though he wanted to avoid the drama, it was becoming clear he had very few options left. Eugene looks at Ramon like, "Bro, why aren't you running? This place is a death trap." Ramon just stares back and drops the loyalty card, saying Eugene saved his life twice and he ain't about to bail on his homie now. If Amelia Merwin decides to spin the block and attack, Eugene is ready to throw hands to protect Ramon, even if it costs him his life. But honestly, Eugene looks at Ramon's trash-fighting skills and is like, "Please, just go. You're cramping my style. Get to safety." Ramon tries to argue, but Eugene isn't having it. He hits that blink spell, teleports right behind him, and times knocks him out cold. He leaves Ramon snoozing there, feeling kinda salty he had to do his boy like that. Moving on, Eugene starts having flashbacks to when the dungeon expanded 6 years ago. Back when he was just a 13-year-old squirt dealing with that whole blood inheritance ritual drama. That's when he snagged Hamel's necklace from the treasure vault total loot drop. This maze had been chilling for a decade, but a chunk of it crashed down 6 years back. Eugene's wondering, did I break the seal when I grabbed the necklace? That means Merwin definitely messed with his grave. Finally, he pulls up to that massive hole the sand mage was yapping about. His gut is screaming, "Yo, the grave is right here." He uses his winnie powers to float down the pit. Boom, giant metal door, wide open. He figures this is the spot the sand mage mentioned. And yeah, she definitely cracked it open herself. YOLO time. Eugene dives into the darkness. The place is Swiss cheese holes in the floor, holes in the walls. Somebody definitely threw down here. Hard. He's trying to figure out who fought here, maybe Sienna. He keeps pushing through the hallway until he sees something that hits him right in the feels. His literal own grave. The tombstone reads, Hamel Dinah's 421 to 459. It calls him a piece of trash, a moron, and a total pain in the neck. But then it switches up, calling him brave, loyal, wise, and straight-up legendary. It's a tribute to the guy who took one for the team and died way too young. Eugene tries to keep a poker face, bottling it up, but nah, the waterworks start flowing. He's bawling. Guys, between sobs, he's thinking, why didn't Sienna ever tell me this stuff when I was alive? It's wild. If he stayed dead, he never would have seen this hype. Tears are just streaming. Is it sadness? Joy? Probably a mix of both. Finally, he composes himself, eyes all puffy, and checks out the wrecked state of his tomb. A serious brawl went down here. The grave is practically rubble, but somehow, the statue and that memorial stone are still pristine. Miraculous. Eugene figures it out. 200 years ago, Sienna sensed the guardian spirit died and bailed on Aeroth to come guard this place. That's when she threw hands with whoever tried to disrespect the grave. She was a beast, even stronger than before. The magic residue left behind proves she was the G.O.A.T. of wizards, no contest. But here's the tea, Sienna didn't win. If she caught the dub, the grave wouldn't be trashed. Since the vision showed she's still kicking, she must have taken massive damage and dipped to hide out. Who could clap Sienna like that? Had to be a demon king. Maybe the demon king of incarceration or even destruction. Standing there, overthinking isn't gonna fix anything. He needs to find Sienna as soon as possible. He starts scouring the area, looking for any clues they might have missed. While he's walking, he thinks about the squad building this place. He wonders if Vermouth shed a tear. Honestly, he can't picture that guy crying. Even after they clapped a monster and everyone was partying, Vermouth was the buzzkill, checking everyone's injuries, blaming himself. He'd be like, "My bad, I should have carried harder." It used to tick off Hamel and Anise. Hamel actually tried to cheer him up, telling Vermouth, "Bro, you're human. You can't solo the whole server. If you think you're that guy, go fight alone." Anise would tell Hamel to chill with the pep talk, but she knew Hamel really got where Vermouth was coming from. Hamel saw the look on her face. Deep down, he felt the same way. Anise told him she was actually roasting Hamel, predicting he'd act like a total baby about it. Realizing he'll never have a heart-to-heart with the squad again hits differently. Eugene almost starts crying again. He shakes it off, can't have his eyes looking any worse. Suddenly, he spots another massive, fancy metal door standing wide open. Classic decor for this place. Through that door, another door. And there's a dude standing in front of it. Eugene's like, "Yo, state your name and business, right now." The guy rasps out an answer and stands up tall. Eugene analyzes the vibes, definitely not a demon, mostly because this guy has zero life force, like dead air. That only means one thing, undead. Eugene growls, "I said, who are you? Talk fast or get wrecked." With a scratchy voice, the zombie goes, "I am Hamel, the Fool." Eugene sees red. Asterisk. He times as Hamel. This thing is just a cheap Death Knight cosplaying as him. Then the horror sinks in. This is Hamel's grave. That Death Knight? It's probably made out of Eugene's old body. Gross. Furious, Eugene shouts, "Take off that bucket." The knight just stands there, flexing. Eugene snaps and rushes him with zero chill. Mid-air, Eugene screams again, "Show me your face." He tries to drop the hammer on the undead, but the thing dodges like it's nothing. The counterattack is instant. Eugene manages to weave, but when he strikes back, his hit gets swatted away. This zombie has a mana shield, or actually, a force shield. It switches to offense, and even though Eugene blocks, the impact yeets him across the room. Gritting his teeth, Eugene feels his arm throbbing. This thing is way stronger than expected, probably juiced up on Amelia Merwin's dark magic. She must have cooked this Death Knight up 6 years ago when she raided the grave. It's his old body turned into a puppet. No soul, just an empty, knockoff copy. If this is really the work of a top-tier warlock like Merwin, Eugene realizes his odds of winning just tanked. It feels like throwing hands with the Lionheart Patriarch or the Black Lion Captain. But Eugene doesn't care about the odds. He's running purely on rage. He's done thinking. Fueled by anger, Eugene revs up his mana circle and teleports right behind the faker. He thrusts with his spear, blocked easily. Eugene doesn't stop. He pulls a massive greatsword out of his cloak, aiming to crush this guy like a soda can. But the creature is too fast and shoves Eugene back. In a desperate move, Eugene whips something out of his cloak at lightning speed. The undead actually pauses. The weapon Eugene flashed was a spear, just one of the insane arsenal he mastered back in the day. The zombie freezes, then actually compliments Eugene. "Not bad. You know your way around a weapon." Eugene snaps back. "If you're gonna cosplay as Hamel, drop the formal act." Hamel never sounded like a pompous jerk. The undead nods, impressed, but says, "Still not enough to beat me." Then, asterisk zoom times it charges Eugene with terrifying force. The two combatants traded blows, but Eugene's gear couldn't handle the heat and shattered on impact. The zombie wannabe started trash-talking immediately, saying it was a tragedy that a crack player like Eugene was about to get deleted. Right before the hit connected, Eugene hit the dash button. He was gripping a dagger now, and the undead realized Eugene had actually pulled off a perfect parry. But this wasn't some basic block. That move was buffed with magic. Eugene had tuned his soul's frequency to match the attack, deflecting it completely. Even with that pro-gamer move, the impact force was still gnarly. Eugene felt the sting. He wasn't tanky enough to eat a heavy hit like that yet. He knew he couldn't let this brawl drag on any longer. Eugene knew it was clutch time, even if it cost him everything. He started revving up his mana engine, pushing his reserves into the red zone, determined to wipe this undead creep off the map. He grinded through the pain, ignoring the feeling of his bones cracking and muscles tearing with every move. To Eugene, this was nothing. He had survived way more hardcore stuff in his past life. Even though he was stuck in a squishy body now, as long as his mental game was strong, he could keep throwing hands. Finally, his sword snapped under the pressure. But Eugene wasn't done yet. He whipped out his storm saber and juiced it up with mana, prepping for round 2. As he drew the blade, Eugene decided to dump every last drop of his energy into this weapon. His mana shield might glitch out in the process, but this was the only way to secure the win. The fight wasn't over. Eugene didn't give the Death Knight a single second to lag. He went full aggro, spamming magic missiles at the enemy. While the knight was distracted by the fireworks, Eugene launched himself airborne, aiming to crack that helmet open to see who was piloting the suit. He stuck the landing behind the knight just as the helmet shattered into pixels. The knight was fully exposed now, spinning around to reveal a face that was literally a copy-paste of Hamel. Instead of freaking out, Eugene hyped up the knight's looks, joking that even after all these years, Hamel was still looking fresh. Then he roasted the knight, calling his soul straight up ugly. That triggered the knight, who went into a rage mode and chucked his sword at Eugene, barely missing him. The knight closed the gap instantly and landed a haymaker that sent Eugene flying. Eugene tried to stick the landing, but was shook by the sudden speed boost and power spike. He realized that while the knight was mid with a sword, he was an absolute beast in hand-to-hand combat. Eugene knew that to stop this zombie, he had to destroy the heart directly. Otherwise, the guy would just auto-heal. The problem was, Eugene was running on empty after all that dodging. If he didn't have his white flame technique, he would have been cooked ages ago. Despite running on fumes, Eugene was ready to make the impossible happen. When the knight rushed him again, Eugene blocked the strike, but the enemy hopped into the air. Eugene tried to counter with magic missiles, but the knight dodged them all with some flashy parkour moves. He hit the ground, hands and feet glowing with dark demon energy. Eugene started sweating because the knight's transformation looked exactly like that beast mode sickness called lycanthropy. He wondered if a werewolf spirit had hijacked Hamel's body. Before Eugene could process the lore, the knight continued the beatdown. To clap back, Eugene pulled out the moonlight fragment and yeeted it at the charging knight. To his surprise, the fragment bounced off and didn't fully dissolve the demon energy. At best, it just nerfed the knight's power a little bit. Seeing his chance, Eugene rushed the knight, who was ready to counter. As Eugene got close, the knight swiped with his claws, but Eugene glitched past him and got behind the enemy. Seizing the moment, Eugene jammed the moonlight fragment right into the knight's chest, making him scream like he was lagging out. The demon energy started fading, dropping the knight's defense stats. Eugene exploited the opening, stabbing the weak spot and following up with a clip of preloaded magic missiles. The combo landed perfectly, cracking the armor and leaving the knight shivering in pain. Eugene, totally exhausted, started trash-talking the damage he did to the knight's chest. There was a massive hole there, revealing a weird, glowing red orb. With a smirk, Eugene asked if that was his ticker. Triggered by the question, the knight tackled Eugene with full force, slamming him into the wall. The impact sent a shockwave of pain through Eugene, making him cough up blood, but he kept the swagger, calling the knight a mid-tier scrub. The knight screamed that he was the real Hamel, but Eugene just hit him with a one-finger salute, which only made the knight angrier as he crushed Eugene's shoulder with overwhelming force. Eugene knew if this beatdown continued, he was going to get game overed real quick. But his willpower refused to let him quit. He didn't respawn just to die here. With no other options, Eugene decided to use a forbidden technique that he knew came with some nasty side effects. Still, he was sure that if he popped this skill, the victory royale was his. He was confident he could shred the knight even if the recoil worried him. It was Hamel's ultimate move from his past life. Suddenly, Ramen showed up, shouting for Eugene. Eugene spotted him and felt annoyed that the rookie had followed him all this way, despite getting knocked out earlier. Seeing Eugene in trouble, Ramen quickly drew his blade, ready to play support. The knight noticed the new player, tossed Eugene aside, and took a second to recharge. Ramen's eyes went wide when he saw Eugene hit the wall thanks to the knight's raw power. Driven by panic, Ramen charged the knight with everything he had. But the second his sword hit the knight's armor, it shattered instantly. The knight grabbed Ramen and lifted him up like a rag doll, while Eugene was already back on his feet, grinning. Ramen was confused as to why Eugene was smiling in such a hopeless situation. The knight, however, was clearly not amused. With a scowl, he threw Ramen at Eugene, causing them both to crash into the floor. Reading the room, Ramen begged Eugene to run while he created a distraction, but Eugene spotted a door behind them, an exit strategy they could actually use. Before they could move, the knight revealed the door was locked and nobody had ever cracked it. Taking that as a challenge, Eugene smirked and started pushing the door with his last bit of strength. He knew that since this was technically his tomb, whoever designed the door rigged it so only the owner could open it. To the knight's shock, the door popped open easily, sucking both Eugene and Ramen inside. Ramen struggled to stand, trying to figure out where they were. But before he could react, Eugene knocked him out again to keep him safe from whatever creepy stuff might be lurking inside. Suddenly, Eugene was stunned by what he saw. Lying on a coffin was the moonlight sword that Vermouth had left behind. In his past life, Eugene and his squad had found this loot inside the Demon King's dungeon near the end of their raid. Back then, Hamel tried to claim it for himself, since all his weapons were broken. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get near it. In the end, it was Vermouth who the sword accepted as its rightful owner. Now in the present, Eugene stood before that same moonlight sword, wondering if Vermouth left it here as a final parting gift. The weapon was named Moonlight Sword, which totally matched its vibe. After Vermouth equipped the sword, he ditched his old holy blade because the Moonlight Sword was way stronger and brighter. The first time that blade glowed was under a full moon, but now, under a waning moon, Eugene wondered if the sword's power was nerfed. As he thought about it, he reached for the moonlight fragment but realized he forgot to grab it after using it during the fight. Turning his attention back to the blade, Eugene couldn't believe Vermouth had left such legendary loot behind after he died. Bro was absolutely drooling over the loot, but Eugene knew this wasn't the time to simp for gear. He scanned the room like he was looking for the bathroom at a crowded concert, only one exit. If he tries to dip, he's got to throw hands with the Death Knight again. Plus, Amelia Merwin could pull up any second. The only play, clap that Shadow Knight and yeet himself out of there. Stat. With that game plan, Eugene strutted over to the blade, wondering why old man Bahamut left it collecting dust. He reached out, thinking, if this thing is here, maybe it's got my name on it. In his past life, he couldn't even get close without getting fried, but now that he's repping the Bahamut bloodline, maybe he's got the credentials. As soon as he got close, his breathing got heavy and his mana started vibing. To keep from passing out, Eugene fired up the white flame technique to steady his nerves and grabbed the handle. The second he gripped it, Eugene realized the sword's battery was low probably, because it lost pieces over time. Boom. A shockwave blasted him backward like a shotgun recoil, but he held onto that thing for dear life. Touchdown. Eugene was hyping himself up. After 300 years of dreaming about this bad boy, he finally had the legendary sword in his inventory. But hold up, upon inspection, this thing was a scam. The blade was shattered. Only the base was legit. But then, he lifts it up, and it starts chugging moonlight like an energy drink, growing a brand new magic blade. Now, Eugene's rocking the fully restored Moonlight Sword. The perk? This thing deletes magic and mana like a moderator banning trolls. Eugene started sweating bullets when the sword started draining his time's mana, though. He figured he had enough juice to feed the beast, even if handling it felt like driving a Ferrari on ice. Realizing this sword is OP, he stashed it in his robe. With the Moonlight Sword on deck, he didn't even need to waste energy on his combustion spells. This weapon alone was enough to unsubscribe the Death Knight from life. Before bouncing, Eugene checked the coffin, just as he thought empty. But the engraving on the lid? That threw him for a loop. Someday, we'll link up in another world. Eugene recognized the handwriting immediately. It was Sierra's, but something else about it gave him major bad vibes. Meanwhile, the Death Knight was raging outside, banging on the door like the FBI. Eugene just casually opened it. The knight, realizing Eugene is built different, decided to keep him alive until the boss lady gets back. But the knight was low-key panic attacks. Amelia was going to roast him for disobeying orders, spamming his claw attacks, and scratching up his expensive armor. If he didn't prove his worth soon, she'd toss him in the trash. While the knight was overthinking, Eugene stepped out and hit him with a, "Yo, you waiting for an Uber or me?" The Death Knight demanded to know how he unlocked the door and what loot was inside. Eugene just put a finger to his lips and went, "Shh, it's a secret, bro." That triggered the knight instantly. He rushed Eugene, fully powered up on demon energy. Eugene didn't flinch. He whipped out the Moonlight Sword and swung it like a baseball bat. The sword completely shut down the magic attack. The knight was shook. His demon energy just got deleted by a single swing. But Eugene wasn't having a party either. One swing and he was gasping for air, vision going blurry. Just looking at the sword's light was draining his mana bar to 0. Still, he was stoked. He broke the shield. The Death Knight tried to reboot his magic, failed, and decided to throw hands instead. Eugene was a bit surprised but figured, weird flex, but okay. He pulled out his storm sword to dual wield. The knight was hopping around trying to find an opening. Eugene got bored and unleashed his Tempest attack with the storm sword. A literal tornado smashed into the ceiling, bringing the house down. Then Eugene went full telekinetic and hurled the falling rocks at the knight. While the knight was stumbling, Eugene stomped the ground, sending a mana shockwave that shattered the knight's shoulder armor. The knight lost it, screaming like a toddler and charging up a massive spell. Eugene laughed. "You should have led with that, loser." He threw a mana punch, which the knight barely dodged. But Eugene pulled a nothing personal kid and teleported right in front of him. Suddenly, a moonlight shard popped out of nowhere to assist. With the Moonlight Sword equipped, Eugene could control these shards. The knight got distracted, and Eugene seized the moment to shank him, dropping him to the floor. Agent started coughing up blood, though. He burned way too much mana, and the glow on the moonlight sword was fading out. He looked at the Death Knight lying there. He stabbed the core, but the dude wasn't despawning, which meant the core wasn't fully wrecked yet. Thinking about how Amelia turned him times into a Death Knight in his past life made Agent see red. He tried to finish the job, but his body locked up like a glitched game character. He froze, smiling nervously. Amelia had entered the chat. Amelia hit him with a binding spell. He couldn't move a muscle, only his mouth. She obviously wanted to hear him beg or explain himself. Amelia was scrolling through her mental list of torture methods. Maybe bury him in sand up to his neck, letting him breathe but keeping him in agony? Classic villain stuff. She planned to tape his eyelids and mouth open so the desert wind would dry them out like jerky. She started describing the gruesome details like she was reading a menu. Edgin's body floated around, puppeted by her magic, while Amelia kept listing the horrific things she was going to do to him. Edgin smirked. "Lady, I'd die of boredom or shock before you finish that list." Amelia cut him off. "Oh, honey, I won't let you die that easily." She explained she'd turn him into a living desert scarecrow, keeping him on life support for her amusement. Then she asked, "Do you even know who you're dealing with?" Edgin grinned. "Amelia Merwin." She nodded, introducing herself as the dungeon master of the desert. She pointed at the battered Death Knight and called him her pet. She claimed exclusive rights to torture and kill it. Agent laughed. "Your pet is kinda ugly, though." That was the wrong thing to say. She backhanded him with her bone staff, sending him sliding across the dirt. "Only times I get to trash talk my pets," she hissed. The slap broke the binding spell, but Edgin was still toast. Amelia was in a completely different league. Even his ultimate moves wouldn't scratch her. Then, light bulb moment. He remembered the item he got from Banzak. He looked up. "You know a guy named Banzak?" Her crazy eyes softened instantly. "Why are you saying that name?" "Banzak and I go way back." Edgin lied smoothly, tossing her the letter. She caught it, recognized the seal, and looked confused. "Why would he write to a scrub like you?" She asked if he knew what was in it. Edgin shrugged. He didn't know the contents, but he knew one thing for sure: that piece of paper was his get-out-of-jail-free card. So, Amelia spills the tea. Turns out, Balzac did her a massive solid way back in the day, and she swore she'd return the favor. Eugene, flexing that Lionheart pride, basically says, "Wow. Lucky guy to get a golden ticket from you." But get this, for decades, Balzac totally ghosted on cashing in that favor because Eugene was holding onto the letter. Now, she's offering to grant him one wish, as long as it's actually within her power to make it happen. That makes Eugene hit the pause button and actually use his brain for a sec. Meanwhile, Amelia's like, "Look, if you want to keep breathing, I can arrange that. But I'm not letting you walk away for free. I need the full backstory on how you got in here." But then, in true chaotic neutral fashion, Eugene drops a bombshell request. He looks her dead in the eye and tells Amelia to go off herself. She gives him this awkward smirk, like, "Nice try, kid, but that's above my pay grade." Instead, she lays out two options to keep it simple. Option 1. If he wants to take his secrets to the grave, well, he can literally die right here and now. Option 2. If he wants to stay alive, he has to spill every single detail. Eugene is shook by the offer. Seeing him hesitate, Amelia promises she won't torture him or break his legs, but warns him she has other times ways to make a canary sing. He's definitely living rent-free in her head now because he found a secret spot that even the king has zero clue about. She starts wondering if her desert wizards snitched on her, but Eugene is deep in thought, weighing his odds. If he chooses life, he's going to be forced to confess everything under her dark magic, whether he wants to or not. Seeing him stall, Amelia starts losing her cool, warning him that if he keeps his mouth shut, she's going to take that silence as his final answer. Eugene's mind is racing, trying to figure out an escape route, but he remembers that binding spell has him stuck like glue. Amelia's patience hits 0, and she starts the countdown 1, 2. As she counts, Eugene is stressing, trying to make a play. The second she hits 3 and gets ready to end him, a sudden noise pops off from behind her. The pitch-black darkness literally stands up. But the vibe is completely different now. It's terrifying. Amelia instantly drops to her knees, her whole attitude doing a 180. A disgusting amount of power radiates from the dark, crushing Eugene instantly. That's when he realizes the horror show he's in. Standing right there is the G.O.A.T. himself, the Demon King of Incarceration. The Demon King speaks in this deep, shadowy voice, revealing he's been watching Eugene through Balzac's eyes like a live stream. He asks if Eugene came to drop flowers for his ancestors. Then the Demon King drops the lore. This is Hamel's grave. He calls Hamel a fool, but quickly clarifies that Hamel wasn't actually stupid like the history books say. According to the Demon King, Hamel was actually a beast and Vermouth's best friend. Hearing this, Eugene is shocked and low-key confused. The Demon King admits that, yeah, He probably looks like the ultimate enemy to Eugene right now. But he and Vermouth had a legit bromance going on. He thinks it's kind of ridiculous that Vermouth pushed a 300-year-old beef onto his descendants. He claims he respects Eugene mostly because of his friendship with Vermouth, but also respects him for who he is. According to the king, Eugene is the most Vermouth-like out of all the Lionhearts he's seen come and go. Amelia is floored, just realizing now that Eugene is a Lionheart. But when she actually looks at him, she nods. He definitely has that main character look. She asks if the Demon King really dragged his destroyed vessel all the way to this dump just to save one random Lionheart kid. The king confirms it mostly because Eugene is his bestie's descendant. Amelia argues that this messes with her freedom. But the Demon King shuts her down, saying he sees Vermouth in Eugene, and frankly, he respects the kid way more than he respects her. That stings, knowing the Demon King rates a dead guy higher than her. When she tries to stand up, heavy dark magic slams her back down into a kneel. She's fuming, but she literally can't say a word. Meanwhile, the Demon King calls out her disrespect, stating that while he honors her freedom, he absolutely cannot let her lay a finger on Eugene, at least not right now. Eugene, still processing everything, asks what he means by "at least right now." Amelia snaps back, warning Eugene to watch his mouth in front of the big boss. But the Demon King totally ignores her and tells them he's respected the Lionheart name for over 300 years purely because of his bond with Vermouth. But the Lionheart family, they haven't shown him the same love back. So, the Demon King warns Eugene to go back and tell the other Lionhearts to put some respect on his name, or he's gonna stop playing nice. Eugene is genuinely worried this sounds like a serious threat. He's also confused why the Demon King is bringing this up after 3 centuries. Then the king drops a massive truth bomb. He made a promise to Vermouth about their freedom, but that warranty is about to expire. He says they're gonna need someone else to make a new promise to keep that freedom guaranteed. Fear takes over Eugene's eyes as he asks what the promise actually is. But with a creepy grin, the Demon King reveals Eugene doesn't have the clearance to know that since he isn't Vermouth. With a crazy laugh, he calls Eugene a stupid lion. Eugene is shook to his core. Realizing the Demon King knows about his reincarnation, the king declares that Eugene's soul and very existence are all thanks to Vermouth's promise that Eugene would be born 300 years later. As Eugene tries to process this, his necklace starts glowing like crazy. The Demon King looks at Amelia and orders her back to her dungeon. But she pushes back, demanding to know how this kid opened a door that even she couldn't crack, no matter what hacks she tried. Hearing about the door, the Demon King teleports everyone right in front of it. He reaches out and literally melts the door, revealing that inside, it's just Eugene's empty grave and absolutely nothing else. Still in disbelief, Eugene stares at the Demon King. Amelia asks if he still needs his pet's body. The king says his work here is done and he's returning Hamel's body. Amelia, with a snarky grin, asks if he's sure, seeing as that's the body of his old pal Vermouth's friend. But the Demon King doesn't consider Hamel a friend, saying the guy abandoned his body and dipped. Amelia lets out a sigh of relief, calling Eugene lucky, but warns him to watch his back next time. She says her goodbyes and uses her magic to drag Hamel's corpse away with her. As she walks off, she's already plotting to teach Eugene a lesson one day, knowing he's got the Demon King's protection for now. Left behind, Eugene loses it and starts punching the nearest wall with everything he's got. He's furious that the Demon King knows about his reincarnation. Eugene can't wrap his head around what the king meant by claiming his new life is the result of Vermouth's promise. In Eugene's mind, if Vermouth was going to do something for him, he wouldn't have chosen reincarnation. He would have chosen to kill the Demon King instead. Eugene wonders if his rebirth is somehow tied to the terms of that deal. He's also salty about how much the Demon King obviously dislikes him. Eugene keeps stressing over the fact that he failed to destroy his old body, and now it's been taken away. He's also confused about what the king meant by someone needing to make a promise again. The whole thing feels like a twisted riddle. Eugene definitely doesn't want to be the one signing a new contract with the devil. He also wants zero part of whatever is going to go down when the current promise ends. Now, realizing Sienna and Anise weren't behind his rebirth, but Vermouth was, Eugene gets even madder at the guy. However, he pulls out a leaf he found in his grave. Eugene figures Sienna must have come to protect his grave, fought off an intruder, and then vanished. The leaf in his hand is from the World Tree, which lets you teleport to the elf forest from anywhere. Eugene guesses Sienna got cornered and used the leaf to escape to the forest, but he thinks the attacker was Vermouth. Even though he doesn't get the why behind it, he remembers that Sienna and Anise didn't like him when he first joined their squad. But Vermouth actually looked out for him and believed in him. Hamel, being the arrogant guy he was, refused to join, claiming he wouldn't follow someone weaker than him. So, Vermouth challenged him to a 1v1, and Hamel took a massive L. Vermouth was clearly stronger, but Hamel wasn't a quitter. He came back for a rematch time after time, but got clapped by Vermouth every single time. Hamel kept losing to Vermouth, totally confused why the guy wanted him on the team when he could have easily recruited someone way stronger. But then, Vermouth drops the bombshell. Hamel was the final piece of the puzzle, and he absolutely needed Hamel's overpowered strength to clap all the Demon Kings. Vermouth flashes a determined grin and reaches out. Meanwhile, back in the present timeline, Eugene is still deep in his feelings about that promise. He's wondering if Vermouth was pulling the strings on everything, even the necklace did he sneak that thing into the Lionheart treasure vault on the down low? Eugene keeps chewing on it, but realizes he's jumping the gun. It's way too early to call it, especially with that trippy illusion of Sienna he saw back in Urov. The handwriting has to mean something, right? Plus, that note she left on his grave about meeting in another life? Eugene's trying to figure out if she meant catching up in heaven or if she knew he was going to respawn like this. He starts questioning if Vermouth actually stabbed Sienna in the back, but he shuts that thought down real quick. Don't want to go there. Priority number 1. Find Sienna. Elsewhere, Sultan Kajin of Nahama is staring daggers at Eugene, hoping the kid realizes the weight of what he's asking for. The Sultan has heard all the rumors about Eugene from his own goons, the same squad that tried to jump him. But Kajin asks, "Bro, do you seriously think I sent them to rob you?" On the flip side, Eugene couldn't care less about the times. Why asterisk? All that matters is they threw hands, or at least tried to. Kajin swears on everything that it was for Eugene's own safety. He drops some lore. Nahama and the Keel Empire have major beef. The Emperor of Keel is terrified of Nahama's power, and the Sultan has his own grudges against Keel. He's convinced those shady desert wizards, the ones turning everything into a giant sandbox 24/7, are hiding out in the middle of nowhere in the wastelands. If the prince tracks them down, the assassins, aka the Scorpions, are going to be right on his tail. For the Sultan, protecting Eugene is huge. It's basically like bowing to Keel, even for a second. But he's still trying to figure out what the heck Eugene is doing out here. I mean, why risk your neck in the desolate Kajitani desert? It's basically a ghost town with zero population. Eugene is times not times in the mood for an interrogation and makes that super clear. Kajin knows he can't force an answer, which is exactly why he had his boys tailing Eugene just to keep an eye on him in case things went south. If Ramen had just followed orders and stayed chill, they wouldn't be stuck in this super awkward standoff right now. He gets why Eugene is salty, but from what he heard, his guards kept their distance. Eugene was the one who swung first. Eugene smirks to himself, realizing Kajin hasn't mentioned the assassins or the desert wizards. The guy clearly has zero clue about Hamel's grave or Amelia Merwin chilling in the desert. Eugene realizes this guy is basically just a puppet, but he's not about to drop any spoilers or reveal his hand. Instead, he decides to handle it the classic Eugene way by acting unbothered. He figures if Kajin misread the situation, that's a him problem, but it doesn't excuse the bigger mess. Kajin looks totally confused, so Eugene spells it out. Even if this was just a big misunderstanding, the fact remains that Kajin's little stunt put a target on his back. If you try to brush this off as a simple mistake, I don't know how my family is going to take it. Kajin's voice starts to shake, and Eugene presses the advantage, saying he really doesn't want this to blow up into a war between their countries. I don't want to put the fam in a tough spot over something this dumb. Finally, the penny drops for Kajin. He realizes how serious this is and asks Eugene what he wants to fix it. Eugene keeps a straight face and says, 500 million sals. You know, just a modest fee to patch up their friendship after all this drama. Kajin actually respects the hustle. He calls Eugene bold for his age, which isn't necessarily a bad thing in his book. He agrees to cut the check, figuring it's the only way to cool Eugene down. With the beef squashed and the deal made, Kajin has one last question before they bounce. What exactly did you see out there in the Kajitani desert? Eugene hits him with the poker face. Nothing. Just endless sand, exactly like I said. Meanwhile, he's mentally checking the coffin statue and the memorial slab tucked safely in his cloak. As far as he's concerned, mission accomplished. Even the Sultan doesn't know about Hamel's grave. As long as he keeps his mouth shut, those desert secrets are staying buried. Eugene tells the Sultan he's taking Ramen with him because the guy needs to answer for threatening his life. Kajin goes 0 to 100 and offers to execute Ramen right there to save everyone the trouble. Ramen feels a massive sting of betrayal. He served this boss through thick and thin, and now he's being tossed out like yesterday's trash. But Eugene shuts that down immediately. Chill, I'm not a savage. I don't need his head for something this small. Instead, he plans to drag Ramen back home and make him scrub toilets as punishment. Kajin accepts the terms, and they wrap it up. As Eugene walks toward his next destination, his mind drifts back to an old memory of a chat he once had with Ennis. They were standing on a battlefield littered with bodies, and Ennis, in a rare moment of weakness, asked, "Is our mighty God actually all-powerful and all-knowing? If he is, why let these young soldiers suffer and bleed out for absolutely nothing?" Hamel heard her drunken rambling and told her to put a cork in it, pointing out she was obviously wasted. But Anis kept spiraling, asking why a god of light who's supposed to banish darkness isn't doing his job. Hamel wasn't interested in theology class. "I don't know jack about your god," he said. "But I know one thing, Vermouth is a beast. If you want to look at it this way, maybe God was too busy to micromanage the world, so he sent Vermouth down as a living miracle to handle it. That's why Vermouth is such a tank and why the Holy Sword picked him instantly." Anis was completely shook by Hamel's sudden wisdom. He clarified he wasn't trying to be sweet. He was just annoyed by her drunk talk. "Now pass the bottle. Don't drink alone like a depressing loser." Anis hugged her flask like a teddy bear, insisting it was holy water, not booze, and definitely not for a heathen like Hamel. Looking back, Eugene finds that whole memory hilarious. Finally, Eugene arrives at his destination, the Holy Land of Urez, specifically the spot with Anis's statue. He figures if someone sailed from here 200 years ago, this is exactly where they'd start. This is where Anis prayed before she started her pilgrimage into the deepest parts of the desert. Eugene wonders if she ever actually made it to Hamel's grave to pay her respects, but the timeline doesn't really add up. She retired a few years before her pilgrimage, so visiting the grave seems super unlikely. If she had times visited, Eugene is sure she wouldn't have left it looking like a dump. He also starts wondering if Vermouth had anything to do with Anis mysteriously vanishing. He doesn't find any major clues at the site, just a single leaf Sienna left behind. Ramen nervously interrupts Eugene's train of thought, asking, are we actually going back home?" Eugene tells him to relax. They're definitely heading back. His younger brother Keenan is waiting eagerly, dying to see how much Eugene has leveled up in the 2 years he's been gone. Sienna watches the teleport gate with a mix of anxiety and reluctance. His mom notices the vibe and says, "You look like you're totally conflicted about Eugene coming back." Sienna keeps it 100. "I want my brother back, yeah, but I'm also worried." If Eugene seriously wants to be the patriarch, Sienna knows he might have to step down and take the L. His mom tells him to chill. As long as you don't quit, Eugene isn't going to steal your spot. But she reminds him the head of the family has to be the strongest. Sienna isn't a kid anymore. He's a grown man who can make his own calls. Whether he chooses to fight for the title or walk away, she's going to respect whatever he decides. Yo, welcome back to the channel. So, mom drops the bomb. Eugene is officially fam now, blood or not. He's Sean's brother for real. She tells Sean to holler at him the second he lands. Succession, drama, put a pin in that. When Eugene finally pulls up, he's totally shook to see the whole squad waiting for him. Bro thought he was meeting them back at the crib, so seeing them out here was a total surprise. Pops comes in hot with a bear hug, and yo, Eugene notices the old man's had a serious glow up. He's looking jacked and way tougher than before. That beard? Majestic. A total power move. Pops claims his new shredded physique is all thanks to Styrot. Yeah, you remember him, Gagawi's dad. Dude's got the hookup. Honestly, sounds like he's been hitting Styrot's secret stash in the wine cellar. Eugene's wondering if those two are BFFs now or what. Then he spots Sean's mom in the back and hits a quick bow, apologizing for ghosting her earlier. She's like, "Chill out, kid. We're family. Stop being weird." She waves off the formalities real quick. Eugene scans the crowd and realizes the big boss Julius is MIA. Mom explains the boss is over at Black Lion Castle for some coming-of-age party. Eugene's brain starts buffering. He remembers the blood inheritance thing usually involves everyone, mainline and side pieces. But nah, this specific bash is VIP access, only direct lineage. Mom spills the tea. Isekai'd, who's got 2 years on Eugene, should have done this ages ago, but he got cancelled last time because he was shunned, so they skipped it. Now with Eugene, Sean, and Cell all hitting the big age next year, the next ceremony is going to be absolutely lit. Suddenly, Ramen steps out of the portal like a boss, and Mom's like, "Who's the new guy?" Eugene intros him. "This is Ramen, my 32-year-old ride or die." He handpicked this dude for his loyalty stats. Eugene didn't train him for combat, but he plans to use him for all the grinding and side quests. He calls over Nina, who's had her own glow-up since the last episode, and tells her, teach Ramen how to muck out the stables. He mentions the lobby needs repairs and suggests putting Ramen on heavy lifting since the dude is built like a tank. Nina is visibly confused. She's like, boss. Is it cool to make your official subordinate do the dirty work? She's thinking it's a bit out of pocket to treat him like a janitor. Eugene's like, trust me, that's exactly why he won't talk back. Then he turns to Ramen and drops the hammer. From now on, you belong to Nina. Do whatever she says. Ramen is definitely feeling cringe about taking orders from someone way younger, but he swallows his pride and accepts his new life as a glorified intern. He copes by telling himself it's all for the young master. I mean, Eugene did save his life, no cap. Ramen swears on his mama that when it's crunch time, he'll risk it all to pay back that debt like a true warrior. Meanwhile, Sean slides into Eugene's DMs in real life and asks for a walk to chat. While they're strolling through the woods, Sean suddenly drops a weird question. Who are you, really? Eugene's caught off guard, acting all sus like, what do you mean, bro? Sean presses him. Are you actually 19? Because the math ain't mathing. Eugen decides to troll him a bit. Okay, you got me. I'm actually the reincarnation of a legendary god. Sean calls Cap immediately, saying it's a lie, and Eugen just busts out laughing. Eugen flips the script. Why you so obsessed with my gains? Sean's face goes dark mode. He explains that even though it's been 2 years, Eugen's progress looks like he's been grinding XP for 20 years straight. Sean put in the work, literally grinding 24/7 on both magic and sword skills. He even hit 3-star rank, which is usually impressive on the leaderboards. But despite all that sweat, Eugen is already at 4-star. That realization hits Sean like a truck. He suddenly blurts out, you need to take over as clan head, not me. Eugen is shook. Why are you quitting the lobby? Sean admits that after seeing Eugen's level, he feels like a total noob and doesn't think he can lead the fam anymore. Eugen tries to hype him up, saying, bro, you can still be the boss. We aren't beefing. I literally have zero interest in that job. But Sean isn't hearing it. He thinks it's unfair. Seeing his brother crashing out, Eugen makes an offer. Let's settle this 1v1 in the arena. The deal is, if Sean wins, Eugen does whatever he wants. Sean's confused like, wait, shouldn't I take the job if I win? Eugen laughs, teasing him for actually using his brain for once. But he doubles down, he doesn't want the throne. That role is for someone with ambition, and Eugen is not trying to deal with all that admin work and responsibility dragging him down. If you want me to take the job, you gotta beat me into submission. Sean sighs, realizing he has no choice, and agrees to a friendly spar just like the old days. They hit the training grounds, and the NPCs, servants, gather round to watch in awe. Sean goes full try-hard mode, swinging for the fences, while Eugen stays cool as a cucumber, barely breaking a sweat. As they trade blows, Eugen notices Sean's actually leveled up. His control over his sword's soul is legit impressive, and he's keeping it active for a long time. His mana management is cleaner too, probably a perk of hitting 3-star. Eugen realizes a build like Sean's is actually super rare on this server. It's a testament to his grind and talent. But for Sean, this fight is getting weird. Despite giving 110%, his stamina is draining fast, and attacking Eugen feels like hitting a literal tank. Eugen's blade deflects everything with zero effort, throwing Sean off balance every time. One of the servants whispers, it's good game. He doesn't stand a chance. Someone wonders if Sean could clutch a win if he popped his ult the sword soul. But Hagia, watching from the sidelines, cuts in, nah, highly unlikely. He points out Eugen was already cracked 2 years ago. Now he's just broken. Sean got stronger, sure, but Eugen is parrying these rapid-fire combos without even moving his feet. With one solid parry, Eugen sends Sean stumbling back. Sean, gasping for air but clearly impressed, asks, yo, what tech was that? Eugen brushes it off. Just a basic block, bro. But Sean isn't buying it. He noticed Eugen didn't just block. He guided the blade so it slid off harmlessly instead of clashing. Eugen nods, respecting the observation skills. You got good eyes. Sean is eager now, begging, teach me that move. Eugen gets that mischievous look in his eye. You serious about learning from me? Despite the trolling tone, Sean stays patient, though he's gripping his sword so hard he might snap it out of frustration. Eugen finally caves. Fine, I'll teach you, but only if you promise to get swole enough to take the clan head spot without crying about it. But Eugen insists they move to a private server, a quieter spot since the arena is way too crowded for a proper tutorial. Once they're alone, Eugen keeps it 100. Look, no matter how much you grind, you're never going to surpass my DPS. But if you get strong enough, I'll acknowledge you as the boss. Sean tries to argue, but Eugen cuts him off. Even if you try to force the title on me, I'm not taking it. He realizes this is literally the 3rd time he's had to reject the promotion, and while he respects his bro, he's conflicted. Eugen figures that even though he's got skills, he lacks the CEO mindset and hasn't done the leadership training. As Sean keeps yapping, Eugen loses patience and literally kicks him in the shin to shut him up. Once Sean cools down, he asks, so, when do I get that tutorial? Eugen explains he's too booked and busy right now for a live session, but he promises to write up a walkthrough guide and drop it to him later. If Sean studies the patch notes diligently, Eugen guarantees he'll master the skill in no time. Meanwhile, way down south in Kill, Mount Eula stands tall, ancient, dangerous, and looking like final boss territory. Don't forget to like and subscribe, fam. Yo, what is up, Notification Squad? Welcome back to the channel, smash that like button and hit subscribe for more spicy lore. So look, even though Big Boom, the founder of the Kill Empire, ghosted the hood and moved to the capital over 300 years ago. Yukaz is still the main turf for the Lionheart crew. The Black Lion Arena sits on the mountain top like a Beverly Hills mansion, reminding everyone of Big Boom's legendary drip. This is where Boom spent his prime years, and it's where he's taking his eternal nap now. The fam gathers for a massive reunion, and Gillett spills the tea that Eugene has just returned to the main crib. One of the homies in the back checks the calendar and is like, "Yo, we only got 2 months left in the year. The timing is mad sus." Gillett tries to say we didn't need a meeting for this, but another member interrupts him like Kanye at the VMAs. They call Gillett out for drafting a kid from the B team into the main league, something that's never happened in history. Big drama. Now, Gillett has known this guy since they were fresh, but he still gets anxious around him. This dude is the O.G., the oldest player in the game and head of the Senate, known as the Immortal White Lion, Doer Slius. He commands respect like a judge in D.C. The O.G. admits that Eugene has been grinding and showing value, but adds that the vibes around him are chaotic and messy. Camlin hops on the mic, remembering when she met Eugene back in Eros. She questions why everyone is salty about his bloodline, shouting out that his potential is the real deal. Preach. Doer Slius looks at her with a heavy gaze, giving her props for the insight, but reminds her to stay in her lane because she doesn't represent the Black Lion.